와우. 와.
Located in the northeast of South Korea, Gangwon-do is bounded by the ocean on one side and other Korean provinces on the other. This charming region, filled with the beauty of nature, offers both mountainous and sea landscapes for a multitude of activities during different seasons of the year. Today, we chose 3 cities to visit in Gangwon-do and can't wait to introduce them to you. Gyeongpo Beach. Gangneung is the largest coastal city in Gangwon Province. During the summer, it is one of those places where everyone wants to enjoy some of the best beaches of the country. No matter if you walk north or south through gorgeous beaches one after another, you will be followed by the infinite white sands and emerald waters. Here, the stress and anxiety of everyday life leaves room for dreams and happiness, which makes everything possible. Gyeongpo Beach is probably the most popular beach at the east coast of South Korea. Here, people enjoy different outdoor activities, or just spend hours sunbathing on the beach. It is an especially appealing vacation spot as the beach is situated between the ocean and Gyeongpo Lake. If you feel like stretching your legs, you can rent a bike and enjoy the lovely bike path that surrounds the lake. It is a fun activity that we enjoyed until late. If you decide to stay in this area for several days, Lee Kai Sandpine Resort is situated a few pine trees away. A lot of people come to visit this place to relax and feel the flavor of the Hawaiian atmosphere. It is no coincidence that Lekai means shining ocean in Hawaiian. This resort is well known for its huge golf fields in the heart of Gangneung, and it has 12 conference rooms which can accommodate up to 800 people. Sagunjin Beach. Sagunjin Beach is the most romantic beach of the coastal area. I know we've said that you can't take it easy in Gangwon-do, but this is the moment where you can impress your loved one. Don't be lazy and get ready for your date by bringing some delicious snacks and renting some of the loveliest picnic sets in the nearby shops. You'll feel like the happiest couple on the planet with the memory that neither of you are ready to forget. Songgyeojang. After enjoying the coastal area, it is time to experience ancient Korea by visiting Songgyeojang House. It is a very well-preserved traditional Hanok house of noble family constructed 300 years ago. It is hard to believe that the descendants still live in this house to this day. Surrounded by pine trees, it remains intact in harmony with the beautiful natural environment. The wooden bridge, stretched out over the pond, used to be an inspirational location for poets. Today, it is one of the most popular attractions in Gangneung, Gangneung Market. There is no visit to Gangwon-do without testing its local food. Besides local restaurants, Gangneung Market is a great place to taste some food from Gangwon-do. For food lovers, it is a must-visit place. And as you probably already know, we love delicious food, especially while traveling. Don't worry if you feel lost with all the choices offered to you. Just pick a local who is eating what looks like the most delicious food and copy whatever they order. Trust us, you can't go wrong with this. Anmok Beach. From the multitude of amazing beaches that Gangneung can offer, Anmok Beach is definitely worth a visit. It is here that you will find a popular Gangneung coffee street. Over 30 unique beachfront cafes let you drink perfectly brewed beverages while enjoying incredible sea views. Overall, in Gangneung, we mostly stayed at St. John's Hotel. Since it has fabulous conference rooms, which can accommodate 1,000 people, it has also hosted famous personalities like the President of South Korea, Moon Jae-in, and Ivanka Trump. Located right in front of the ocean, it provides you with a stunning view of the surroundings. The infinity pool on the rooftop was our favorite. The blue water from the sea merging with the water of the pool gives the illusion to be surrounded by the ocean. PyeongChang is today a world-famous county in Gangwon-do, as it hosted the Winter Olympics in 2018. With an honorable number of 17 medals and 5 gold, South Korea achieved its best performance in the history of the Winter Olympic Games. The official hotel of the Winter Olympics was the Peninsula Ski Resort, as it has the biggest conference rooms hosting 2,000 people. Today, it provides the perfect environment to enjoy leisure sports during all seasons. In winter, people come here mainly for skiing, but in summer, it creates a peaceful place to relax in nature and enjoy some outdoor activities. The resort also hosted some of the sports events in its stadiums, like ski jumping. You can go to the top of the Peninsula Ski Jumping Center if you want to experience how the athletes felt before they jumped. Woljungsa Temple at Odensan Mountain. Situated on the beautiful Odensan Mountain, Woljungsa Temple is the place where you find peace and enlightenment in the solitude of nature. It is a spiritual healing experience where you will breathe the history and heritage of one of the main religions of South Korea. It is also a foreigner-friendly temple stay that breaks down the barriers of language and achieves mutual understanding among all humankind. Sky Ranch Hanulmokjang. Sky Ranch is a lovely sheep farm in South Korea. The ranch is so beautiful that it became a popular tourist attraction in Gangwon-do. These cute, lucky animals enjoy grazing in the vast fields and are used to interacting with humans. After hanging around with them, a tractor brought us to the top of the hill in style, surrounded by a multitude of windmills in perfect harmony with the beauty of nature. It offers a magical experience that we weren't prepared for. Finally, we finished our day with a lovely picnic in the middle of the river, enjoying their delicious, fresh, farm-made yogurt. Jonggangwon, Traditional Korean Food Cultural Experience Center. After enjoying tons of delicious food across the country, it is time for us to learn how to cook it. Gyeonggangwon provides traditional cooking programs where visitors can immerse a little bit more in Korean culture and learn the way their food is made. They even grow their own ingredients, which gives this place a lot of charm. I bet you've never seen a huge collection of pots right in front of a house. Yes, fermented paste and sauces like gochujang, the red pepper paste, or doenjang, the bean paste, are very important in Korean cuisine. Ari Hills. Now that you've taken some rest and enjoyed the beach, it is time for the fun part of the trip. Jongson is another beautiful place in Gangwon-do, but it is the outdoor activities that we enjoyed the most. Ari Hills Skywalk is a glass observation deck which provides you with an incredible view of the Donggang River. Bringing to mind the shape of the Korean Peninsula, this magical landscape is often called the Grand Canyon of South Korea. You will have the amazing feeling of walking on the clouds from the edge of the cliff. Ari Hills also has the longest zipwire in Asia. If you want to spice up your trip to Gangwon-do, this is the perfect opportunity. You will be flying like a bird between the valleys at 100 kilometers per hour, an experience you'll never forget. Once down on the ground, you will have the option to fully enjoy Donggang River by grabbing a paddle and riding a boat. The beauty of this place made it popular for rafting, with steep cliffs on one side and banks of pebbles on the other. The picturesque landscape will make you forget to paddle. We had a lot of fun jumping from the boat and letting the river bring us to the destination point, Samtan Art Mine. It is time to slow down a bit and visit an impressive Jongson creation, which highlights both the area's rich history of mining and fresh modern art. It used to be a very busy place, employing around 3,000 people due to the high demand for coal. After shutting its doors in 2001, local artists gave this place another life. It became the perfect playground for urban explorers and graffiti artists. Today, Samtan Art Mine is a stunning complex that would be scary to visit alone at night. Alpine Coaster. Haewon Ski Resort is the biggest resort in Gangwon-do, with around 1,900 rooms and 43 conference rooms, which can host over 2,000 people. During summer, instead of ski slopes, this place is covered with thousands of flowers. It has plenty of activities to discover, like an open-air water park, so you don't have to go far to enjoy your day. But our favorite was the Alpine Coaster attraction, which makes you appreciate the daisy field through a completely different angle. This place is huge and surrounded by beautiful nature, so even when we weren't lucky with the weather, we had a lot of fun exploring the surroundings. Now you know about some of the best places in Gangwon-do, where you can enjoy the coastal area, mountains, and some fun activities. However, Gangwon-do is a huge province with lots of places to visit during different seasons of the year. We are looking forward to going back and letting you discover more about Gangwon-do. If you enjoyed this video, please like it, subscribe to our channel, and we'll see each other on the next one.
강원도 금강산 1만 2천 봉 팔만광자 유정사 법당 뒤에 칠성난 도두 오고 팔자에 없는 아들 딸 나달라고 석달 열흘 녹음에 없는 아들 딸 나달라고 정성을 말고 다 관객니 외로이 난 사랑 괄세를 말아 정성을 말고 다 관객니 외로이 난 사람 괄세를 말아
Clean Highlands, 700 meters above sea level, the bearer of happiness. The positive energy found here engages all senses, giving life to the body from head to toe, bringing peace to the heart and soul. Quick and close, PyeongChang approaches. As we run to embrace PyeongChang, in this very moment right now. a snow-covered village, a 1,000-year-old forest, leads us to a new world in awe, leaving the secular world behind. Here, the meeting of a dramatically portrayed goblin as someone gains insight to understand the past, present, and the future. Buckwheat flowers that displayed freshness under the sun glows white with the delicate moonlight. At PyeongChang, where all seasons come in different colors, presenting the vastness that exists within scenery, every photo taken becomes memorable. Enjoy the scent therapy at PyeongChang. Satisfy your sense of smell, not just the vision. The clean highlands where warm sunlight meets becomes a heavenly garden full of flowers giving off a unique fragrance. In every breath, the fragrance of flowers covers your body, washing off the fatigue of city life, becoming a memory engraved in the mind. After feasting your senses of sight and smell, open your ears now and listen to the sound of PyeongChang. Beautiful snow scene of the sound of the wind that freely travels in and out of Baekdu-daegan. Following the footsteps of the sound of nature, listen to the magical harmony of the 80 wind chimes hanging from an octagonal 9-story stone pagoda in Uljeongsa. The sound of PyeongChang, a sound of clean nature and sincere life, a symphony of healing that rejuvenates the lost sensibilities. "700 meters above sea level, known to be the optimal height for an ideal biorhythm. Delicious food from ingredients grown in PyeongChang pleases the sense of taste. Hanwoo, premium Korean beef, comes from cattle relaxed and fed in an open field. Hwangtae, a dried pollock, gets tastier after freezing and thawing in the cold wind and snow. You can also find trout that live in cold and clean water, and vegetables grown in Odaesan with thick forests and pure and natural water. Hangadari yaksu that provides a taste of nature with a kick. The healthy, happy taste of PyeongChang comes from Baekdu-daegan and its clean and pure water, the source of the Han River. Giving rise to healing and happy foods that satisfies the appetites and contents the heart. If you are tired of a cold and heartless life, there is a journey of touch found only in PyeongChang, cozy and warm, just like a mother's embrace. At Snow Festival, a white blanket of snow covers the land, warming and comforting you as it wraps around the soul. At the Summer Hunter Festival, you will be reminded of your childhood splashing water in the creek. At the Trout Festival at the riverside in winter, under the thick ice, you will feel the vigor and life of the trouts. Odaesan Mountain Culture Festival, reflecting the Buddhist culture, will allow you to look into your heart and grow. Coming into contact with PyeongChang will serve you with gentle happiness that cannot be found in city life. PyeongChang, the cradle for skiing in Korea, becoming the mecca of winter sports worldwide since the hosting of the 2018 PyeongChang Winter Olympics. Even in seasons without snow, the healing of PyeongChang that shakes off the stress of everyday life continues on. Paragliding gives you the view of the world beneath your feet. Whitewater rafting and kayaking across rough currents invite you to experience primitive nature. exciting exploration of the fantastical limestone caves, and enjoying the view of the beautiful watercourses of Dong River through zip lines can invigorate and rejuvenate. Spend the night with your families and friends, with the forest and rivers that preserve the clean, primitive ecology. The moon and the stars shine throughout the night as guardians, sending a message of comfort. The wooden paths and the quiet temples of the mountain helps us find who we are. A journey of healing in PyeongChang restores the forgotten passion for our lives. PyeongChang is where peace began. Going through the frozen past and the heated present, we are taking a new step towards the future that will make hearts glow. PyeongChang will present new energy and peace in the lives of those who step upon it.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Sébastien. Moi, j'ai 10 ans, je vis en Haïti. Je me lève à 7 h chaque matin pour aller à l'école. Pour moi aller à l'école chaque matin, je marche environ 1 heure de temps. Moi, j'aimerais venir un bon médecin, l'aime finir avec l'école classique pour me capable servir les gens qui sont malades dans le pays. Pour me capable venir un bon médecin, moi, je dois étudier en pile. Moi, j'aime jouer avec des amis dans l'école. Mais il est très difficile pour aller à l'école à pied. Moi, toujours dormir chaque matin dans la classe. Mais moi, pas de problème. Parce que j'ai un bus pour transporter moi à l'école. À cause du bus là, moi viens étudier en pile et moi jouer avec des amis moi. Moi pas dormir dans la classe là encore parce que moi t'aimerais venir un bon médecin. Merci un pile Koïka.
와우. 와.
Located in the northeast of South Korea, Gangwon-do is bounded by the ocean on one side and other Korean provinces on the other. This charming region, filled with the beauty of nature, offers both mountainous and sea landscapes for a multitude of activities during different seasons of the year. Today, we chose 3 cities to visit in Gangwon-do and can't wait to introduce them to you. Gyeongpo Beach. Gangneung is the largest coastal city in Gangwon Province. During the summer, it is one of those places where everyone wants to enjoy some of the best beaches of the country. No matter if you walk north or south through gorgeous beaches one after another, you will be followed by the infinite white sands and emerald waters. Here, the stress and anxiety of everyday life leaves room for dreams and happiness, which makes everything possible. Gyeongpo Beach is probably the most popular beach at the east coast of South Korea. Here, people enjoy different outdoor activities, or just spend hours sunbathing on the beach. It is an especially appealing vacation spot as the beach is situated between the ocean and Gyeongpo Lake. If you feel like stretching your legs, you can rent a bike and enjoy the lovely bike path that surrounds the lake. It is a fun activity that we enjoyed until late. If you decide to stay in this area for several days, Lee Kai Sandpine Resort is situated a few pine trees away. A lot of people come to visit this place to relax and feel the flavor of the Hawaiian atmosphere. It is no coincidence that Lakai means shining ocean in Hawaiian. This resort is well known for its huge golf fields in the heart of Gangneung, and it has 12 conference rooms, which can accommodate up to 800 people. Sagunjin Beach. Sagunjin Beach is the most romantic beach of the coastal area. I know we've said that you can't take it easy in Gangwon-do, but this is the moment where you can impress your loved one. Don't be lazy and get ready for your date by bringing some delicious snacks and renting some of the loveliest picnic sets in the nearby shops. You'll feel like the happiest couple on the planet with the memory that neither of you are ready to forget. Songgyeojang. After enjoying the coastal area, it is time to experience ancient Korea by visiting Songgyeojang House. It is a very well-preserved traditional Hanok house of noble family constructed 300 years ago. It is hard to believe that the descendants still live in this house to this day. Surrounded by pine trees, it remains intact in harmony with the beautiful natural environment. The wooden bridge, stretched out over the pond, used to be an inspirational location for poets. Today, it is one of the most popular attractions in Gangneung, Gangneung Jungang Market. There is no visit to Gangwon-do without testing its local food. Besides local restaurants, Gangneung Jungang Market is a great place to taste some food from Gangwon-do. For food lovers, it is a must-visit place. And as you probably already know, we love delicious food, especially while traveling. Don't worry if you feel lost with all the choices offered to you. Just pick a local who is eating what looks like the most delicious food and copy whatever they order. Trust us, you can't go wrong with this. Anmok Beach. From the multitude of amazing beaches that Gangneung can offer, Anmok Beach is definitely worth a visit. It is here that you will find a popular Gangneung coffee street. Over 30 unique beachfront cafes let you drink perfectly brewed beverages while enjoying incredible sea views. Overall, in Gangneung, we mostly stayed at St. John's Hotel. Since it has fabulous conference rooms, which can accommodate 1,000 people, it has also hosted famous personalities like the President of South Korea, Moon Jae-in, and Ivanka Trump. Located right in front of the ocean, it provides you with a stunning view of the surroundings. The infinity pool on the rooftop was our favorite. The blue water from the sea merging with the water of the pool gives the illusion to be surrounded by the ocean. PyeongChang is today a world-famous county in Gangwon-do, as it hosted the Winter Olympics in 2018. With an honorable number of 17 medals and 5 gold, South Korea achieved its best performance in the history of the Winter Olympic Games. The official hotel of the Winter Olympics was the Peninsula ski resort, as it has the biggest conference rooms hosting 2,000 people. Today, it provides the perfect environment to enjoy leisure sports during all seasons. In winter, people come here mainly for skiing, but in summer, it creates a peaceful place to relax in nature and enjoy some outdoor activities. The resort also hosted some of the sports events in its stadiums, like ski jumping. You can go to the top of the Peninsula Ski Jumping Center if you want to experience how the athletes felt before they jumped. Woljongsa Temple at Odensan Mountain. Situated on the beautiful Odensan Mountain, Woljongsa Temple is the place where you find peace and enlightenment in the solitude of nature. It is a spiritual healing experience where you will breathe the history and heritage of one of the main religions of South Korea. It is also a foreigner-friendly temple stay that breaks down the barriers of language and achieves mutual understanding among all humankind. Sky Ranch Hanulmokjang. Sky Ranch is a lovely sheep farm in South Korea. The ranch is so beautiful that it became a popular tourist attraction in Gangwon-do. These cute, lucky animals enjoy grazing in the vast fields and are used to interacting with humans. After hanging around with them, a tractor brought us to the top of the hill in style, surrounded by a multitude of windmills in perfect harmony with the beauty of nature. It offers a magical experience that we weren't prepared for. Finally, we finished our day with a lovely picnic in the middle of the river, enjoying their delicious, fresh, farm-made yogurt. Jonggangwon, Traditional Korean Food Cultural Experience Center. After enjoying tons of delicious food across the country, it is time for us to learn how to cook it. Gyeonggangwon provides traditional cooking programs where visitors can immerse a little bit more in Korean culture and learn the way their food is made. They even grow their own ingredients, which gives this place a lot of charm. I bet you've never seen a huge collection of pots right in front of a house. Yes, fermented paste and sauces like gochujang, the red pepper paste, or doenjang, the bean paste, are very important in Korean cuisine. Ari Hills. Now that you've taken some rest and enjoyed the beach, it is time for the fun part of the trip. Jongson is another beautiful place in Gangwon-do, but it is the outdoor activities that we enjoyed the most. Ari Hills Skywalk is a glass observation deck which provides you with an incredible view of the Donggang River. Bringing to mind the shape of the Korean Peninsula, this magical landscape is often called the Grand Canyon of South Korea. You will have the amazing feeling of walking on the clouds from the edge of the cliff. Ari Hills also has the longest zipwire in Asia. If you want to spice up your trip to Gangwon-do, this is the perfect opportunity. You will be flying like a bird between the valleys at 100 kilometers per hour, an experience you'll never forget. Once down on the ground, you will have the option to fully enjoy Donggang River by grabbing a paddle and riding a boat. The beauty of this place made it popular for rafting, with steep cliffs on one side and banks of pebbles on the other. The picturesque landscape will make you forget to paddle. We had a lot of fun jumping from the boat and letting the river bring us to the destination point, Samtan Art Mine. It is time to slow down a bit and visit an impressive Jongson creation, which highlights both the area's rich history of mining and fresh modern art. It used to be a very busy place, employing around 3,000 people due to the high demand for coal. After shutting its doors in 2001, local artists gave this place another life. It became the perfect playground for urban explorers and graffiti artists. Today, Samtan Art Mine is a stunning complex that would be scary to visit alone at night. Alpine Coaster. Haiwon Ski Resort is the biggest resort in Gangwon-do, with around 1,900 rooms and 43 conference rooms, which can host over 2,000 people. During summer, instead of ski slopes, this place is covered with thousands of flowers. It has plenty of activities to discover, like an open-air water park, so you don't have to go far to enjoy your day. But our favorite was the Alpine Coaster attraction, which makes you appreciate the daisy field through a completely different angle. This place is huge and surrounded by beautiful nature, so even when we weren't lucky with the weather, we had a lot of fun exploring the surroundings. Now you know about some of the best places in Gangwon-do, where you can enjoy the coastal area, mountains, and some fun activities. However, Gangwon-do is a huge province with lots of places to visit during different seasons of the year. We are looking forward to going back and letting you discover more about Gangwon-do. If you enjoyed this video, please like it, subscribe to our channel, and we'll see each other on the next one.
강원도 금강산 12,000봉 팔망광자 유정사 법당 뒤에 칠성난 도두 오고 팔자에 없는 아들 딸 나달라고 석달 열흘 녹음에 없는 아들 딸 나달라고 정성을 말고 다 관객니 외로이 난 사랑 괄세를 말아 정성을 말고 다 관객니 외로이 난 사랑 괄세를 말아
Clean highlands, 700 meters above sea level, the bearer of happiness. The positive energy found here engages all senses, giving life to the body from head to toe, bringing peace to the heart and soul. Quick and close, PyeongChang approaches. As we run to embrace PyeongChang, in this very moment right now. A snow-covered village, a 1,000-year-old forest, leads us to a new world in awe, leaving the secular world behind. Here, the meeting of a dramatically portrayed goblin as someone gains insight to understand the past, present, and the future. Buckwheat flowers that displayed freshness under the sun glows white with the delicate moonlight. At PyeongChang, where all seasons come in different colors, presenting the vastness that exists within scenery, every photo taken becomes memorable. Enjoy the scent therapy at PyeongChang. Satisfy your sense of smell, not just the vision. The clean highlands where warm sunlight meets becomes a heavenly garden full of flowers giving off a unique fragrance. In every breath, the fragrance of flowers covers your body, washing off the fatigue of city life, becoming a memory engraved in the mind. After feasting your senses of sight and smell, open your ears now and listen to the sound of PyeongChang. Beautiful snow scene of the sound of the wind that freely travels in and out of Baekdu-daegan. Following the footsteps of the sound of nature, listen to the magical harmony of the 80 wind chimes hanging from an octagonal 9-story stone pagoda in Uljeongsa. The sound of PyeongChang, a sound of clean nature and sincere life, a symphony of healing that rejuvenates the lost sensibilities. "700 meters above sea level, known to be the optimal height for an ideal biorhythm, delicious food from ingredients grown in PyeongChang pleases the sense of taste. Hanwoo, premium Korean beef, comes from cattle relaxed and fed in an open field. Hwangtae, a dried pollock, gets tastier after freezing and thawing in the cold wind and snow. You can also find trout that live in cold and clean water, and vegetables grown in Odaesan with thick forests and pure and natural water. Hangadari yaksu that provides a taste of nature with a kick. The healthy, happy taste of PyeongChang comes from Baekdu-daegan and its clean and pure water, the source of the Han River. Giving rise to healing and happy foods that satisfies the appetites and contents the heart. If you are tired of a cold and heartless life, there is a journey of touch found only in PyeongChang, cozy and warm, just like a mother's embrace. At Snow Festival, a white blanket of snow covers the land, warming and comforting you as it wraps around the soul. At the Summer Hunter Festival, you will be reminded of your childhood splashing water in the creek. At the Trout Festival at the riverside in winter, under the thick ice, you will feel the vigor and life of the trouts. Odaesan Mountain Culture Festival, reflecting the Buddhist culture, will allow you to look into your heart and grow. Coming into contact with PyeongChang will serve you with gentle happiness that cannot be found in city life. PyeongChang, the cradle for skiing in Korea, becoming the mecca of winter sports worldwide since the hosting of the 2018 PyeongChang Winter Olympics. Even in seasons without snow, the healing of PyeongChang that shakes off the stress of everyday life continues on. Paragliding gives you the view of the world beneath your feet. Whitewater rafting and kayaking across rough currents invites you to experience primitive nature. exciting exploration of the fantastical limestone caves, and enjoying the view of the beautiful watercourses of Dong River through zip lines can invigorate and rejuvenate. Spend the night with your families and friends, with the forest and rivers that preserve the clean, primitive ecology. The moon and the stars shine throughout the night as guardians, sending a message of comfort. The wooden paths in the quiet temples of the mountain helps us find who we are. A journey of healing in PyeongChang restores the forgotten passion for our lives. PyeongChang is where peace began. Going through the frozen past and the heated present, we are taking a new step towards the future that will make hearts glow. PyeongChang will present new energy and peace in the lives of those who step upon it.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Sébastien. Moi, j'ai gagné 10 ans à vivre en Haïti. Moi, lever à 7 h chaque matin pour moi aller à l'école. Pour moi aller à l'école chaque matin, moi marcher environ 1 heure de temps. Moi, j'aimerais finir un bon médecin, l'aime fini avec l'école classique pour me capable servir les gens qui sont malades dans le pays. Pour me capable devenir un bon médecin, moi, je dois étudier en pile. Moi, j'aime jouer avec mes amis dans l'école. Mais il est très difficile pour aller à l'école à pied. Moi, toujours dormir chaque matin dans la classe. Mais moi, pas de problème. Parce que j'ai un bus pour transporter moi à l'école. À cause du bus là, moi viens étudier en pile et moi jouer avec mes amis moi. Moi pas dormir dans la classe là encore parce que moi t'aimerais venir un bon médecin. Merci un pile Koika.
와우. 와.
여러분 안녕하십니까?
Hello everyone. I am Lee Won-jae, professor at Kookbin University.
현재 총 6개의 세션이 동시에
We have 6 parallel sessions ongoing, and of the 6 sessions, you chose to attend our session. I would like to thank you. So we will try to live up to your expectation. The 90 minutes of the session will be as informative and helpful
바로 며칠 전까지
as you would expect it to be.
평창에서 얼마 떨어진
In
베이징,
Beijing, Zhangjiakou, and Yanqing, the Winter Olympics were held and closed a few days ago.
관심을 받으면서
It had received a lot of attention, and the Olympics drew to a close. And 4 years ago, around this time, we had the Winter Olympics in PyeongChang and Gangneung.
평창과 강릉에서
In PyeongChang and Gangneung, the Winter Olympics were held, and the legacy that had been left behind
2018 평창
is
기념재단일 것이고요.
the
2018 평창 불령제
2018 PyeongChang Memorial Foundation,
더 구체적으로
and a more specific legacy would be
평화 포럼이 되겠습니다.
the PyeongChang Peace Forum that we are having for the 4th year.
특히 올림픽에서 대단히 중요하다.
Legacy is considered important in the Olympic Games,
레거시 또는 유산이라는 것이
but
구체적으로 어떤
exactly what is the legacy composed of?
합의된
There is no
누구나 공감할 수 있는
agreed definition
도출되었다.
or enough consensus on what that legacy is.
문제의식을 가지고서
And so we wanted to delve into this further, and there are 2 researchers who studied this subject further. So what is the Olympics legacy, and what are some of the more important elements of the Olympics legacy? That will be the topic that we will be discussing in this session.
아시아 스키 연맹
We have the Asian Ski Federation, which is hosting this session.
연맹은
And as for the Asian Ski Federation,
뭐 매우 활발하다라고 보기 어려운 이 아시아 지역에서
in Asia,
스키라는 스포츠를
it tried to facilitate the sport of ski, which is not as popular in Asia as it is in the European and American countries.
베이징 올림픽
So in the Winter Olympics of PyeongChang and Beijing, it had played a significant role
활동하고 있습니다.
and is trying to represent the Asian skiers.
기회를 많이
And I would like to thank the organizer, ASF, for giving us the opportunity, and we will be sharing the results of the relevant study about the Olympic legacy. I'd like to introduce to you the speakers. We first have Professor Han Seung-jin of Ulji University. He will be speaking first, and followed by Mr. Yoon Sang-hoon, also from Ulji University.
이 두 분의 관계는 대단히 특별한데요.
And they have a very special relationship. Professor Han is the advisor to Mr. Yoon Sang-hoon,
지도하고 계십니다.
who is in his doctorate course.
분들이라면 이게 굉장히
And I'm sure you may
자신의 제자와
sympathize with that feeling of having
기억될 만한
this experience of sharing the session as mentor and mentee. And from Professor and from Mr. Yoon's perspective, he may be under pressure to present in front of his advisor professor, but at any rate, we will be listening to these 2 gentlemen's presentations, and there will be a panel. And we have as a discussant Professor Nam Sang-baek from Hanyang University.
자, 이제 뭐 제가 말씀드릴 내용은 여기서
So, without further ado, I would like to give the floor to Professor Han Seung-jin of Ulji University. Please go ahead.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Han Seung-jin, and as was introduced, I am a professor at Ulji University. Just now, Dr. Lee has said many good things, and I would like to briefly touch upon my involvement in the study of Olympic legacies. Korea hosted the 1988 Summer Olympics, and 30 years later has hosted the Winter Olympics with resounding success. In 1988, I was just a student in a junior high school, so I did not contribute very much. But since I have grown to become a scholar who specializes in the study of sports history and ski jump, which is not very popular in Korea, I have taken great interest in this sports category, and I took many students in my class along with me to the PyeongChang Winter Olympics to participate and watch the ski jump competition. IOC has, since 2014, has emphasized the importance of the Olympic legacies. And the Olympic Agenda 2020 also mentions the importance of Olympic legacies, which motivated me to study this further. Most people, when they think about Olympic legacies, they think of things that are intangible, values that are abstract, positive, but intangible and not directly relevant to our daily lives. And in fact, I share the same views about Olympic legacies. So as a scholar, I wanted to come up with some research approaches to study the importance of Olympic legacies. And I have created a team of researchers to carry this research out with me. And we are here to present our findings. Once again, I would like to thank the members of the PyeongChang Commemorative Memorial Foundation for giving me this opportunity. Today, I'm going to talk about a study we did to systemize Olympic legacies. IOC has been emphasizing the importance of the long-term benefits of Olympics, and this research is in connection to that effort. As was mentioned before, there was the PyeongChang Olympics in 2018, and then the Tokyo and Beijing Olympics. So a series of Olympics have taken place in Northeast Asian region. And in Gangwon, in 2024, the Winter Youth Olympic Games will take place. So since 2018, all the way up to 2024, a series of Olympics have been held and will be held in the Northeast Asian region. So it is important to recognize the legacies of the Northeast Asian Olympic Games. In 2014, the Olympic Agenda 2020 mentions that the IOC has a special interest in preserving and spreading the Olympic legacies. And the Olympic Charter also states that one of the key aims of the Olympic movement is to promote a positive legacy from the Olympic Games to the host cities, regions, and countries. And so how can we better leverage the Olympic legacies in the host countries and also to spread the Olympic legacies down the road are important objectives of the IOC and also the host countries. Despite the importance of this topic, not enough research has been done on this very topic, especially in the case of Korean scholars. They have looked at the potential for hosting future Olympics in Korea and what sort of policies can help Further, the benefits of Olympics within the local context, but not enough focus has been given to the legacies themselves. As researchers, it is, of course, important to study the policies that are involved in promoting the benefits of Olympics, but I think before that, we really need to look into what the actual legacies are. And so the expected long-term benefit of Olympic Games are the key legacies that IOC has been emphasizing, and we studied this topic further to delve into the actual legacies that can be accrued to the host countries. So we proposed this research project to the National Research Foundation of Korea, and we received a grant for this project, and we have completed the first year of this research project, and we have another year remaining. If you look at the table on the top, there are 7 areas of long-term benefits from the Olympic Games. And within those 7 areas, there are 39 specific legacies. So when IOC first publicized this sort of list, they based this on a research that they took on their own, and they have identified these 7 areas and the 39 specific legacies that belong to these 7 areas. But after this list was announced by IOC, since IOC is not a scholarly organization, they have not really followed up with further research. Of course, there are grant programs that support research into Olympic legacies. However, there are not many research projects underway with a focus on the Olympic legacies. So we wanted to look at the importance of the 7 areas and also the 39 legacies, and in what order of priorities they are significant. And based on our experience of preparing for and hosting the 1988 Summer Olympics and the PyeongChang Winter Olympics, we looked at these legacies and see which are very important and how they are aligned with the 7 areas. So we utilized we did our study using the Delphi method, and there were 4 rounds of consultations with the experts. So from the first round to the 4th round, we looked at conducting a better translation of the Olympic legacies from English to Korean. And we also looked at the hierarchical relationship between the 39 legacies and also the relative importance of these legacies. So one of the key things about this research was to come up with a list of experts to invite to this project, because there are 39 Olympic legacies that we're going to look into, and it was very important for us to identify the most relevant experts who can add value to the Delphi methodology. So as you can see in this table, there are some people who got involved from the policy perspective, and then there are also scholars who study Olympics, and also there are experts who are currently working in international sports organizations and Olympics related organizations. So we selected a list of experts, and it took us actually 3 to 4 months to identify the experts to invite. And some people were abroad, and there were schedule conflict. So we conducted this research through email mostly. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank those experts for participating in this project. And as I mentioned before, we took on the translation of the Olympic legacies from English to Korean. And this was not done just for merely understanding the concepts, but we actually had experts get involved in the translation so that we have an agreed set of terms to discuss the Olympics legacies. So initially, we hired a professional translator to translate the Olympic legacies from English to Korean, and then we got the experts involved to look at the translation draft and revise accordingly. Of course, when we were translating, we wanted to take into account the IOC's original, and we wanted to preserve the original intent of the IOC's terminologies to our best ability. Although initially we thought perhaps we could make this so that it's better understood by the local community here, unless it was very, very difficult for the local audience to understand, we generally stuck to the original intent of the IOC so that we have a common grounds for understanding. And as you can see on this slide, the legacies that are highlighted in red were the ones where experts had different views about the appropriate translation. So these are the key ones that you should focus on, but let me just touch upon a few of those. First of all, in the area of organized sports development, enhanced support to athletes and new generation of elite level athletes, and improved efficiency of the organized sports system. So these were some of the translations that you can see on the right side of these concepts. And for the area of social development through sport, health and well-being benefits from the practice of recreational sport, and also all the way down to gender and inclusiveness, these concepts were all translated, as you can see in the column to the right. And in the area of human skills, networks, and innovation, there are aspects of different concepts that were translated, and also urban development is another area. And environment enhancement is a big topic nowadays, and this is an area of Olympic legacies. And also there is the economic value and brand equity. So we have a list of Olympic legacies that fall into these broad areas of legacies which have been translated. And I have published the results in the latter half of 2021 in an academic journal. So if you're interested, you can search for the paper that was submitted to look at the official translation of the Olympic legacies. And we also looked at the fit between the specific Olympic legacies and the 7 areas. So the 7 areas, as proposed by IOC, are something that we can, as scholars and experts, can agree to. But when it comes to the specific legacies that are categorized in these areas, some of them, were questionable in terms of how relevant they are to the local culture and local community here in Korea. So we discussed with the experts to review the alignment or the relevance of the specific legacies in each of the 7 areas. And as you can see, these legacies are in the order of alignment or relevance from top to bottom. So the enhanced athlete support was deemed as being most relevant to the area of development of organized sports. And sports equipment, which is at the bottom of the box that's marked in red, that was deemed as the least relevant to this particular area of development of organized sports. And in the box that's marked in orange, we have the area social development through sports. And I mention these colors because we wanted to sort of express visually the fitness between the 7 areas and the Olympic legacies, which is why we color-coded these 7 areas. And in this area, health and well-being benefits from the practice of recreational sport was deemed as the most relevant to this particular category of social development through sports. And the least relevant was deemed to be gender and inclusiveness. Now, in the area of new generation of human skills network and innovation, the most relevant legacy in this area was identified as new networks, volunteers, diplomatic connections, and staff. And then innovation in different fields was considered the least relevant and least fit for this particular area of human skills network and innovation. And in the culture and creative development area, the increased visibility of national culture was deemed most relevant to this area, but the new design, brand, and visual identity was found to be least relevant. And when it comes to the urban development category, the transport and mobility infrastructure development was found by our experts to be most relevant to this category. This is probably because when we prepared for the 2 Olympic Games, there was a lot of infrastructure development which we still benefit from. And then in the category of environment enhancement, the legacy of enhanced sustainability and environmental awareness was found to be most relevant, while biodiversity protection and restoration was felt by our experts to be least relevant to this particular category. And then economic value and brand equity category. In this category, increased global profile and visibility of city was deemed to be most relevant. Finally, I'm going to talk about the relative hierarchy and importance of the 39 legacies. As I mentioned before, there are 7 broad categories, and then there are the 39 legacies that belong to these 7 categories. And statistically speaking, the relationship were significant. So the 39 legacies were statistically relevant to the specific category that they belong to. And the third outcome of this research was driven by our curiosity to delve into this further. In the case of Korea,
진짜 그 스포츠 종목이나
when
스포츠에 대한 발전이 우선이 아닐까?
we
그거 아니면
host the
스포츠를
Olympics,
통해서 경제적인 효과가 있지 않을까?
people
도시 발전이
may
있지 않을까?
speculate
이 정도의
that
생각은 아마
the sports will be promoted. There may be some urban development.
중에 그럼 가장 높은
But
인지도는 과연 무엇일까?
of the 39 legacies,
높았을 거라고
which
상상했던,
are
생각했던 것이 과연
the
맞지
top
않을까?
priority
이런 호기심에서 출발을 했는데
is something that we wanted to look into further.
입증이라도 하듯이 상당히 흥미로운
And
결과가
we've
있었습니다.
had
이 부분을
very
자세히
interesting
설명을
results coming from a
가장
prioritization
위에 나온
of
항목이
these
39개
legacies.
항목 중에서 가장 위계도가
On the
높은 것이
top,
그러니까
that
쉽게
is
설명드리면
viewed as the top priority.
1순위, 즉 1위라고
So,
말씀드릴 수가 있는데 그게 뭐냐면
that is
스포츠와 신체 활동 증진에 따른 건강
improvement of health and well-being through increased sports and physical activity. That was the legacy that was found to be the top priority.
그리고 저희 이제 연구
I mean, I'm a scholar and I have my team of researchers who worked on this project,
이것이
and
어찌
we
보면
felt this outcome was very significant.
영역.
The areas that are marked in red, so that is the development of organized sports. So when you think of Olympics, you think about these various sports
1, 2, 3위 안에는
categories.
않았다는 걸 일단은 말씀드리고요.
But and you would immediately think that the development of organized sports would be the biggest and the most important legacies coming out of Olympic Games. But actually, these were ranked lower in the list. So that was quite interesting for us.
아니고 그 전문가들이 봤을 때 이 올림픽이라고 하는
So at least in the
부분에서의
perspective of experts,
말하면 그 도시의 어떤 SOC,
the top
즉 교통이나
priority
대중교통 기반 시설
legacies of the Olympic
중요한
Games
부분이라고 하는 것을
were actually urban development and social development.
있는데요. 2012년 연구
And we can see this from the list of legacies in the order of importance.
이벤트를 통해서
That's on this slide.
도시를 도약시켰던
In
그런 사례들이
fact,
지금부터 인용이 되고 있습니다.
the Seoul Olympics
발전에 관한
is often mentioned as an example of the development of a city and the rise in the profile of the city as a result of hosting the Olympic Games. And you can see that here urban development was on the top of the list of important legacies. Yesterday, I participated in the dinner with many VIP participants in this forum. And the governor of Gangwon province talked about potatoes because potatoes are important crop in Gangwon province, and Gangwon province is in fact known for its potatoes. But having hosted the PyeongChang Winter Olympics has helped improve the profile of Gangwon province and change the mindset of people towards Gangwon province and what people remember about Gangwon province. Now you can see that the development of organized sports categories marked in red occupy the 5th, 6th, 8th, and 15th and 17th places, which were relatively lower than what we had expected initially. And if we look at which legacies were considered least important, so for example, the sports equipment, the development of sports equipment was considered one of the least important legacies. Olympic Games is made up of different sports matches, And yet, the legacy of development of sports equipment and advancement of sports equipment were found to be one of the least important legacies, and we thought this was quite interesting. And we had 4 rounds of Delphi methodology-based interaction with the experts. And if this were done by just myself and just my team, you may wonder whether this is actually an accurate assessment. But again, we had invited outside experts to give their views, and our research was done with the highest standards and the most reliable research methodologies, so you can really have confidence in this assessment. Now, one of the disappointing aspects was the low level of priority given to the legacy category of cultural and creative development. Now, opening ceremony and closing ceremony of the Olympic Games are often filled with wonderful cultural performances that are representative of the host country. But then they often are just an event, a one-off event. So it does not necessarily contribute significantly to the cultural and creative development that is a legacy of the Olympic Games. Now, in 2017, the IOC produced a document listing the expected long-term benefits, and we again initially began with the translation of this document from English to Korean. And this was done because there was a practical need to do so. There are a slew of bodies that are involved in pursuing the hosting of Olympic Games. So there are different government agencies that are involved, and there are different civil society entities, and we needed to look at the Olympic legacies and discuss amongst these different bodies how to promote these legacies. And again, statistically, there is significant alignment between the 39 legacies and the respective 7 categories that they belong to. And we may see further research concerning the relative importance of the different legacies and or how they are correlated with the other variables. So the priority and importance of the 39 legacies was an important aspect of our research, because people want to understand which legacies should be prioritized over others. Because if we entered into the competition of becoming a host of the Olympic Games, we need to think about what sort of legacies we want to focus on and what legacies we want to preserve more than others. And this kind of research can serve as a guide. So we are now in the 2nd year of the research project. And right now, our research is focused on the citizens of the host city of the Olympics here in Korea.
한국연구재단의
and the National Research Institute Foundation of Korea,
제출할 예정입니다. 물론 이제
which has provided the grant
돼야 연구를 진행할 수 있겠는데
for us, this 2-year project.
가치 지수
We are going to actually submit a follow-up proposal after this project is over to the same foundation so that we can continue this study. So there are, again, the 7 legacy categories in which there are specific 39 categories. But while there has been a definition of these different legacies, no methodology has been developed to actually measure these legacies. So we are going to carry out a research project to maybe create some sort of an indices that could help measure the different legacies. Finally, I would like to thank everyone for listening to my presentation on the results of our findings. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much,
한승진
Dr. Han, for your presentation. Dr. Han
대해서는 많은 분들이 말씀하시고
has provided a very informative presentation. Everyone agrees that Olympic legacies are important and we need to preserve them, but no one really goes into understanding what specific legacies they are and what they mean. And I think this research, therefore, is very significant. Our forum is not just for academic experts, so I think there might be some people in the audience who are not familiar with the concept of the Delphi methodology. In the past, when science was less developed, there was no systematic approach to predict the future. And oftentimes, a particular group would seek the oracle from the god they believe in, and there would be maybe a temple, and they would seek the oracle to be handed down to them from their god. And now, what the modern form of that is the Delphi methodology. So Dr. Han has invited most relevant experts who can contribute to this discussion and asked questions about which legacies are most important and sought their opinions to really have a concrete look into what these legacies mean and the experience and the knowledge and the wisdom of the experts were drawn into this research. So the Delphi methodology makes this possible. Now, I thought that maybe the Research Foundation was represented here in this forum because Dr. Han repeatedly thanked the foundation. But anyhow, I think they provided a very important grant. And now I would like to invite Mr. Yoon Sang-hoon, who is in the doctorate program at Ulji University. So please get ready to deliver your presentation.
And as I mentioned before, if you're a teacher and if you are presenting in front of your students, that would be a rewarding experience. But vice versa, the student would be feeling a lot of pressure to be presenting in front of his teacher. So let us give him a round of applause. Hello, everyone. I would like to present the result of the study on the relative importance of expected long-term effect of the Olympics. I am Yoon Sang-hoon. I'd like to thank the attendees for participating in this session. Professor Han gave us a very good presentation, and there are some of the contents that overlap. As for the methodologies, there was a significant difference, so I'd like to inform you of that in advance. So the conservation and promotion of Olympics legacy through the development of the Olympic legacy portfolio is the session title, and there have been many activities in that regard. Bylaws were established. The Legacy Foundation was established. We're having the PyeongChang Peace Forum. So we have these different projects and programs. And we will be having the Gangwon 2024 Youth Olympic Games, and we will have the PyeongChang International Children's Winter Games in 2024 and 2023 respectively, and there will be a peace theme park built in PyeongChang. And as was mentioned in Dr. Han's presentation, the expected long-term benefits, 7 domains and 39 elements were proposed by IOC in its 2017 study, but the legacy framework has not been reviewed substantially. It is a wide-ranging topic, and the literature to date does not provide any specific or consistent definition or scope. So there has not been much effort trying to accumulate the current knowledge about the Olympics legacy. And there's inconsistency in defining and contextualizing and measuring the legacy. And there are differences about the Olympic legacy from the Western countries and the Asian countries. So that is acting as a sort of a barrier. So that is the background from which I began this study. There are 7 domains mentioned by the IOC for the expected long-term benefits and the 39 elements. And I conducted an in-depth study. I looked at the relative importance amongst the 7 areas, and amongst the 39 elements, and looking at the East Asian Olympic Games that have been held so far, I tried to produce the priorities in legacy management. There are 7 domains and 39 elements. That is the research topic. And the same panel was composed. 12 experts were asked to give their opinions. And as was explained by the moderator, I used the Delphi method, a total of 3 rounds, and AHP method was also used. And we need to look at the expected long-term benefits with the basic structure of the 7 domains and 39 elements. And so we compared between the pairs, and we needed 3 rounds to get reliable data. So we got reliable answers from the experts panel, and if you look at the results, the relative importance amongst the 7 domains, social development through sport came as the first with the weight of 0.253, followed by economic value and brand equity, urban development, organized sports development, environment enhancement, human skills network and innovation, And culture and creative development with a weight of 0.050 came up as least important. But it's not to say it's not important. The relative importance falls behind the other domains. Looking at the relative importance within the domain, in sports, in organized sports development, enhanced support to athletes came up the highest. And in social development through sport, well-being through sports came up as highest. And in human skill, network, and innovation, new human network came up as important. And in creative development, the visibility and profile of the national culture came up as important. In urban development, the infrastructure for mobility and transportation came up as most important. In environment improvement, leisure and green space came up as the most important. And as for economic and brand value, the global status improvement came up as highest. And Olympics movement brand enhancement came up as least important. And looking at the organized sports development, high performance training center or sports equipment came up as less important because the Olympics are considered as sports for all and trying to have a more general foundation to promote sports among the general population. And I think that opinion was reflected in the experts panel. And in environment enhancement, greenery and more space, sustainability, these came up as relatively more important, and biodiversity protection and restoration came up as less important. And for human skills network, new human network and human skills development came up as higher, but discovering new talents came up as less important. And of the 7 dimensions, the culture and creative development came up as least important. And in that category, promoting the culture of the nation came up as most important. And intangible cultural asset of Olympism came up as least important. So what do they tell us about the way forward and what are the implications? We looked at the total ranking. We looked at the whole 39 elements and ranked them in order. And if you look at the results of the 39 elements, the top 5, health and well-being benefits from recreational sport and physical activity came up as the most important, with a global weight of 0.117, and transport and mobility infrastructure development. And PyeongChang Olympics had the keyword of peace. So peace building and international cooperation was third important. Increased global profile and city visibility. And basic urban infrastructure was the top 5. And you may refer to the document for the rest of the ranking. And let's look at the elements with the least relative importance. New design brand and visual identity ranked 35. High performance training center for elite students. Artistic activities developed through the ceremonies and cultural Olympic programs. Intangible cultural heritage of Olympism. And sports equipment ranked the lowest. in terms of relative importance in the 39 elements.
이러한 연구 필요성과 목적,
So the need for the study and looking at the result of the study, we were able to draw the following conclusions. So of the 7 domains, social development through sport was considered the most important. And this is because the most important legacy for the host country and the host city is social development through sport, not just the sport itself. And so this is the legacy that needs sustainable management throughout the years. And looking at the 39 elements of the long-term expected benefits, the health and well-being benefits from recreational sport and physical activity came up as the most important. Olympics are a sports event and promoting the health of the people, encouraging their participation. These will require some policy measures. As for the Summer Olympics, sports participation rate in the UK after the London Olympics went up greatly. That was confirmed by research. But in Korea, after the PyeongChang Winter Olympics, how did the people's participation in the winter sports change? There was no research done showing that there was a dramatic increase at the grassroots level. The practitioners and the academia need to provide some policy measures to increase the participation rate. And looking at the relatively less important areas, it was the culture and creative development. It was the lowest ranking domain, and of the 39 lowest ranking elements in the bottom 5, 3 were also from the culture and creative development. I think there is not enough conceptual definition about the intangible legacy. We need to define the concept of intangible culture and legacy. Other literature does not mention what it exactly means to develop culture through the Olympics. What are the causal relationships between the Olympics and the cultural development, and how the Olympics can contribute to cultural development. So we need some more studies on that subject. So what are some of the specific examples of cultural development through the Olympic Games? So that is our future challenge. In closing, I was wondering what I should close my presentation with, but as for Gangneung, the number of tourists increased compared to before the Olympics. The train route was created and there were more tourists visiting Gangneung. The usage rate is 85%, the highest among the KTX route users. The Olympics legacy is not something that we should just casually encounter. There needs to be meticulous preparation in advance so that we can establish the right Olympic legacy. The Youth Olympics is 2 years away, and we need to make every cent count. In order to promote and preserve the right and proper legacy, we have to plan ahead to establish the right legacy. With that, I'd like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
처음에 이제 윤상훈
Thank you,
선생님이
Mr.
발표하실
Yoon. Before he began
저희의 박사과정 때만
his presentation,
교수님 앞에서 발표
I
부담될 거라고
thought that he would need encouragement because I thought he would be timid like me because I was like that when I was in my doctorate program. But I think he proved to be a qualified PhD candidate, and I would like to thank you for your wonderful presentation. And I think you did Professor Han proud. Thank you for the presentation.
부터는 이제
And now
시간을
we are going to begin the panel discussion.
이렇게 진행하도록
Let us proceed in this manner.
수많은
We have many people in the audience. So what I'd like to propose is Professor Nam
제자
is going to comment on the two papers
간략하게 좀
and may ask questions if there are any. And each speaker will be given one question each
드려서
by the discussant, and then we'll take questions from the floor.
편안하게 질문이 있으시면
You may feel free to ask questions or make comments. And the second round, Professor An will ask his next questions and then take another round of questions from the floor. So let's go maybe 3 to 4 rounds,
그렇게 하겠습니다.
as long as the time permits us. So with that, I would like to invite Professor Nam from Hanyang University.
네, 토론을 맡은 한양대학교 남상백입니다.
Thank you for that introduction. I am Nam Sang-baek from Hanyang University. Our topic is the conservation and promotion of Olympic legacy through development of the Olympic legacy portfolio. And the two speakers have enlightened us with a very in-depth research findings.
이렇게 포럼에서 연구 결과를 발표를 해주신다는 거에 대한 진심으로
And I'm very grateful for this very informative and very scholarly presentation.
정의에 대해서
And the conceptual definition of Olympic legacies was very informative, and I think it really helped provide a perspective on how we should look at the legacies. When we think about Olympics here in Korea, we always remember the 88 Seoul Olympics. So what were the outcomes, the lasting outcomes of the Seoul Olympics? And also we think about the different legacies between the Seoul Olympics and PyeongChang Olympics. I think there might be some differences. And through what analysis and through what efforts should we promote and preserve the Olympic legacies and try to make the benefits really long-lasting. And I think the two speakers touched upon these points very well. Olympic legacies, when I think about that, there were 7 domains that were mentioned today, and then the 39 elements were outlined. And I wonder what other aspects there are with regards to Olympic legacies. And I wanted to ask Dr. Han, since he participated in the Winter Olympics and he really enjoyed the Olympic Games as he conducted his research, and I was a witness to the whole process, and I did also participate in the research project itself. Dr. Han was motivated to conduct this research by questions he had about what Olympic legacies are, and also the concept of expected long-term benefits, as was proposed by IOC. So I want to ask whether his concept of Olympic legacies were different in any way from the long-term benefits proposed by IOC. And what other aspects should we take into account? Can you repeat your first question,
지금
please?
원래 그 척도에서 IOC 제시하고
So
있는
the IOC document has proposed the 7 domains and the 39 elements that make up the list of long-term benefits.
교수님이 혹시 느끼셨는데 여기에 포함되지 않았던가?
So
혹은 어떤 부분이 좀 더 강조돼야
Do you think that there may be elements that should be added, and are there aspects that you think need more emphasis than was emphasized by IOC?
그 2018 평창 동계올림픽을 즐기고 만끽했다 그래가지고
The reason why I missed the first question that Dr. Nam asked, because I was thinking about my experience at PyeongChang Olympics, because he did say I enjoyed it very much. But anyway,
7개 영역은
the 7 domains, I think, are well defined by IOC. But I think one aspect that is lacking is an emphasis on education of Olympic values. Of course, there are aspects such as nurturing a future generation of athletes, but I think there is a little bit of a lack when it comes to educating the Olympic values and Olympic legacy. And I think to have long-lasting outcomes from the Olympic Games requires education. And the values are always very relevant to our daily lives, and sports is a little cosmos on its own. So I think we need to really educate the younger generation about the Olympic values. Thank you very much for that response. As Mr. Yoon mentioned, there needs to be a planned and systematic approaches. And I thank you very much for that response. Dr. Hans, in connection to Dr. Han's presentation, there were certain aspects that I wanted to think about further, and I also have some recommendations about future research efforts. Well, one question is with regards to the research methodology. So Delphi methodology and AHP were used. And one question is this. The research findings is really based on the opinions of the experts, and it was a relative hierarchy of priorities based on the views expressed by the experts. But on the one hand, you can have these experts and their perspectives and views on the Olympic legacies and their priorities, but then also there may be people, for example, the citizens of Gangwon province, and they might have a different list of priorities when it comes to the Olympic legacies. I think there might be a difference between the views of the experts and the views of the local residents. So I think it would be meaningful if you could make a comparison to see if there are any variance between these two different groups of people. And the another question. About your presentation, especially with regards to what is relevant and what is not relevant when it comes to the 39 elements, I wondered whether such an assessment of relative relevance would be replicated in other countries, or whether this is specific to Korea. And I think there might be also some sort of a different view on the hierarchy of priorities between cities that were not involved in hosting the Olympics here in Korea and the city in Korea that was a host. And will there be a difference between Korea and other countries that have not had the experience. And I wonder whether there are variations between these different places when it comes to the list of priorities, when it comes to these 39 elements. Or there might be a difference in views between the advanced economies and the less developed economies. The relative priorities may be quite different depending on the level of economic development. And that's just my speculation, but there are these questions that came up as I listened to your presentation. So I think this would be a very interesting research topic. So depending on the relative economic status of the host country or city, there may be different prioritization or different hierarchy of importance of these 39 elements. I think that would also help further develop the promotion strategy for legacies.
Mr. Yoon, you talked about the relative importance among the 7 domains. So could you explain the significance of that relative importance? Professor Nam, thank you for the question. So what is the significance behind the relative importance to promote and conserve the legacy? You need to manage efficiently because you have limited resources. You have to find out which is more important and what area needs more resources. So we need to have that in mind to manage the legacy properly. So to do that, we have to look at the relative importance and the priority to manage the legacy more efficiently with the limited resources. Thank you. Thank you very much.
하나만 잠시만요. 이 코멘트를 잠깐 드리고 싶은데.
I would like to make a comment or rather a question.
본 연구를 진행하셨던
So,
윤성호 선생님께서
Mr. Yoon, you conducted this research.
척도에 제시되어 있는 그 개념으로 말씀해 주시지 마시고 정말 평창 올림픽이 남겨 있는 유산은 뭐라고 생각하세요?
Olympics. What do you think is the true legacy of PyeongChang Olympics? Well, personally speaking, sports and physical activity, encouragement and promotion, I think that is not enough. But we are having this PyeongChang Peace Forum, and I think that spirit of peace and reconciliation between the two Koreas is also a very important legacy because after the PyeongChang Winter Olympics, we were able to have the talks between the two leaders of the Koreas. Yes, I think this could have some implications on other areas such as diplomacy as well. Okay, now I'd like to open the floor for questions. We have 6 parallel sessions, and this may be by far the most academic, and I think we could entertain a lot of the questions from the floor. You could ask questions or make comments. If you have anything to add to this conversation, please raise your hand. Yes, please. Hello. I am a member of the Youth Commission of PyeongChang Peace Forum, Jang Jin-hwan. I'd like to thank you for the presentation. It was quite informative, and I was able to satisfy some of my curiosities. I am curious about your future research plans. So you have the top 5 or the bottom 5 elements. So with these findings, do you have any plans to do some quantitative evaluation of the PyeongChang Winter Olympics? Thank you for your question, Mr. Chang. Professor Han, maybe you could answer the question. And let me add my opinion. 4 years ago, when the Winter Olympics were held in PyeongChang, and 1 or 2 weeks ago, when the Winter Olympics were going on in Beijing, the Olympics Organizing Committee is a one-off entity. After organizing the Olympic Games, it is disbanded. 17 days, 2 weeks, and a weekend, they have to handle explosive amount of workload. And due to the characteristics of that Olympics, it's very difficult for that organizing committee to think about the after. But nonetheless, they have to deal with the legacy part of the Olympics. So with the limited amount of time and resources, they have to think about how to prioritize well and how to tackle the legacies one by one. IOC has proposed the 39 elements in the 7 domains. So of these, which requires more time and resources, the guidelines could be there or not. So having this will determine the future outcome of legacy management. Professor Han has conducted this research. In 2024, we are going to have the Gangwon Youth Olympic Games, and it will be pretty much the same with the limited amount of resources and time. On which legacy should we prioritize and manage to get efficient and effective outcome? So in that regard, I think this could act as a very helpful guideline. So please, Mr. Han, could you answer the question?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chang, for that question. Just to give you some broad responses, I would like to touch upon our future plans for research and also the question that you raised. During my presentation, I repeatedly mentioned that this is a research project that cannot remain just a research project for an individual scholar, but this is why we sought research grant. And again, the presentation was covering the first year findings from our project, which is 2 years. And going forward, we are going to focus our research on the local residents in the host city. And I hope that I will have an opportunity in the future to share the findings from this latter part of the research project. And you talked about whether there is a plan to do a quantitative research on the top 5 legacies and also the bottom 5 elements, and the evaluation of those in the context of the PyeongChang Winter Olympics. I think that is an important research topic to take on. And I think students of master's or the PhD programs, I think, could also get involved in such research. I mean, our findings have been published in an academic journal last year, including the translation of the long-term expected benefits document. So using that, the research could be carried out to ask the cities, what sort of outcomes were achieved with regards to the
상당히 의미가 있을
top five and bottom five elements, and what sort of capacities were developed with regards to those elements. And I think will be
분석이 된다면
it will be very meaningful to also look at the bottom five elements to see how we can maybe better improve our efforts to get the bottom five elements, up in terms of the benefits. So now we will receive the second question. Hello. I am participating as one of the advisory committee members. My name is Yoon Yu-shik, and I worked in the organizing committee for the Winter Olympics. And also, I did some analysis on the Atlantic Olympics, and now I'm in the academia. But since we're talking about the Olympic legacies, this is a topic that is of great interest of mine, so I'm here. And yes, there are the 7 domains and 39 elements that were defined by the IOC. And right now, for example, in UK and Australia, there are event legacy managers or event legacy management committees. So they have these organs or experts who focus really on legacy management itself. In Korea, we have been talking about, the importance of, legacies. And of course, the legacy aspect needs to be mentioned in the bid document. So we do have an interest in the legacies. But I think there is the issue of effective legacy management. Because urban development and economic development, these are very macro issues and macro agenda. And when you're organizing a sports event, we always focus on the final outcomes, of course, and the focus will always be on legacies that will contribute to the development of the economy and the society. So I think the big question is how effectively we can manage the legacies. We understand the importance of the legacy management, and I think perhaps we could have an enactment of a legislation that would define ways in which we can manage these legacies, because they do have an important, contribution to the local development and also to urban development. And we do need to preserve and further spread the long-term benefits. Thank you very much, Mr. Lim, for that great question. I think that was both a comment and a question combined. And I think it is because of the issue that you raised that Dr. Han carried out his research. Unless you can measure, it's difficult to manage. So since the legacies have been identified, and yet there is little methodological approach defined to measure those legacy elements. So how to quantify and how to prioritize are important, and this is why Dr. Han's team have conducted this research. And they're also planning to develop a value measurement indices. IOC, when proposing a list of legacies, they talked about the vision of the host city and also the Olympic movement and the vision of the stakeholders in hosting the Olympic Games. So these all contribute to the
물론 이제
Olympic legacies.
예,
Agenda 2020
2032년 올림픽 개최지도 이미 결정.
has been published, and
전에 개최지가 결정하면
well, generally, the host country is selected 7 years before the actual games. And the legacy really begins to form from the time that the host city, submits the bid, not necessarily after the Olympic Games. So I think it is important to think about legacies from the very early stages.
관련해서는 예, 우리 남자
And with regards to this, perhaps Dr. Nam, can you respond?
정말 현실적인
Yes, you asked a very practical question that's really close to our heart. When we talk about the Olympics legacy, what comes to mind? I think these studies started from that question. Before understanding what the Olympics legacies are, I think we first have to think about what did the host city show the audience? Did we show what we plan to show the rest of the world? And will that translate to the legacy? And was that process well managed? What was mentioned earlier, I think there are areas of improvement. At the government level, when the local governments make a bid to host the Olympic Games, the central government shares the burden. But after winning the bid, in terms of managing the legacy, then it's wholly up to that local government.
그러면 그 개최지에 대해서 사실 책임감이 더 큰 거죠.
So that host city holds that much accountability because they have to have a vision of what to show. Of course, we could talk about the cultural heritage in very vague terms, but we have to be more specific and concrete. So the question raised from the floor is quite realistic. Of course, it would be good to have the Legacy Foundation, and the Korean Sports Association is conducting relevant activities. But establishing a new entity at the government level is not as easy. And so this is just my personal opinion. I'm not basing it on any legal documents. As for the PyeongChang Winter Olympics, there was this 5-year preparation period in which the human resources were trained and nurtured, but it was not a guaranteed outcome that we would win the bid. We had very good managers and we had very good experts trained, and after the Olympics were over, we could not retain them. And when the next Olympic comes or when the mega sports events come, then we have to train a new pool of resources. It would be wonderful to have access to the former human resources. Then it would be more effective and efficient. So it would be nice to have a relevant body. Maybe we could have, of course, KOICA is involved in these international exchanges, and it's difficult to establish a new entity inside that. Maybe we could have some more defined job descriptions given to a certain body, or give more authority and more responsibility to a relevant division. I think we need to have a more systematic approach. So what did we show as Olympics legacy? What was the performance? What vision did we show them? What is the reason for the people to come back to PyeongChang? what part of PyeongChang remains in the people's hearts and memories? I think we have to answer that question first, and that's why I offer to answer that question. Thank you for your comment, Professor Nam. Yes, we'll take the next question from the floor. Hello, I am a professor at Gyeonggi University Sports Management. I'd like to thank you for sharing the result of a very wonderful study, and thank you for all the relevant questions from the floor and the responses from the panel. So I think my question is in the same line of questions. I have a question for Professor Han.
So if we prepare with the priority of legacies in mind for the 2024 Youth Olympic Games, what should be the top elements that we need to focus on, is my question. This may be a rather broad question, but I think it would be quite important as we work towards the 2024 Youth Olympic Games. And also I have a question for Mr. Yoon. Well, I have walked the path as an academic scholar and as a professor, and as I look back to my past, I felt that there were some things I could have done better. And I think those learnings have helped me to carry on. So now in the context of the Olympics, you did mention that there were some lack in terms of the policy approaches to further the legacies of the Olympics. Well, I actually participated in the '88 Summer Olympics in Seoul as a volunteer, and there were many events in which I participated in. Also in PyeongChang, there were a lot of mega-scale events that took place, and still, you are saying that there were lack of policy measures in terms of organizing and promoting the legacies of the Olympic Games. So, I think you need to be more specific about what lack of policy measures and what your recommendations are in terms of policy measures to improve the current situation. And also there was a mention of how there was a lack of definition for the concepts. So do you want to provide a definition of the concepts? And what Olympic legacy, what is your definition of the different Olympic legacies? Because since you pointed out that there is really a lack of clear definitions. So Dr. Seol, thank you very much for that question. So you asked Mr. Han what we should focus on as we work towards the Gangwon 2024 Youth Olympic Games. And to Mr. Yoon, you asked a very fundamental question, really. And despite the fact that Korea has organized a series of important international sports events, and yet there is a lack of systematized approach to leverage the lessons learned from past events. So how we should improve the situation based on our past learnings, I think that was the question raised by Ms. Dr. Seol. In the case of the 2024 Youth Olympic Games, well, this is actually the fourth Youth Winter Olympic Games, and this is the first being hosted in Asia. And in terms of the hardware or the infrastructure, we already have the relevant infrastructure because we had hosted the PyeongChang Winter Olympics. So we need to really focus on the soft aspects of this. we are not really an advanced country when it comes to the winter sports. But of course, there are various programs and projects that are targeting the young athletes in countries where winter sports is very difficult to be enjoyed. And so there are young athletes who live in a very challenging environment when it comes to furthering their skills in winter sports. So I think we should really focus on helping those young athletes, and I think that would be the area that we should really focus on when it comes to the Gangwon Youth Olympic Games preparation.
Yes, as for the lack of policy direction, from 2015 to 2021, China had increased the number of participants in the Winter Olympics. So they had the prior experience. And what was it like in PyeongChang and what was it like in Gangneung? I feel the need to study that further. Is it because of the weather? Is it because of the policies? I would like to identify that difference through future studies. And I also was able to relate to your comment about lack of definition in cultural development. This is mentioned in the Korean literature. So how should we view culture? For example, in PyeongChang Olympics, we had the opening ceremony. The drones were used. And should we look at it as technology development, or is it an advancement in ceremonies, or should we look at it from an integrated perspective? So, is it a value, divergent values, or should we look at it from an independent perspective? I think we need to define that first, and then we'll be able to identify the legacies and look at the interrelationships between the different elements. Thank you. We had a very active session composed of presentations and panel discussions. There are many more issues that need to be discussed, but in the interest of time, we now have to close the session. I would like to thank the researchers. The professors and the speakers will be able to stay behind for about 5 minutes. So please approach them and ask them questions offline. I'd like to thank you for your participation, Professor Han Sang-jin, Mr. Yoon Sang-hoon, Professor Nam Sang-baek. Thank you very much. With this, I'd like to close the session. Thank you.
Wow.
Located in the northeast of South Korea, Gangwon-do is bounded by the ocean on one side and other Korean provinces on the other. This charming region, filled with the beauty of nature, offers both mountainous and sea landscapes for a multitude of activities during different seasons of the year. Today, we chose 3 cities to visit in Gangwon-do and can't wait to introduce them to you. Gyeongpo Beach. Gangneung is the largest coastal city in Gangwon province. During the summer, it is one of those places where everyone wants to enjoy some of the best beaches of the country. No matter if you walk north or south, through gorgeous beaches one after another, you will be followed by the infinite white sands and emerald waters. Here, the stress and anxiety of everyday life leaves room for dreams and happiness, which makes everything possible. Gyeongpo Beach is probably the most popular beach at the east coast of South Korea. Here, people enjoy different outdoor activities, or just spend hours sunbathing on the beach. It is an especially appealing vacation spot as the beach is situated between the ocean and Gyeongpo Lake. If you feel like stretching your legs, you can rent a bike and enjoy the lovely bike path that surrounds the lake. It is a fun activity that we enjoyed until late. If you decide to stay in this area for several days, Lee Kai Sandpine Resort is situated a few pine trees away. A lot of people come to visit this place to relax and feel the flavor of the Hawaiian atmosphere. It is no coincidence that Lekai means shining ocean in Hawaiian. This resort is well known for its huge golf fields in the heart of Gangneung, and it has 12 conference rooms, which can accommodate up to 800 people. Sagunjin Beach. Sagunjin Beach is the most romantic beach of the coastal area. I know we've said that you can't take it easy in Gangwon-do, but this is the moment where you can impress your loved one. Don't be lazy and get ready for your date by bringing some delicious snacks and renting some of the loveliest picnic sets in the nearby shops. You'll feel like the happiest couple on the planet with the memory that neither of you are ready to forget. Songgyeojang. After enjoying the coastal area, it is time to experience ancient Korea by visiting Songgyeojang House. It is a very well-preserved traditional Hanok house of noble family constructed 300 years ago. It is hard to believe that the descendants still live in this house to this day. Surrounded by pine trees, it remains intact in harmony with the beautiful natural environment. The wooden bridge, stretched out over the pond, used to be an inspirational location for poets. Today, it is one of the most popular attractions in Gangneung, Gangneung Jungang Market. There is no visit to Gangwon-do without testing its local food. Besides local restaurants, Gangneung Jungang Market is a great place to taste some food from Gangwon-do. For food lovers, it is a must-visit place. And as you probably already know, we love delicious food, especially while traveling. Don't worry if you feel lost with all the choices offered to you. Just pick a local who is eating what looks like the most delicious food and copy whatever they order. Trust us, you can't go wrong with this. Anmok Beach. From the multitude of amazing beaches that Gangneung can offer, Anmok Beach is definitely worth a visit. It is here that you will find a popular Gangneung coffee street. Over 30 unique beachfront cafes let you drink perfectly brewed beverages while enjoying incredible sea views. Overall, in Gangneung, we mostly stayed at St. John's Hotel. Since it has fabulous conference rooms, which can accommodate 1,000 people, it has also hosted famous personalities like the President of South Korea, Moon Jae-in, and Ivanka Trump. Located right in front of the ocean, it provides you with a stunning view of the surroundings. The infinity pool on the rooftop was our favorite. The blue water from the sea merging with the water of the pool gives the illusion to be surrounded by the ocean. PyeongChang is today a world-famous county in Gangwon-do, as it hosted the Winter Olympics in 2018. With an honorable number of 17 medals and 5 gold, South Korea achieved its best performance in the history of the Winter Olympic Games. The official hotel of the Winter Olympics was the Alpensia Ski Resort, as it has the biggest conference rooms hosting 2,000 people. Today, it provides the perfect environment to enjoy leisure sports during all seasons. In winter, people come here mainly for skiing, but in summer, it creates a peaceful place to relax in nature and enjoy some outdoor activities. The resort also hosted some of the sports events in its stadiums, like ski jumping. You can go to the top of the Peninsula ski jumping center if you want to experience how the athletes felt before they jumped. Woljongsa Temple at Odensan Mountain. Situated on the beautiful Odensan Mountain, Woljongsa Temple is the place where you find peace and enlightenment in the solitude of nature. It is a spiritual healing experience where you will breathe the history and heritage of one of the main religions of South Korea. It is also a foreigner-friendly temple stay that breaks down the barriers of language and achieves mutual understanding among all humankind. Sky Ranch Hanulmokjang. Sky Ranch is a lovely sheep farm in South Korea. The ranch is so beautiful that it became a popular tourist attraction in Gangwon-do. These cute, lucky animals enjoy grazing in the vast fields and are used to interacting with humans. After hanging around with them, a tractor brought us to the top of the hill in style, surrounded by a multitude of windmills in perfect harmony with the beauty of nature. It offers a magical experience that we weren't prepared for. Finally, we finished our day with a lovely picnic in the middle of the river, enjoying their delicious, fresh, farm-made yogurt. Jonggangwon, Traditional Korean Food Cultural Experience Center. After enjoying tons of delicious food across the country, it is time for us to learn how to cook it. Jonggangwon provides traditional cooking programs where visitors can immerse a little bit more in Korean culture and learn the way their food is made. They even grow their own ingredients, which gives this place a lot of charm. I bet you've never seen a huge collection of pots right in front of a house. Yes, fermented paste and sauces like gochujang, the red pepper paste, or doenjang, the bean paste, are very important in Korean cuisine. Ari Hills. Now that you've taken some rest and enjoyed the beach, it is time for the fun part of the trip. Jongson is another beautiful place in Gangwon-do, but it is the outdoor activities that we enjoyed the most. Ari Hills Skywalk is a glass observation deck which provides you with an incredible view of the Donggang River. Bringing to mind the shape of the Korean Peninsula, this magical landscape is often called the Grand Canyon of South Korea. You will have the amazing feeling of walking on the clouds from the edge of the cliff. Ari Hills also has the longest zipwire in Asia. If you want to spice up your trip to Gangwon-do, this is the perfect opportunity. You will be flying like a bird between the valleys at 100 kilometers per hour, an experience you'll never forget. Once down on the ground, you will have the option to fully enjoy Donggang River by grabbing a paddle and riding a boat. The beauty of this place made it popular for rafting, with steep cliffs on one side and banks of pebbles on the other. The picturesque landscape will make you forget to paddle. We had a lot of fun jumping from the boat and letting the river bring us to the destination point, Samtan Art Mine. It is time to slow down a bit and visit an impressive Jongson creation, which highlights both the area's rich history of mining and fresh modern art. It used to be a very busy place, employing around 3,000 people due to the high demand for coal. After shutting its doors in 2001, local artists gave this place another life. It became the perfect playground for urban explorers and graffiti artists. Today, Samtan Art Mine is a stunning complex that would be scary to visit alone at night. Alpine Coaster. Haiwon Ski Resort is the biggest resort in Gangwon-do, with around 1,900 rooms and 43 conference rooms, which can host over 2,000 people. During summer, instead of ski slopes, this place is covered with thousands of flowers. It has plenty of activities to discover, like an open-air water park, so you don't have to go far to enjoy your day. But our favorite was the Alpine Coaster attraction, which makes you appreciate the daisy field through a completely different angle. This place is huge and surrounded by beautiful nature, so even when we weren't lucky with the weather, we had a lot of fun exploring the surroundings. Now you know about some of the best places in Gangwon-do, where you can enjoy the coastal area, mountains, and some fun activities. However, Gangwon-do is a huge province with lots of places to visit during different seasons of the year. We are looking forward to going back and letting you discover more about Gangwon-do. If you enjoyed this video, please like it, subscribe to our channel, and we'll see each other on the next one.
강원도 금강산 12,000봉 8만 광자 유정사 법당 뒤에 칠성난 도두 오고 팔자에 없는 아들 딸 나달라고 석달열은 녹음에 없는 아들 딸 나달라고 정성을 말고 다 관객님 외로이
Clean highlands, 700 meters above sea level, the bearer of happiness. The positive energy found here engages all senses, giving life to the body from head to toe, bringing peace to the heart and soul. Quick and close, PyeongChang approaches. As we run to embrace PyeongChang, in this very moment right now. A snow-covered village, a 1,000-year-old forest, leads us to a new world in awe, leaving the secular world behind. Here, the meeting of a dramatically portrayed goblin as someone gains insight to understand the past, present, and the future. Buckwheat flowers that displayed freshness under the sun glows white with the delicate moonlight. At PyeongChang, where all seasons come in different colors, presenting the vastness that exists within scenery, every photo taken becomes memorable. Enjoy the scent therapy at PyeongChang. Satisfy your sense of smell, not just the vision. The clean highlands where warm sunlight meets becomes a heavenly garden full of flowers giving off a unique fragrance. In every breath, the fragrance of flowers covers your body, washing off the fatigue of city life, becoming a memory engraved in the mind. After feasting your senses of sight and smell, open your ears now and listen to the sound of PyeongChang. Beautiful snow scene of the sound of the wind that freely travels in and out of Baekdu-daegan. Following the footsteps of the sound of nature, listen to the magical harmony of the 80 wind chimes hanging from an octagonal 9-story stone pagoda in Uljeongsa. The sound of PyeongChang, a sound of clean nature and sincere life, a symphony of healing that rejuvenates the lost sensibilities. "700 meters above sea level, known to be the optimal height for an ideal biorhythm. Delicious food from ingredients grown in PyeongChang pleases the sense of taste. Hanwoo, premium Korean beef, comes from cattle relaxed and fed in an open field. Hwangtae, a dried pollock, gets tastier after freezing and thawing in the cold wind and snow. You can also find trout that live in cold and clean water, and vegetables grown in Odaesan with thick forests and pure and natural water. Hangadari yaksu that provides a taste of nature with a kick. The healthy, happy taste of PyeongChang comes from Baekdu-daegan and its clean and pure water, the source of the Han River. Giving rise to healing and happy foods that satisfies the appetites and contents the heart. If you are tired of a cold and heartless life, there is a journey of touch found only in PyeongChang, cozy and warm, just like a mother's embrace. At Snow Festival, a white blanket of snow covers the land, warming and comforting you as it wraps around the soul. At the Summer Hunter Festival, you will be reminded of your childhood splashing water in the creek. At the Trout Festival at the riverside in winter, under the thick ice, you will feel the vigor and life of the trouts. Odaesan Mountain Culture Festival, reflecting the Buddhist culture, will allow you to look into your heart and grow. Coming into contact with PyeongChang will serve you with gentle happiness that cannot be found in city life. PyeongChang, the cradle for skiing in Korea, becoming the mecca of winter sports worldwide since the hosting of the 2018 PyeongChang Winter Olympics. Even in seasons without snow, the healing of PyeongChang that shakes off the stress of everyday life continues on. Paragliding gives you the view of the world beneath your feet. Whitewater rafting and kayaking across rough currents invites you to experience primitive nature. Exciting exploration of the fantastical limestone caves, and enjoying the view of the beautiful watercourses of Dong River through zip lines can invigorate and rejuvenate. Spend the night with your families and friends, with the forest and rivers that preserve the clean, primitive ecology. The moon and the stars shine throughout the night as guardians, sending a message of comfort. The wooden paths in the quiet temples of the mountain helps us find who we are. A journey of healing in PyeongChang restores the forgotten passion for our lives. PyeongChang is where peace began. Going through the frozen past and the heated present, we are taking a new step towards the future that will make hearts glow. PyeongChang will present new energy and peace in the lives of those who step upon it.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Sébastien. Moi, j'ai 10 ans, je vis en Haïti. Je me lève à 7 h chaque matin pour aller à l'école. Pour moi aller à l'école chaque matin, je marche environ 1 heure de temps. Moi, j'aimerais venir un bon médecin, l'aime fini avec l'école classique pour me capable servir les gens qui sont malades dans le pays. Pour me capable venir un bon médecin, moi, je dois étudier en pile. Moi, j'aime jouer avec mes amis dans l'école. Mais il est très difficile pour aller à l'école à pied. Moi, toujours dormir chaque matin dans la classe. Mais moi, pas de problème. Parce que j'ai un bus pour transporter moi à l'école. À cause du bus là, moi viens étudier en pile et moi jouer avec mes amis moi. Moi pas dormir dans la classe là encore parce que moi t'aimerais venir un bon médecin. Merci un pile, Koika.
와우. 와.
Located in the northeast of South Korea, Gangwon-do is bounded by the ocean on one side and other Korean provinces on the other. This charming region, filled with the beauty of nature, offers both mountainous and sea landscapes for a multitude of activities during different seasons of the year. Today, we chose 3 cities to visit in Gangwon-do and can't wait to introduce them to you. Gyeongpo Beach. Gangneung is the largest coastal city in Gangwon province. During summer, it is one of those places where everyone wants to enjoy some of the best beaches of the country. No matter if you walk north or south, through gorgeous beaches one after another, you will be followed by the infinite white sands and emerald waters. Here, the stress and anxiety of everyday life leaves room for dreams and happiness, which makes everything possible. Gyeongpo Beach is probably the most popular beach at the east coast of South Korea. Here, people enjoy different outdoor activities, or just spend hours sunbathing on the beach. It is an especially appealing vacation spot as the beach is situated between the ocean and Gyeongpo Lake. If you feel like stretching your legs, you can rent a bike and enjoy the lovely bike path that surrounds the lake. It is a fun activity that we enjoyed until late. If you decide to stay in this area for several days, Lee Kai Sandpine Resort is situated a few pine trees away. A lot of people come to visit this place to relax and feel the flavor of the Hawaiian atmosphere. It is no coincidence that Lekai means shining ocean in Hawaiian. This resort is well known for its huge golf fields in the heart of Gangneung, and it has 12 conference rooms which can accommodate up to 800 people. Sagunjin Beach. Sagunjin Beach is the most romantic beach of the coastal area. I know we've said that you can't take it easy in Gangwon-do, but this is the moment where you can impress your loved one. Don't be lazy and get ready for your date by bringing some delicious snacks and renting some of the loveliest picnic sets in the nearby shops. You'll feel like the happiest couple on the planet with the memory that neither of you are ready to forget. Songgyeojang. After enjoying the coastal area, it is time to experience ancient Korea by visiting Songgyeojang House. It is a very well-preserved traditional Hanok house of noble family constructed 300 years ago. It is hard to believe that the descendants still live in this house to this day. Surrounded by pine trees, it remains intact in harmony with the beautiful natural environment. The wooden bridge, stretched out over the pond, used to be an inspirational location for poets. Today, it is one of the most popular attractions in Gangneung, Gangneung Market. There is no visit to Gangwon-do without testing its local food. Besides local restaurants, Gangneung Market is a great place to taste some food from Gangwon-do. For food lovers, it is a must-visit place. And as you probably already know, we love delicious food, especially while traveling. Don't worry if you feel lost with all the choices offered to you. Just pick a local who is eating what looks like the most delicious food and copy whatever they order. Trust us, you can't go wrong with this. Anmok Beach. From the multitude of amazing beaches that Gangneung can offer, Anmok Beach is definitely worth a visit. It is here that you will find a popular Gangneung coffee street. Over 30 unique beachfront cafes let you drink perfectly brewed beverages while enjoying incredible sea views. Overall, in Gangneung, we mostly stayed at St. John's Hotel. Since it has fabulous conference rooms, which can accommodate 1,000 people, it has also hosted famous personalities like the President of South Korea, Moon Jae-in, and Ivanka Trump. Located right in front of the ocean, it provides you with a stunning view of the surroundings. The infinity pool on the rooftop was our favorite. The blue water from the sea merging with the water of the pool gives the illusion to be surrounded by the ocean. PyeongChang is today a world-famous county in Gangwon-do, as it hosted the Winter Olympics in 2018. With an honorable number of 17 medals and 5 gold, South Korea achieved its best performance in the history of the Winter Olympic Games. The official hotel of the Winter Olympics was the Peninsula Ski Resort, as it has the biggest conference rooms hosting 2,000 people. Today, it provides the perfect environment to enjoy leisure sports during all seasons. In winter, people come here mainly for skiing, but in summer, it creates a peaceful place to relax in nature and enjoy some outdoor activities. The resort also hosted some of the sports events in its stadiums, like ski jumping. You can go to the top of the Peninsula Ski Jumping Center if you want to experience how the athletes felt before they jumped. Woljongsa Temple at Odensan Mountain. Situated on the beautiful Odensan Mountain, Woljongsa Temple is the place where you find peace and enlightenment in the solitude of nature. It is a spiritual healing experience where you will breathe the history and heritage of one of the main religions of South Korea. It is also a foreigner-friendly temple stay that breaks down the barriers of language and achieves mutual understanding among all humankind. Sky Ranch Hanulmokjang. Sky Ranch is a lovely sheep farm in South Korea. The ranch is so beautiful that it became a popular tourist attraction in Gangwon-do. These cute, lucky animals enjoy grazing in the vast fields and are used to interacting with humans. After hanging around with them, a tractor brought us to the top of the hill in style, surrounded by a multitude of windmills in perfect harmony with the beauty of nature. It offers a magical experience that we weren't prepared for. Finally, we finished our day with a lovely picnic in the middle of the river, enjoying their delicious, fresh, farm-made yogurt. Jeonggangwon, Traditional Korean Food Cultural Experience Center. After enjoying tons of delicious food across the country, it is time for us to learn how to cook it. Jeonggangwon provides traditional cooking programs where visitors can immerse a little bit more in Korean culture and learn the way their food is made. They even grow their own ingredients, which gives this place a lot of charm. I bet you've never seen a huge collection of pots right in front of a house. Yes, fermented paste and sauces like gochujang, the red pepper paste, or doenjang, the bean paste, are very important in Korean cuisine. Ari Hills. Now that you've taken some rest and enjoyed the beach, it is time for the fun part of the trip. Jongson is another beautiful place in Gangwon-do, but it is the outdoor activities that we enjoyed the most. Ari Hills Skywalk is a glass observation deck which provides you with an incredible view of the Donggang River. Bringing to mind the shape of the Korean Peninsula, this magical landscape is often called the Grand Canyon of South Korea. You will have the amazing feeling of walking on the clouds from the edge of the cliff. Ari Hills also has the longest zipwire in Asia. If you want to spice up your trip to Gangwon-do, this is the perfect opportunity. You will be flying like a bird between the valleys at 100 kilometers per hour, an experience you'll never forget. Once down on the ground, you will have the option to fully enjoy Donggang River by grabbing a paddle and riding a boat. The beauty of this place made it popular for rafting, with steep cliffs on one side and banks of pebbles on the other. The picturesque landscape will make you forget to paddle. We had a lot of fun jumping from the boat and letting the river bring us to the destination point, Samtan Art Mine. It is time to slow down a bit and visit an impressive Jongson creation, which highlights both the area's rich history of mining and fresh modern art. It used to be a very busy place, employing around 3,000 people due to the high demand for coal. After shutting its doors in 2001, local artists gave this place another life. It became the perfect playground for urban explorers and graffiti artists. Today, Samtan Art Mine is a stunning complex that would be scary to visit alone at night. Alpine Coaster. Haiwon Ski Resort is the biggest resort in Gangwon-do, with around 1,900 rooms and 43 conference rooms, which can host over 2,000 people. During summer, instead of ski slopes, this place is covered with thousands of flowers. It has plenty of activities to discover, like an open-air water park, so you don't have to go far to enjoy your day. But our favorite was the Alpine Coaster attraction, which makes you appreciate the daisy field through a completely different angle. This place is huge and surrounded by beautiful nature, so even when we weren't lucky with the weather, we had a lot of fun exploring the surroundings. Now you know about some of the best places in Gangwon-do, where you can enjoy the coastal area, mountains, and some fun activities. However, Gangwon-do is a huge province with lots of places to visit during different seasons of the year. We are looking forward to going back and letting you discover more about Gangwon-do. If you enjoyed this video, please like it, subscribe to our channel, and we'll see each other on the next one.
강원도 금강산 1만 2천 봉 발망 광자 유점사 법당 뒤에 칠성난 도두 오고 팔자에 없는 아들 딸 나달라고 석달 열흘 녹음에 없는 아들 딸 나달라고 정성을 말고 다 관객니 외로이 난 사랑 괄세를 말아 정성을
Clean highlands, 700 meters above sea level, the bearer of happiness. The positive energy found here engages all senses, giving life to the body from head to toe, bringing peace to the heart and soul. Quick and close, PyeongChang approaches. As we run to embrace PyeongChang, in this very moment right now. A snow-covered village, a 1,000-year-old forest, leads us to a new world in awe, leaving the secular world behind. Here, the meeting of a dramatically portrayed goblin, as someone gains insight to understand the past, present, and the future. Buckwheat flowers that displayed freshness under the sun glows white with the delicate moonlight. At PyeongChang, where all seasons come in different colors, presenting the vastness that exists within scenery, every photo taken becomes memorable. Enjoy the scent therapy at PyeongChang. Satisfy your sense of smell, not just the vision. The clean highlands where warm sunlight meets becomes a heavenly garden full of flowers giving off a unique fragrance. In every breath, the fragrance of flowers covers your body, washing off the fatigue of city life, becoming a memory engraved in the mind. After feasting your senses of sight and smell, open your ears now and listen to the sound of PyeongChang. Beautiful snow scene of the sound of the wind that freely travels in and out of Baekdu-daegan. Following the footsteps of the sound of nature, listen to the magical harmony of the 80 wind chimes hanging from an octagonal 9-story stone pagoda in Uljeongsa. The sound of PyeongChang, a sound of clean nature and sincere life, a symphony of healing that rejuvenates the lost sensibilities. "700 meters above sea level, known to be the optimal height for an ideal biorhythm. Delicious food from ingredients grown in PyeongChang pleases the sense of taste. Hanwoo, premium Korean beef, comes from cattle relaxed and fed in an open field. Hwangtae, a dried pollock, gets tastier after freezing and thawing in the cold wind and snow. You can also find trout that live in cold and clean water, and vegetables grown in Odaesan with thick forests and pure and natural water. Hangadari yaksu that provides a taste of nature with a kick. The healthy, happy taste of PyeongChang comes from Baekdu-daegan and its clean and pure water, the source of the Han River. Giving rise to healing and happy foods that satisfies the appetites and contents the heart. If you are tired of a cold and heartless life, there is a journey of touch found only in PyeongChang, cozy and warm, just like a mother's embrace. At Snow Festival, a white blanket of snow covers the land, warming and comforting you as it wraps around the soul. At the Summer Hunter Festival, you will be reminded of your childhood splashing water in the creek. At the Trout Festival at the riverside in winter, under the thick ice, you will feel the vigor and life of the trouts. Odaesan Mountain Culture Festival, reflecting the Buddhist culture, will allow you to look into your heart and grow. Coming into contact with PyeongChang will serve you with gentle happiness that cannot be found in city life. PyeongChang, the cradle for skiing in Korea, becoming the mecca of winter sports worldwide since the hosting of the 2018 PyeongChang Winter Olympics. Even in seasons without snow, the healing of PyeongChang that shakes off the stress of everyday life continues on. Paragliding gives you the view of the world beneath your feet. Whitewater rafting and kayaking across rough currents invites you to experience primitive nature. Exciting exploration of the fantastical limestone caves. And enjoying the view of the beautiful watercourses of Dong River through zip lines can invigorate and rejuvenate. Spend the night with your families and friends, with the forest and rivers that preserve the clean, primitive ecology. The moon and the stars shine throughout the night as guardians, sending a message of comfort. The wooden paths in the quiet temples of the mountain helps us find who we are. A journey of healing in PyeongChang restores the forgotten passion for our lives. PyeongChang is where peace began. Going through the frozen past and the heated present, we are taking a new step towards the future that will make hearts glow. PyeongChang will present new energy and peace in the lives of those who step upon it.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Sébastien. Moi, j'ai gagné 10 ans à vivre en Haïti. Je me lève à 7 h chaque matin pour moi aller à l'école. Pour moi aller à l'école chaque matin, moi marcher environ 1 heure de temps. Moi, j'aimerais finir un bon médecin, l'aime fini avec l'école classique pour me capable servir les gens qui sont malades dans le pays. Pour me capable devenir un bon médecin, moi, je dois étudier en pile. Moi, j'aime jouer avec mes amis dans l'école. Mais il est très difficile pour aller à l'école à pied. Moi, toujours dormir chaque matin dans la classe. Mais moi, pas de problème. Parce que j'ai un bus pour transporter moi à l'école. À cause du bus là, moi viens étudier en pile et moi jouer avec mes amis moi. Moi pas dormir dans la classe là encore parce que moi t'aimerais venir un bon médecin. Merci un pile koika.
와우. 와. 우와.
Located in the northeast of South Korea, Gangwon-do is bounded by the ocean on one side and other Korean provinces on the other. This charming region, filled with the beauty of nature, offers both mountainous and sea landscapes for a multitude of activities during different seasons of the year. Today, we chose 3 cities to visit in Gangwon-do and can't wait to introduce them to you. Gyeongpo Beach. Gangneung is the largest coastal city in Gangwon Province. During summer, it is one of those places where everyone wants to enjoy some of the best beaches of the country. No matter if you walk north or south, through gorgeous beaches one after another, you will be followed by the infinite white sands and emerald waters. Here, the stress and anxiety of everyday life leaves room for dreams and happiness, which makes everything possible. Gyeongpo Beach is probably the most popular beach at the east coast of South Korea. Here, people enjoy different outdoor activities, or just spend hours sunbathing on the beach. It is an especially appealing vacation spot as the beach is situated between the ocean and Gyeongpo Lake. If you feel like stretching your legs, you can rent a bike and enjoy the lovely bike path that surrounds the lake. It is a fun activity that we enjoyed until late. If you decide to stay in this area for several days, Lee Kai Sandpine Resort is situated a few pine trees away. A lot of people come to visit this place to relax and feel the flavor of the Hawaiian atmosphere. It is no coincidence that Lekai means shining ocean in Hawaiian. This resort is well known for its huge golf fields in the heart of Gangneung, and it has 12 conference rooms, which can accommodate up to 800 people. Sagunjin Beach. Sagunjin Beach is the most romantic beach of the coastal area. I know we've said that you can't take it easy in Gangwon-do, but this is the moment where you can impress your loved one. Don't be lazy and get ready for your date by bringing some delicious snacks and renting some of the loveliest picnic sets in the nearby shops. You'll feel like the happiest couple on the planet with the memory that neither of you are ready to forget. Songgyeojang. After enjoying the coastal area, it is time to experience ancient Korea by visiting Songgyeojang House. It is a very well-preserved traditional Hanok house of noble family constructed 300 years ago. It is hard to believe that the descendants still live in this house to this day. Surrounded by pine trees, it remains intact in harmony with the beautiful natural environment. The wooden bridge, stretched out over the pond, used to be an inspirational location for poets. Today, it is one of the most popular attractions in Gangneung, Gangneung Jungang Market. There is no visit to Gangwon-do without testing its local food. Besides local restaurants, Gangneung Jungang Market is a great place to taste some food from Gangwon-do. For food lovers, it is a must-visit place. And as you probably already know, we love delicious food, especially while traveling. Don't worry if you feel lost with all the choices offered to you. Just pick a local who is eating what looks like the most delicious food and copy whatever they order. Trust us, you can't go wrong with this. Anmok Beach. From the multitude of amazing beaches that Gangneung can offer, Anmok Beach is definitely worth a visit. It is here that you will find a popular Gangneung coffee street. Over 30 unique beachfront cafes let you drink perfectly brewed beverages while enjoying incredible sea views. Overall, in Gangneung, we mostly stayed at St. John's Hotel. Since it has fabulous conference rooms, which can accommodate 1,000 people, it has also hosted famous personalities like the President of South Korea, Moon Jae-in, and Ivanka Trump. Located right in front of the ocean, it provides you with a stunning view of the surroundings. The infinity pool on the rooftop was our favorite. The blue water from the sea merging with the water of the pool gives the illusion to be surrounded by the ocean. PyeongChang is today a world-famous county in Gangwon-do, as it hosted the Winter Olympics in 2018. With an honorable number of 17 medals and 5 gold, South Korea achieved its best performance in the history of the Winter Olympic Games. The official hotel of the Winter Olympics was the Peninsula ski resort, as it has the biggest conference rooms hosting 2,000 people. Today, it provides the perfect environment to enjoy leisure sports during all seasons. In winter, people come here mainly for skiing, but in summer, it creates a peaceful place to relax in nature and enjoy some outdoor activities. The resort also hosted some of the sports events in its stadiums, like ski jumping. You can go to the top of the Peninsula Ski Jumping Center if you want to experience how the athletes felt before they jumped. Woljungsa Temple at Odensan Mountain. Situated on the beautiful Odensan Mountain, Woljungsa Temple is the place where you find peace and enlightenment in the solitude of nature. It is a spiritual healing experience where you will breathe the history and heritage of one of the main religions of South Korea. It is also a foreigner-friendly temple stay that breaks down the barriers of language and achieves mutual understanding among all humankind. Sky Ranch Hanulmokjang. Sky Ranch is a lovely sheep farm in South Korea. The ranch is so beautiful that it became a popular tourist attraction in Gangwon-do. These cute, lucky animals enjoy grazing in the vast fields and are used to interacting with humans. After hanging around with them, a tractor brought us to the top of the hill in style, surrounded by a multitude of windmills in perfect harmony with the beauty of nature. It offers a magical experience that we weren't prepared for. Finally, we finished our day with a lovely picnic in the middle of the river, enjoying their delicious, fresh, farm-made yogurt. Jeonggangwon, Traditional Korean Food Cultural Experience Center. After enjoying tons of delicious food across the country, it is time for us to learn how to cook it. Jeonggangwon provides traditional cooking programs where visitors can immerse a little bit more in Korean culture and learn the way their food is made. They even grow their own ingredients, which gives this place a lot of charm. I bet you've never seen a huge collection of pots right in front of a house. Yes, fermented paste and sauces like gochujang, the red pepper paste, or doenjang, the bean paste, are very important in Korean cuisine. Ari Hills. Now that you've taken some rest and enjoyed the beach, it is time for the fun part of the trip. Jongson is another beautiful place in Gangwon-do, but it is the outdoor activities that we enjoyed the most. Ari Hills Skywalk is a glass observation deck which provides you with an incredible view of the Donggang River. Bringing to mind the shape of the Korean Peninsula, this magical landscape is often called the Grand Canyon of South Korea. You will have the amazing feeling of walking on the clouds from the edge of the cliff. Ari Hills also has the longest zipwire in Asia. If you want to spice up your trip to Gangwon-do, this is the perfect opportunity. You will be flying like a bird between the valleys at 100 kilometers per hour, an experience you'll never forget. Once down on the ground, you will have the option to fully enjoy Donggang River by grabbing a paddle and riding a boat. The beauty of this place made it popular for rafting, with steep cliffs on one side and banks of pebbles on the other. The picturesque landscape will make you forget to paddle. We had a lot of fun jumping from the boat and letting the river bring us to the destination point, Samtan Art Mine. It is time to slow down a bit and visit an impressive Jongson creation, which highlights both the area's rich history of mining and fresh modern art. It used to be a very busy place, employing around 3,000 people due to the high demand for coal. After shutting its doors in 2001, local artists gave this place another life. It became the perfect playground for urban explorers and graffiti artists. Today, Samtan Art Mine is a stunning complex that would be scary to visit alone at night. Alpine Coaster. Haiwon Ski Resort is the biggest resort in Gangwon-do, with around 1,900 rooms and 43 conference rooms, which can host over 2,000 people. During summer, instead of ski slopes, this place is covered with thousands of flowers. It has plenty of activities to discover, like an open-air water park, so you don't have to go far to enjoy your day. But our favorite was the Alpine Coaster attraction, which makes you appreciate the daisy field through a completely different angle. This place is huge and surrounded by beautiful nature, so even when we weren't lucky with the weather, we had a lot of fun exploring the surroundings. Now you know about some of the best places in Gangwon-do, where you can enjoy the coastal area, mountains, and some fun activities. However, Gangwon-do is a huge province with lots of places to visit during different seasons of the year. We are looking forward to going back and letting you discover more about Gangwon-do. If you enjoyed this video, please like it, subscribe to our channel, and we'll see each other on the next one.
강원도 금강산 1만 2천 봉 8만 광자 유점사 법당 위에 칠성난 도두 오고 팔자에 없는 아들 딸 나달라고 석달열흘 녹음에 없는 아들 딸 나달라고 정성을 말고 다 관객니 외로이 난 사랑 괄세를 말아 정성을
Clean highlands, 700 meters above sea level, the bearer of happiness. The positive energy found here engages all senses, giving life to the body from head to toe, bringing peace to the heart and soul. Quick and close, PyeongChang approaches. As we run to embrace PyeongChang, in this very moment right now. A snow-covered village, a 1,000-year-old forest, leads us to a new world in awe, leaving the secular world behind. Here, the meeting of a dramatically portrayed goblin, as someone gains insight to understand the past, present, and the future. Buckwheat flowers that displayed freshness under the sun glows white with the delicate moonlight. At PyeongChang, where all seasons come in different colors, presenting the vastness that exists within scenery, every photo taken becomes memorable. Enjoy the scent therapy at PyeongChang. Satisfy your sense of smell, not just the vision. The clean highlands where warm sunlight meets becomes a heavenly garden full of flowers giving off a unique fragrance. In every breath, the fragrance of flowers covers your body, washing off the fatigue of city life, becoming a memory engraved in the mind. After feasting your senses of sight and smell, open your ears now and listen to the sound of PyeongChang. Beautiful snow scene of the sound of the wind that freely travels in and out of Baekdu-daegan. Following the footsteps of the sound of nature, listen to the magical harmony of the 80 wind chimes hanging from an octagonal 9-story stone pagoda in Uljeongsa. The sound of PyeongChang, a sound of clean nature and sincere life, a symphony of healing that rejuvenates the lost sensibilities. "700 meters above sea level, known to be the optimal height for an ideal biorhythm. Delicious food from ingredients grown in PyeongChang pleases the sense of taste. Hanwoo, premium Korean beef, comes from cattle relaxed and fed in an open field. Hwangtae, a dried pollock, gets tastier after freezing and thawing in the cold wind and snow. You can also find trout that live in cold and clean water, and vegetables grown in Odaesan with thick forests and pure and natural water. Pangadari yaksu that provides a taste of nature with a kick. The healthy, happy taste of PyeongChang comes from Baekdu-daegan and its clean and pure water, the source of the Han River. Giving rise to healing and happy foods that satisfies the appetites and contents the heart. If you are tired of a cold and heartless life, there is a journey of touch found only in PyeongChang, cozy and warm, just like a mother's embrace. At Snow Festival, a white blanket of snow covers the land, warming and comforting you as it wraps around the soul. At the Summer Hunter Festival, you will be reminded of your childhood splashing water in the creek. At the Trout Festival at the riverside in winter, under the thick ice, you will feel the vigor and life of the trouts. Odaesan Mountain Culture Festival, reflecting the Buddhist culture, will allow you to look into your heart and grow. Coming into contact with PyeongChang will serve you with gentle happiness that cannot be found in city life. PyeongChang, the cradle for skiing in Korea, becoming the mecca of winter sports worldwide since the hosting of the 2018 PyeongChang Winter Olympics. Even in seasons without snow, the healing of PyeongChang that shakes off the stress of everyday life continues on. Paragliding gives you the view of the world beneath your feet. Whitewater rafting and kayaking across rough currents invites you to experience primitive nature. Exciting exploration of the fantastical limestone caves. And enjoying the view of the beautiful watercourses of Dong River through zip lines can invigorate and rejuvenate. Spend the night with your families and friends, with the forest and rivers that preserve the clean, primitive ecology. The moon and the stars shine throughout the night as guardians, sending a message of comfort. The wooden paths in the quiet temples of the mountain helps us find who we are. A journey of healing in PyeongChang restores the forgotten passion for our lives. PyeongChang is where peace began. Going through the frozen past and the heated present, we are taking a new step towards the future that will make hearts glow. PyeongChang will present new energy and peace in the lives of those who step upon it.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Sébastien. Moi, j'ai gagné 10 ans à vivre en Haïti. Je me lève à 7 h chaque matin pour moi aller à l'école. Pour moi aller à l'école chaque matin, moi marcher environ 1 heure de temps. Moi, j'aimerais venir un bon médecin, l'aime fini avec l'école classique pour me capable servir les gens qui sont malades dans le pays. Pour me capable venir un bon médecin, moi, je dois étudier en pile. Moi, j'aime jouer avec mes amis dans l'école. Mais il est très difficile pour aller à l'école à pied. Moi, toujours dormir chaque matin dans la classe. Mais moi, pas de problème. Parce que j'ai un bus pour transporter moi à l'école. À cause du bus là, moi viens étudier en pile et moi jouer avec mes amis moi. Moi pas dormir dans la classe là encore parce que moi t'aimerais venir un bon médecin. Merci un pile koika.
와우. 와. 우와.
Located in the northeast of South Korea, Gangwon-do is bounded by the ocean on one side and other Korean provinces on the other. This charming region, filled with the beauty of nature, offers both mountainous and sea landscapes for a multitude of activities during different seasons of the year. Today, we chose 3 cities to visit in Gangwon-do and can't wait to introduce them to you. Gyeongpo Beach. Gangneung is the largest coastal city in Gangwon province. During summer, it is one of those places where everyone wants to enjoy some of the best beaches of the country. No matter if you walk north or south through gorgeous beaches one after another, you will be followed by the infinite white sands and emerald waters. Here, the stress and anxiety of everyday life leaves room for dreams and happiness, which makes everything possible. Gyeongpo Beach is probably the most popular beach at the east coast of South Korea. Here, people enjoy different outdoor activities, or
lunch. Let's rise and stretch a bit. Hello, everyone. Nice to meet you all. Thank you for obliging.
저는 아시다시피 여기 써 있는 대로 최민식이고
I am 최민식, as my nameplate says.
정책기획위원회
I am the member of the Presidential Commission on Policy Planning.
오늘의 이 토론은 매우 역사적인 의의가 있는
I think this session has historical significance.
반세기 동안의 남북
For over
협력의
50 years, we will have this foundation of inter-Korean exchange, and will we take a step forward? I think this is going to be a discussion talking about ways forward.
내용을 보고 오신 분들은 눈치를
Some of you may have read the paper.
남북 교류
Practical inter-Korean exchange is what we are pursuing.
나와야 될 것인가?
How should we invite North Korea to be more active in the exchange? So we will be dealing with practical measures.
환영해 주십시오.
Please welcome the speaker and the panel.
소개는 안 드리겠습니다.
I will not introduce the speaker and the panelists. Their bios are in the proceeding. We have with us the PyeongChang Mayor, Mr. Han Wang-gi, who will start us off with a congratulatory remark. Mayor Han, please.
여러분 반갑습니다.
Hello and welcome. I am Han Wang-gi and I am mayor of PyeongChang. I would like to thank Mr. Choi Min-sik, who is the member of the Presidential Commission on Policy Planning, for agreeing to moderate this session. And I would like to thank Professor Paul Song of PUST for agreeing to speak today. And also I would like to thank all the panelists, including the esteemed Mr. Jim Rogers. The humanity continues to push itself forward to achieve great progress. But the market system, which we had hoped to achieve great prosperity, has also caused widening of the wealth gap and inequality and inequity, and therefore we need to think about the challenges ahead, especially the crisis that has been brought about by COVID-19, and also intensifying geopolitical tensions and environmental degradation are really shaking the foundation of our lives, and the human community need to come up with ways to peacefully coexist and survive together. And we need to come up with innovative ways to cooperate. I believe such efforts will help us move towards greater peace. This session will be very helpful in this regard, and PyeongChang County will continue its effort to establish greater peace on the Korean Peninsula. I hope that we will be able to achieve a greater prosperity as we maintain peace on the peninsula. I hope this session will be a productive and a meaningful one for you all. Thank you very much.
예, 이 평창 평화 포럼을 실제로
Yes,
존재하게
the
하신 군수님
mayor Han has contributed greatly to making this peace forum possible. Thank you very much.
그러면 본론을 시작하겠습니다.
Now, without further ado, we're going to go into the presentation.
어쨌든 그런 시련이나 역경을 뚫고 송경호
There have been many challenges to actually getting Professor Song to serve as the speaker for this session, but thankfully we have Dr. Paul Song with us. He is a professor of PUST, the Pyongyang University of Science and Technology. He will deliver his presentation.
방금 소개받은 평양과학
Hello, everyone. I am Paul Song, as was just introduced. I am a professor at PUST, Pyongyang University of Science and Technology.
오늘 이렇게 의미 있는 자리에
I'd like to thank the organizer for inviting me to this meaningful session. It's a special opportunity to be able to share my thoughts with you. I would like to talk about the experimental attempt toward a better community. So let's think outside the box and how can we make our lives richer and have a more equitable society for our descendants. I'd like to first introduce the PUST. It was founded in October 2010, about 12 years ago. It is located in the Ranglang zone in Pyongyang City. It is the only and the first international joint venture university in the north. There are many students who are studying diligently, and the faculty is doing their best to help them. There are 550 students in the undergraduate courses and 80 students in the graduate courses. There are male and female students. There are 5 majors in 4 departments. And I am teaching in international finance. There is the bio and then electrical engineering, and there's the medical school. And at PUST, the official language is English. When the students enter the university during their first year, they are taught and they're speaking English, and after they acquire their language skills, then they go on to study their majors, and in their third year, they have to take Chinese classes. The faculty is composed of professors from the US, Canada, the UK, China, and other countries, as well as faculty from North Korea. I hope that you will continue to pay the university a lot of support and a lot of attention. I would like to say a few words about the names of the countries. We have the Republic of Korea, South Korea, and the DPRK, Democratic People's Republic of Korea, DPRK. And I would like to mention at the outset, I am going to say the South or the North. That is more neutral. And these are my personal philosophies expressed in acronyms. DJFIOS, which stands for Dreaming Just, Fair, Equal, and Open Society. So that is my personal belief. So you could express it in pure Korean or using Chinese letters. So that's compacted into this acronym. And the second acronym is FRAT, which stands for Fairness, Responsibility, which is inclusive responsibility. So you need to take responsibility beforehand. And accountability, which is taking the accountability ex post, and it has to do with compliance. And T, standing for transparency. These are the values that I think about a lot, and the rest of my presentation is based on these personal philosophies of mine. I'd like to talk about justice, fairness, and equality. Unfortunately, the world that we are living in is we see a lot of inequalities because in terms of access to opportunities, there are people who are underprivileged.
상황인데 이것을 이제 저희가 이퀄리티와
So how can we change this? Through equity and equality. I'm going to talk about this later, but equity and equality have a fine difference between the two. Equality is evenly distributed tools and assistance. So it's equal opportunity given at the starting line. And by equity, it means equity at the finish line. So equity provides for equal outcomes, and equality provides equal opportunities at the outset. Looking at the social values, then this can be summed up ultimately as justice. This is illustrated by Tony Ruth, and I agree with this. I think we are seeing improvements, and ultimately we can achieve equal opportunity and equal outcome. So that is what I wish for in our society. In modern society, we have these two paradigms of capitalism and socialism.
자본주의와 사회주의가 너무나 널리 보편적으로 이해되어지고
These are commonly understood ideologies. In the interest of time, I cannot go into details, but I'd like to just point out a few. Looking at capitalism and socialism, what is today, the problems that we are encountering it includes ESG issues, environmental, social, and governance issues. In capitalism, it is characterized by mass production and mass consumption. So it is seeking maximum profit. That is the biggest virtue, maximum profit seeking. But there is no limit as to how much profit these entities can make. So excess production is the ultimate outcome, and excess consumption, that is a serious problem. And unfortunately, this led to the environmental destruction. It was an inevitable result. So capitalism, with mass production and mass consumption, seeks maximum profit, and this is led by the invisible hand or the market, mentioned by Adam Smith, and the equilibrium is settled. But this leads to market failure. So these market failures have been witnessed. It could be with the public goods or asymmetry of information. And in making corrections and revisions, then other sets of problems follow. And this invites chronic crises over and over. Capitalism is nonetheless still the mainstream paradigm, and it's not an environment-friendly system. It has to produce a lot, and a lot has to be consumed. And so these are the issues that capitalism faces. And there are many attempts to revise or correct capitalism, but we have not found an ultimate solution to capitalism yet. And looking at socialism, it seeks community values, and it seeks equality and solidarity, and creating synergy effect. and it socializes risk and return. It tries to share that. And compared to maximum and mass production and consumption, socialism pursues adequate amount of production and consumption, and it tries to maximize value, not profit. So it's more value driven. And it's not dependent on the market. It's based on planned economy. But the actual outcome did not go well as planned. So this is considered a failure, but I do not agree with that totally. I'll come back to this later. So it tried to encourage adequate amount of production and consumption based on plans. And if all went well, then the environment wouldn't have been destroyed so much. And I think the external environment around socialism is becoming mature. I am sorry. I taught in class in English, and it's kind of difficult for me to speak in Korean fluently. So I did talk about equality. And this illustration is by Angus McGuire. Let's look at equality and equity. So everyone is provided a box, and the public sector could say that it provided equal opportunities to everyone. But from the from the people's perspective, the fence itself prohibits us from enjoying the game. Of course, you have to make considerations from an equality perspective, but you also have to consider the equity side, the final outcome, to be able to observe the game. I know equity is a very difficult thing to solve, and you need to build up a lot of consensus to enable equity in society. And I think it would be worth our time to think about this. And maybe liberation, which a word I don't like that much, doing away with the fence could be a good solution, but we cannot get rid of all the fences, so realistically, this may not be a practical answer. So let's experimentally try different alternative paradigms. As I mentioned, people are doubting the sustainability of capitalism because it is faced with chronic crises. As for the philosopher John McMurtry, he said that capitalism is in a cancer stage in his book. And it is just receiving short-term gap measures, but that will not sustain capitalism. And Paul Kennedy wrote Rise and Fall of Great Powers. It talks about economic change and military conflicts. And he has done the study from 1500 to 2000, and he is talking about a similar diagnosis on capitalism, how it is faced with a chronic disease. And this was written back in 1987. And what was it like that back then? The U.S. was leading the economy with the Louvre Accord. And these scholars rang the alarm bells about the sustainability of capitalism. We have gone through many crises, and there was the great global financial crisis in 2007. And there was an attempt to add some socio-democratic touches to capitalism, but it didn't work. And thinking out of the box, there was a new paradigm that was attempted to add capitalist elements to socialism. And there was a dialectic approach taken. So let's base socialism first and then add elements of capitalism and try to come up with an experimental model. And so taking these new alternatives, we have gone through the dialectic model, and then we could have this evolution of a model that makes sense. So what I want to say is we need to work on the foundation of social capital that is based on social solidarity and voluntary participation. Then we can produce alternatives that can compromise the issues that come from the Fourth Industrial Revolution and the excessive buildup of the financial industry. We need to have the citizens participate voluntarily and form the social capital. That is what is required in this society. We have the economic, social, and cultural capitals, and they are in conflict with one another. And this conflict is quite meaningless. And the capital is dominant, and it is suppressing our lives. So we now need to turn our heads and pay more attention to social capital. And we need to think about the innovation of the financial management and the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Science and technology itself, whether it belongs to capitalism or socialism, there's not much of a difference. The Fourth Industrial Revolution and financial innovation need to be applied properly. This is a means to an end. And we need to take some good parts of it and apply that optimally to individual communities and countries. And so we need to think about that also. In the interest of time, I will not talk about the history of capitalism too long. It started with the Renaissance and the discovery of the New World in the 15th century. So at the end of the day, it was just a buildup of greed. The history of capitalism was all about that. Discovering the New World, the seas are a scary space, and you discover something, and if you can discover it, it's a high risk, high return game. So you lose all or you gain all. These expeditions were financed with venture capital, and where did that come from? From the Crusade onward, there was the pest. There is the wealth, but the humans who use the wealth changed as time passed, and that changed the flow of capitalism. And there was mercantilism and then price revolution. In the 16th century up to the 17th century, Spain and Portugal, they just exploited the Latin American countries, and they took the resources home. It caused inflation, and that helped primitive accumulation of capital and laid the foundation for the financial industry. And I talked about the venture capital for the expeditions overseas. And for the risk-taking activities, people take risks because they expect certain return back. And there is a need for compensation for the risk-taking. And with the discovery of the new world, the returns were quite attractive. And in order to enhance their returns additionally, there was more excessive expeditions, and that led to imperialism. So looking at all this, the progression of capitalism started with the Industrial Revolution in the UK with the steam engine, and there was the Luddite movement, and there was the enclosure movement. And if we look back on the second enclosure movement, the people were pushed out to the cities, and this was a good part of industrialization because they had the workers, but considering it from the human nature point of view, they were losing a lot of their human side. So this led to the expanded reproduction. Exponential growth was only what mattered, and this led to many difficulties. So distorted or deformed capitalism, beast capitalism, or pariah capitalism. And in the 19th century, there was imperialism that used their colonies as the source of their raw material supply and markets. And that led to conflicts. So talking about the crises in capitalism, starting with the US, there was this post-war economic boom that lasted until the 1960s. When the World War II ended in 1945, there was the Bretton Woods system, and so the US had the dollar hegemony, and then there was the Vietnam War. And so the US enjoyed a post-war boom, and the baby boomers were born in that time. Between 1945 and 1960s, they were wealthy, and it is called the Nifty 50. These are the blue chip stocks that did quite well on the stock market. So you just needed to buy and hold. Maybe like the Samsung Electronics, they just bought some blue chip shares and they had the wealth to sustain them for life. And so their thinking became more liberal, and they were more market-driven and efficiency-driven, and they were given more choice. And to the government and to the public sector, they were a bit skeptical. They wanted a smaller government. In 1956, there was the Suez crisis, and the U.S. hegemony was solidified even further. And then the Vietnam War ended, and there was the Nixon scandal. Of course, the Nixon scandal was before the end of the Vietnam War, chronologically. But there was the oil shock, and there was the fourth war in the Middle East, and this had threatened the US dollar hegemony. The jury's out there, but the Bretton Woods system ended, and the US dollar depreciated, and they were able to sustain the dollar with high interest rate, and they tried to recover their dollar hegemony with the oil dollars. And with Reaganomics and Thatcherism, neoliberalism and globalization theories permeated. And with the Washington Consensus, the neoliberalism spread. But there was the Black Monday. There was the Louvre Accord, but the policy agreements crumbled. And from then on, Alan Greenspan was the governor of the Fed, and there was excess liquidity in the market. There was the ticking time bomb expression and exuberation, irrational exuberation. And because of these situations in the market, we have the current problems. Simply put, uncertainty and volatility. And because of that, wider gap between the haves and the have-nots. Of course, this income disparity is not all that bad if the disparity serves the good of a bigger cause, but if it's the reverse, then it's dangerous. And after the war, Germany and Japan rose as economic powers, and the US tried to put them in check. And looking underneath the surface, during the Cold War, the US tried to check Germany and Japan, and the neoliberalism was transplanted to other parts of the world, and the Asian financial crisis broke out. It was mostly the developing nations, the emerging nations in Asia. And social capital was regarded important, especially in Korea. There was the gold collecting movement. In 1907, when we were under Japanese occupation, the people gathered their money to pay off government debt, and then a similar measure took place in the 1930s, the people chipping in to save a nation in crisis. And then there was the gold collecting movement in Korea. And this is not a sole problem for the US, but what was a catalyst was the TMT stock speculation leading to the dot-com bubble. Amazon.com was referred to as Amazon.bomb in a publication, Technology and Media and Telecom. The tech stocks were the target for speculation, and that led to a dot-com bubble. This is considered a risky moment when the bubble bursts. The people are hard hit. And in 2007 and 2008, there was the Great Recession or the global financial crisis. And at the time, unfortunately, only stopgap measures were applied, quantitative easing, and 10 years later, because of COVID-19, the world economy is paralyzed. And so these show that maybe capitalism is not sustainable because we continue to see these chronic crises. And there have been attempts made to correct or revise capitalism. There have been experiments, and there are other measures to deal with climate change and environmental risks. But there's a conflict among the economic and social and cultural conflict, so the new experimental measures are not effective. And there's a food company called Danone, and the CEO, Emmanuel Faber, was a pioneer in ESG management, but he was kicked out of the office because his company did not return well with his ESG management philosophies. And so these attempts are being made, but we still have a way to go, a long way to go. So what should we do about it? And looking at socialism briefly, maybe people who are familiar with the Bible, you may know about Jubilee. For every 50 years, you're able to write off your debt, sort of. And that is the primitive form of Christian socialism. And upon entering the Middle Ages, Henry VIII of Great Britain parted with the Roman Catholic Church and established Church of England, and the Jubilee spirit was dissipated. But there have been efforts made to try to recover humanity and to make corrections to the greedy side of capitalism. So there was a rise to utopian socialism. Thomas More wrote Utopia, and Bellamy talked about socialism, equality, and painted a rosy picture of the future. And there were elements of enlightenment. Henry George, Owen, Saint-Simon, these people appeared. And also there was the rise of Fabian socialism. And I am a member of this school, and I have lived in the UK for a long time. And I think these thoughts form the foundation of socialism. And this also contributed to the formation of the Labour Party in the UK. But the initial socialist movement in the UK failed, but the social revolution first took place in Russia. Socialism evolved and took on many forms. And there is cyber sin, or cyber socialism. This is a necessary condition for a new paradigm. There was the old gas system in the old Soviet Union, and there was the project CyberSyn in Chile. The Santiago government had the factories and the central government connected through a network. And they wanted to implement a planned economy, but this did not work out because the technology was not mature enough, and I'll come back to this later. And the third road, or the third way, and Arab socialism, Latin American socialism, and these are some meaningful forms of socialism. And we see traces of socialism in Korea as well. There was the Donghak philosophy, which equated the people with the heavens, and there was the Shilhak philosophy, which pursued practical things. And they pursued the well-being of the community as a whole. And I think these are philosophies worth looking back on. And as for Arnold Toynbee, he praised highly of the Korean value of familial piety and respecting your elders, and that is the prototype of social capital.
So we have this environment that is very mature for experimenting with an alternative paradigm. And we have moved from the age of industrialization to the information age. So we are undergoing this transition. And you will see later in a table that in terms of the means of value creation, in terms of the required capital and scalability of operation and scarcity of capital on all these fronts, this information age is quite different from the previous industrialized age. And exclusive dominance of capital is actually waning, and the appeal of the scarce capital is weakening. And due to quantitative easing, there have been extensive periods of quantitative easing, and also in terms of the total size of the quantitative easing, there was great access. So scarcity of capital has gone down, really. And also interest rate has, in some cases, actually come down to below zero. And so the situation has greatly evolved over time. And because of such negative interest rate, the time value of money concept has become almost irrelevant. In the past, there was a premium recognized for the use of money over extended periods, according to the concept of TVM, but now this concept has become more irrelevant. And also, we used to rely on the capital asset pricing model, and we used to look towards capital budgeting and required rate of return concept, but these have become less relevant as we move towards the information age. In the past, during the industrialization age, the means of value creation was land, machines, so basically tangible assets, hard assets. But in the information age, the means of value creation are more intangible. And the key characteristic of intangible assets is that they are unlimited. And in terms of capital requirement, in the industrialized age, we needed to invest in factories and buying equipment and machinery and infrastructure. Of course, we do need to have infrastructure for IT even today, but after that, there is less of capex investment required when we compare against the industrialized age. In the past, when you needed to expand your business, you needed to build a new factory. But in this age, we don't need to build another factory. There is unlimited access to intangible assets that can drive value creation. And also, demographics and shift in demographics is affecting the society. In the past, the demographics, people emphasized the liberty and choice, but now the millennials and Gen Z have emerged as the silent majority, and they do allow for intervention by the government and public sector as a result of a series of crises. And also, in terms of financialization, there is a revolutionary move towards financialization. There is the concept of I cubed, the three I's being information, innovation, and intangibles. These three I's are driving the fourth industrial revolution, creating a lot of changes in our society and economy. And on the news, you always hear about avatar, virtual reality, and a lot of coverage is being done on the concept of metaverse, and also DeFi, the decentralized financial system. So there's a lot of change happening at an unprecedented speed. They're leading to new choices, perhaps new forms of equity and equality, and they provide a platform for wide-ranging social and economic changes. Now, when it comes to metaverse, Steven Spielberg, the film director, produced the movie Red Player One, and in a metaverse called Oasis, he paints a picture of the metaverse in a very convincing way. So I encourage you to watch that film. And also, we are seeing the emergence of the cashless society and cryptocurrency. And with cryptocurrency, because there's no backing with hard assets, there are corrective measures being taken to, launch stable coins as an alternative. And there's also the central bank digital currency, the CBDCs are being developed. These are also very significant evolutions that will have a lasting impact on paradigmatic shift. If we look at some major pioneering thinkers, Marxist ideal was to have from each according to his ability to each according to his needs. And then there's Keynes, who prophesied that advanced labor-saving technology will allow our grandchildren to work just 15 hours a week. But this hasn't happened really because as productivity increased excessively, resulting in huge surplus in economic value, these surplus was enjoyed primarily by private sector capital, while the surplus was not really distributed to the workers. So we still have workers working extensive hours, but anyway, that was the prophecy made by Keynes. And maybe I am an idealist, but the revolution in productivity increase has, if we can achieve a double-digit or even triple-digit productivity increase, we may actually be able to achieve this paradigmatic shift faster than we anticipate today. And the super fast rise in productivity, if it happens in triple digit, we will be able to see greater flexibility of the labor market, and we will see labor becoming less about purely survival and making livelihood, but labor will become more of a development, a personal development of the self and one's ideals. And due to the pandemic, the gig economy has emerged, and now there is greater flexibility in the labor market, and pandemic has really accelerated this transition. Now, capitalism has suffered market failure, and socialism has suffered planning failure. And the cyberscene project of Chilean, as the chair of this session, I've been notified by the organizers that you have not covered, you have covered less than half of your presentation, so I think you need to move speedily because you only have 5 more minutes left for your presentation, sir. So the planning failure suffered by socialism can be overcome now with more advanced technologies, and therefore we may be able to attempt more meaningful experimentation of the socialist ideals, and we may be able to more equally distribute opportunities while
나누고 공유하고
controlling accesses of capital, and we may be able to pursue greater co-prosperity and coexistence. And in order to achieve this paradigmatic shift, we need more solidarity and more voluntary participation by all members of the society.
그래서 이제 실험적 대안의 구체적 모델로
And so as some concrete aspects of the model for this alternative paradigm,
유지 위해서 결집되는
I would like to touch upon some aspects that I have envisioned. So we need to create a framework where we can truly form a humane community that aims to achieve well-being and true equity.
여하이 새로운 패러다임을 만드는데
And we need to think about how to effectively use social capital to pursue this kind of an ideal. And we may need to have a more socialist form of fiscal control and better control of production, distribution, and consumption in an organized manner based on economic planning. And by doing so, we could also guarantee appropriate level of economic activities that does not harm the environment. Of course, this is not something that can just happen overnight. And in order to achieve this transition, we need to, for example, make efforts like nationalizing key industries to reap the fruit and better distribute the fruit of improved productivity. And also, we might need to modify the taxation system to narrow excessive wealth gap. And also, Islamic banking has the concept of zakat, which is basically about donation and sharing. So we might think of actually embracing such ideas into our financial systems. And also, we need to think about data ownership. Right now, we know that data is an asset that is valuable, but the ownership of data is often with someone else. I mean, our data is often owned, or the benefits of our data is often enjoyed by someone other than us. So we need to think about the concept of data ownership and remuneration for that data. And we need to achieve greater inclusive banking. M-Pesa is one technology that we can benchmark, which can help bank the unbanked. And there's the issue of dollarization, and we need to attempt to rebuild the currency economy and foreign exchange system to overcome dollarization. And also, we can pursue an innovative P2P banking system and token economy using blockchain technology. And I think being in Korean Peninsula leads us to think about what we can do between South and North Korea by having joint participation on both sides of the DMZ. We could create a peace community. Perhaps we could invite international organizations to contribute in the effort. And we could potentially create a peace community in which there are homes for persons with disabilities, and there are facilities to support the marginalized and disadvantaged people, and build schools. And this can help nurture new generations of Koreans from both South and North to promote the possibility of peaceful unification. So I have just thrown out a lot of ideas that have not fully been developed or matured. So I'm just throwing these ideas out there so that researchers can further develop them towards greater possibility of coexistence. So that was the spirit in which I delivered this presentation. Thank you very much.
수고하셨습니다.
Thank you, Professor Song. You know, there was an extensive lecture. You talked about a lot of history historical development of capitalism and different economic systems, and also you presented a lot of ideas. So let's give a round of applause to Dr. Song for his informative presentation. We do not have a lot of time because there's another session in this same venue, so we need to move swiftly. We are going to now begin the panel discussion. We have with us Mr. Jim Rogers. I would like to hear your comments, please. Mr. Jim Rogers. Mr. Jim Rogers, would you like to deliver your comments? Mr. Jim Rogers, would you like to deliver your comments as a panelist? Mr. Jim Rogers, please use the microphone to deliver your comments as the panelist for this session. Mr. Jim Rogers, please deliver your comments as the panelist. It's your turn to speak.
I am delighted. Thank you. It's very interesting to be here. I do first want to say that one of the things I have learned in Korea is that the word unification seems to scare a lot of people for whatever reason. Some people just say no immediately. Some people are scared, and some just are not interested. So I don't particularly use the word unification here. I use the word more of an open Korea, open the DMZ, have an open country. You've been here a few thousand years, so I would prefer to use let's open, let's abolish the DMZ, and let's have a good time. For as far as the youth and how do you appeal to the youth, they don't seem to be too interested, but I think if you explain to them, there would be no draft, there would be no military service, they wouldn't have to worry about getting killed. Everybody who's alive in the Korean Peninsula today has spent her or his whole life worried about getting killed. If you explain to people you don't have to do the military, you're not going to get killed, that might appeal to many of them. But also, if you explain, Korea spends a lot of money on defense, north and south, huge amounts of money. If you explain to the youth and other people, we're going to have a lot more money to spend on schools, highways, factories, discos, whatever you want to spend the money on, we can have a much better life. I think most people would get more interested. Most people are more interested in their own prosperity than things that are abstract to them. So if you appeal to the young people through music or K-pop or K-drama or sport, whatever, find things that people are interested in and explain to them they will have a lot more money for all of that. They don't have to serve in the military, and they're not going to get killed. When I was a kid, I was in America. I had to worry about getting killed. I didn't like it. I'm sure that the same is true of every Korean alive today. So figure out some way to interest them, appeal to them. Unification doesn't seem to be a word that appeals to people, but I do know money, prosperity, jobs, this is the sort of thing that appeals to most people. So figure out a way to explain it. And let's all have a very good time with a successful, prosperous Hanbando.
로조스 회장님 지론을 다시 듣게 되는 것 같습니다.
Thank you very much for that recommendation, Mr. Jim Rogers. Now, our
이정철 교수님 참여하고
next
계신가요?
panelist is online, I believe. Dr. Jung-chul Lee, are you there? Yes. Dr. Lee, we would like to hear your comments.
네, 송 교수님하고 짐 로저스 선생님 발표와
Dr. Song and Mr. Rogers, thank you very much for the presentation and the comments. I apologize for not being able to join you on site. Now, I would like to comment a few things about the presentation.
사실은 송 교수님 발표 내용을 보면서 드는 생각 중에
As I listened to the presentation,
진보
I thought about technological advance and information society and how fast the changes they bring about.
나가기 위해서 노력을 하고 있습니다.
And the global community is really working hard to keep up with all the fast changes.
많이 쫓아가지 못하는 게
But I think democracy is the one thing that has not been really able to keep up with all these rapid changes. Of the many models that you suggest, what might help democracy keep up with the speed of changes? Is the question that I have. I think there's a lot of conflict and difference of views because democracy has not been able to keep up with the social changes. In Korea, there were the candlelight movement, and even about that, there was mixed views. And I think this is in large part because there has not been we did not have ample social dialogue about its meaning. And so I think we need to come up with a model that would bring greater legitimacy to democracy and direct democracy and direct participation in democracy. So I hope Dr. Song can maybe comment on this. And Dr. Song also mentioned the millennials and the Gen Z in your presentation. In the upcoming presidential election and the lead up to the election, there's been a lot of talk about the influence of the MZ generation. I mean, they're a very important force in our society, and the characteristic of the Korean MZ generation is that a lot of the people are really embroiled in identity politics, and sometimes the MZ generations are very narrowly confined to their narrow spectrum of views. So there is overprojection of the views of MZ generation to the broader society. So I think we need to come up with ways to maybe retrain, re-educate the MZ generation so that they can be more responsible and more accountable members in our society. And Dr. Song, you have mentioned the idea of combining the advanced information technology that we have to compensate for the lackings of former socialist ideas. And I think there is that potential, but at the same time, there are certain biases and some of the some of the negative views that may have resulted with regards to socialism. I think we need to overcome the differences of views about socialism in order for such alternative models to really blossom. And I think today we are actually seeing very important geopolitical tension and Ukraine being one example. And when countries are really preoccupied with geopolitical conflicts, we really need to help everyone think about the more communal values as humanity that is transnational. If we look at the Ukrainian situation and also in other parts of the world, it seems that geopolitical concerns of state powers are dominating the situation in the world. So we need to be able to present certain universal values that are transnational so that everyone can focus more on values that help peace rather than be preoccupied with geopolitical conflicts and interests. Thank you very much.
예. 로저스 회장님 하실 말씀 있으신가요?
Mr. Rogers, do you have anything to add?
I would just like to say one quick thing to all of the points. When you're speaking to young people, I have found that if you say to them, had you rather live in East Germany or West Germany, most of them immediately know the answer. Had you rather live in North Vietnam or South Vietnam? Most people know the difference. Had you rather live in Cuba or Florida? Most people know the difference. If you say to people, had you rather live in North Korea or South Korea, most people instantly know, especially Koreans. So again, a lot of these concepts, people don't understand or scare them. But if you say, had you rather live in North Korea or South Korea, most people get it instantly, including most young people. And I certainly get the difference.
좋은 말씀입니다.
Yes, thank you for the valid point. From Sungong-Hui University, we have Professor Lee Nam-chu. And he's serving on many advisory committees. Professor Song, thank you for the presentation. I don't have much time. I'd like to just point out or comment on three things. One is I'd like to talk about the significance of the topic dealt with today. As was mentioned by Professor Lee Jung-chul, the world politics is unstable, and I am a bit of a pessimist regarding this year. There may be many reasons playing into that. I think many people are unsure of their personal lives. Looking at the politics, looking at the nuclear issues, they're thinking of the big topics, but they're thinking about, is my way of living sustainable? I think we have to look at both micro and macro level to be able to come up with a solution. Some people may be, surprised because socialism is mentioned. But if you're not happy with your life now, what alternatives are there? What are some non-violent measures that we can try out? I think this is a good time for us to review the options, and we may experiment with them. So that's my first point. And the second and third comments are about the inter-Korean relations. If we take this approach, will there be new solutions to inter-Korean economic exchanges that came to a halt? So could we have cooperation that can grow the growth factors, because South Korea has the manufacturing capabilities and North Korea has the resources. And if we combine the two, can we have more competitive economic structure? I think this is a good direction to think about. But listening to Professor Song's presentation, I felt that maybe the people who are challenged, the areas that are challenged in the two Koreas, maybe they could work together to produce a different kind of synergy. In the very back, Mr. Song talked about the DMZ experiment and forming a new kind of community with the challenged people in North and South Korea. We have climate change and we're facing many global challenges. But the areas that are heavily hit, maybe they can work together. It's not, people in need getting together to beg for aid, but I think it could work in a more constructive way. So when we think about economic exchanges between the two Koreas, it's not to strengthen the already strong sector. Maybe we could work on the weak sector. And maybe, you're wondering what I'm talking about. So let me give you a specific example. I think that could be agriculture or farming. The farming areas. Intuitively, looking at the countries, I have a barometer of evaluating the quality of life in different countries. Can farming be one of the options for the people for sustainable living? If it is considered an option, then I think that's a very sustainable society. But if that is not the case, then people will be migrating to cities and aggravating the problems. And Korea is another example of that. And in the farming society, it is vulnerable to climate change. In South Korea, farming sector is challenged, and the same for North Korea. If the two farming sectors can cooperate and move on globally to expand the cooperation, I think we could find a solution. There was an important decision made at the Communist Party Congress in North Korea. They came up with a 7-year agricultural plan. They do feel the sense of crisis, and they talk about how to develop the villages, not just the farming industry, but the community itself. So I think there could be a way for the farming sectors in both Koreas to cooperate together, and I think it could open up new possibilities. So that's an idea I had. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lee Nam-ju, for your valuable contribution. Next, from PyeongChang National University, Professor Kim Gong-hee will deliver his comments. Are you not going to provide more introduction of me? But okay, I will continue with my introduction, focusing on economic aspects. Thank you very much, Dr. Song, for your presentation. I think the presentation was very, encouraging in many aspects, and provided many positive possibilities, and I would like to maybe point two things out that I felt were important. First of all, in your presentation, you talked about how capitalism is now facing a crisis, and your suggestion is to come up with an alternative paradigm to experiment with. And your paradigm is, I think, essentially socialist. But of course, it's not the so-called failed socialism of the past. And I think your socialist ideas have been based on some improvement on the former ideas of socialism. And also it can be and also there are improvements that can be combined with socialist ideals coming from the advanced information technologies. And we see new technologies like artificial intelligence and platform technologies, which have been noted and emphasized by many scholars. And also there is this idea of acceleration. And scholars who focus on acceleration, they often talk about post-capitalism rather than socialist capitalism. So their idea is to preserve the benefits of capitalism, but also transcend the limitations of capitalism. And it seems like Dr. Song's message is similar to theirs, but one difference is that you are actually emphasizing more on aspects of capitalism to be added on to socialist ideals to overcome the limitations of planned economy that we had seen over the years. But of course, there are issues such as protection of private information, and there are a slew of other issues that we need to think about in order to make the implementation of that alternative paradigm realizable. So I think there needs to be further discussion on this. And my second point is this. Dr. Song pointed out that the paradox of capitalism is exacerbating. And the effort to overcome the paradox of capitalism is actually taking place within the capitalism itself. And you talked about course correction in capitalism. And such endeavors have become more extensive since the COVID pandemic. As you know, the global capitalism has actually experienced a series of crises, including the global financial crisis. And there were signs of recovery to a certain extent, but it did not really result in a full-blown recovery. And then on top of that, the COVID pandemic came and created another crisis. But during this time, the governments have intervened to keep capitalist economy from completely collapsing and kept it at least in a recessionary stage. And the governments really acted to address the failures of the capitalist model. And the governments, on the one hand, helped alleviate some of the impacts of the crisis, whereas in the past, these kind of efforts were very isolated by country. But then, for example, after the global financial crisis, there was a recovery seen in the United States that did not really spill over extensively globally. But through COVID-19, we have seen the importance of recovery of the global economy as a whole and not just of a single country. And the key reasons are that in the past, policies to overcome crises have in the past been primarily limited within the national boundaries. But because of a crisis such as COVID-19, we realize that we are a community of human beings transcending our boundaries. So the things that we had put off because of conflicting interests were taken on once again, and going low carbon has become a very important initiative that is embraced more widely across the globe. In the past, there were resistance to maybe introducing EVs in some companies, but we have since seen a lot of changes in the position of companies and in governments to really embrace EV technology. That's just one example. So the global COVID pandemic crisis has resulted in governments transcending the territorial boundaries to really improve the situation and alleviate the impact of the crisis. Korean government is launching the New Deal, and also the U.S. is also looking to invest about 5,000 trillion won worth of stimulus to improve the economy. And Dr. Song talked about the corrective efforts of capitalism. And I think these kind of corrective efforts are especially pronounced since the COVID pandemic, and these are quite different from measures like QE, which were primarily driven by individual states. And we're seeing more transboundary awareness of the crisis, and I think this can actually provide a very good opportunity for us to come up with a more practicable alternative paradigm. Thank you very much for that comment.
We have 10 minutes remaining to the session. I think many people would like to voice their opinions. I would like to just take 2 questions from the floor in the interest of time. Who would like to go first? There was somebody who had forewarned me that they are going to ask a question. I'm not going to call on the person. Yes, please go ahead. South Korea and North Korea both need great changes. And in undergoing the change, the digital technology is bound to play an important role. And that needs no explanation. But Europe is talking about the agency of the civic society. It's not the government-led effort. It should be led by the civil society so that we can have true digital innovation. In South Korea, is it the people who are leading the digital innovation? I don't know. In North Korea, who are the innovators for digital society? I think we need to get the people ready. And I think PUST can play that role. But it should not be a few elites who should lead the digital innovation. It should be a wide society. But is that really possible? There needs to be information disclosure, but will the North Korean authorities and the relevant entities share all the relevant information with the people at large? Thank you. We'll take another question from the floor and get the answer from Professor Song. It seems there are no additional questions. Professor Song, please answer the question and then make a concluding remark. Thank you. Thank you, all the panelists, and thank you for the question from the floor. I will do my best to respond to the questions and the comments.
Very much, and I really appreciate your help, and I totally agree with you. We have to open up, and then we have to cooperate with them, and then we have to promote youth. I told you youth. 그래서 지금 회장님 말씀하셨듯이 저희가 열려야죠.
Rogers mentioned, we have to open up. And the future generation must become more involved and participate with an open mind. If we go in depth, if they do the calculations, the reunification may be in the best interest of the future generation. So we should talk about the concrete matters. And thank you, Professor Lee Jung-chul, for your comment. Yes, I agree with you. And I did mention, I didn't have the time to talk about the millennials and the Gen Zs. The MZ generation in the US was what I was referring to. Their thinking and their attitude is different from the MZ generation in Korea. The MZ generation in Korea had experienced the Asian financial crisis in 1997 when they were young, and in 2007, the global financial crisis acted as an opportunity, not a crisis. The IMF crisis was an opportunity for the corporates to clean up their balance sheets, and they were able to do the financial restructuring. So the Korean companies were able to fare better during the global financial crisis when it hit. But in the US, the MZ generations suffered the blow in 2007. So their mentality toward the government and the Korean MZ mentality toward the government is not the same. And geopolitical considerations must come first. Yes, I do understand where you're coming from. And looking at the Ukraine crisis, geopolitically complex situation. But what I was referring to was maybe we should go one step further. The Ukrainian crisis is based on the hegemonic power struggle. The US is maintaining its hegemony in Europe, and it has come into conflict with Russia. I'm not here to judge who is right, Russia or the US, but the crisis in Ukraine has come about as a side effect. We need to think about how to deal with these hegemonic struggles. And Professor Namju Lee, thank you for your comment. So people are uncertain about their personal lives, making ends meet and living every day. They should be able to lead a happy life. But if they're uncertain about their future, then they cannot go about achieving other visions. So to enrich our lives, to make our lives happier, so he talked about a possibility of potential cooperation in the farming sector between the two Koreas. Putting food on the table is a basic necessity. And yes, I do agree with your idea about maybe we could cooperate between the two Koreas in the agricultural sector. And what I wanted to point out is we need to be considerate of others. And in giving help to others, we need to be careful. We should not be too patronizing or too paternalistic. We should be humble in the act of giving. In the inter-Korean relations, I think we need that virtue even more. Of course, it's dangerous to overgeneralize based on my personal experience, but that is what I have been thinking, and that is my belief throughout the years. And Professor Kim Gong-hee, thank you for your comment. I'm just throwing ideas out in the open, and I would like many people to give their feedback, agreeing with my idea or disagreeing. I think this will enable flexible thinking. I'm not saying that this could be a catalyst and let's create a whole new socialist paradigm together. That's not what I am after. We have the existing paradigm, and as an antithesis, maybe we could produce an alternative and work from there. And finally, to respond to the question raised from the floor, digital innovation. Yes, our school is named PyeongChang University of Science and Technology. We deal with international finance, so it's on the social science side. But the basic tone of the school is an engineering school. And yes, civic society taking the initiative and creating a digital society and lead the innovation. Yes, the civil society has a role to play. This could be a bottom-up approach, but I think it has to be combined with a top-down approach. In the role of the people, science and technology it has its inherent uncertainties because new technologies could be risky, so it cannot be just the people taking on the risk to develop new technologies. I think it should be combined with a top-down approach. There should be a roadmap laid out, and whether it be a digital economy or a digital roadmap, maybe the people could have their input. And as for information disclosure, yes, that's a very difficult topic. To the core information or to the core data, we do not have full access ourselves, but we believe that is a constant. A university cannot change that variable, so that's a given situation. With limited access to information, what are some of the other parts of the information pool that can be shared? In that sense, I think we are making progress, and I think the day after tomorrow will be better than today. We are making progress, and I think there could be potential collaboration in the two Koreas, and it would be good to find potential areas of collaboration. And as for the issue of data ownership, who should be the winner? Right now, it's the platform players that are taking the lion's share of the profits. But I think we can have data ownership. We can take the ownership back and make money from the data that we provide to the platforms, and not just the platforms taking all the gains. With that, I'd like to conclude. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Song. I think we need to close this session, but before that, I would like to say a few things myself. Earlier this year, I read a book written by Mr. PyeongChang, and it gave me so much food for thought. I could not go to sleep. And I talked about my experience reading the book to a journalist, and I recommended the book, saying, it will give you excessive amounts of food for thought. Now, we talk about the issues on the Korean Peninsula, and we need to think about, are we really, truly the agents and the owners of the issues that occur on the Korean Peninsula? Are we not delegating everything to, someone outside of the peninsula? That is something that I started to think a lot about by reading that book. And of course, on stage, there are the politicians, people with power. But what about us? And who are the true agents in historical development? That is a question that I have. And when we think about the problems or issues on the Korean Peninsula, we should not think of North Korea as the other side and trying to benefit from whatever occurs. I think it is not right to see North Korea in that perspective, and we need to be more responsible owners of the issues on the Korean Peninsula. Now, finally, can I invite you to, excuse me, can I say one more thing? Mr. Jim Rogers, I've known and for a long time, and he since 2015 has been giving me a lot of advice. He's a mentor and he's a true guru and advisor who helped me as I took on my position at PUSD. So I'd like to thank Mr. Rogers for that. So can I ask everyone to just rise once again and say goodbye before we end this session? Goodbye, everyone.
와우. 와.
Located in the northeast of South Korea, Gangwon-do is bounded by the ocean on one side and other Korean provinces on the other. This charming region, filled with the beauty of nature, offers both mountainous and sea landscapes for a multitude of activities during different seasons of the year. Today, we chose 3 cities to visit in Gangwon-do and can't wait to introduce them to you. Gyeongpo Beach. Gangneung is the largest coastal city in Gangwon Province. During the summer, it is one of those places where everyone wants to enjoy some of the best beaches of the country. No matter if you walk north or south, through gorgeous beaches one after another, you will be followed by the infinite white sands and emerald waters. Here, the stress and anxiety of everyday life leaves room for dreams and happiness, which makes everything possible. Gyeongpo Beach is probably the most popular beach at the east coast of South Korea. Here, people enjoy different outdoor activities, or just spend hours sunbathing on the beach. It is an especially appealing vacation spot as the beach is situated between the ocean and Gyeongpo Lake. If you feel like stretching your legs, you can rent a bike and enjoy the lovely bike path that surrounds the lake. It is a fun activity that we enjoyed until late. If you decide to stay in this area for several days, Lee Kai Sandpine Resort is situated a few pine trees away. A lot of people come to visit this place to relax and feel the flavor of the Hawaiian atmosphere. It is no coincidence that Lee Kai means shining ocean in Hawaiian. This resort is well known for its huge golf fields in the heart of Gangneung, and it has 12 conference rooms, which can accommodate up to 800 people. Sageunjin Beach. Sageunjin Beach is the most romantic beach of the coastal area. I know we've said that you can't take it easy in Gangwon-do, but this is the moment where you can impress your loved one. Don't be lazy and get ready for your date by bringing some delicious snacks and renting some of the loveliest picnic sets in the nearby shops. You'll feel like the happiest couple on the planet with the memory that neither of you are ready to forget. Songgyeojang. After enjoying the coastal area, it is time to experience ancient Korea by visiting Songgyeojang House. It is a very well-preserved traditional Hanok house of noble family constructed 300 years ago. It is hard to believe that the descendants still live in this house to this day. Surrounded by pine trees, it remains intact in harmony with the beautiful natural environment. The wooden bridge, stretched out over the pond, used to be an inspirational location for poets. Today, it is one of the most popular attractions in Gangneung, Gangneung Jungang Market. There is no visit to Gangwon-do without testing its local food. Besides local restaurants, Gangneung Jungang Market is a great place to taste some food from Gangwon-do. For food lovers, it is a must-visit place. And as you probably already know, we love delicious food, especially while traveling. Don't worry if you feel lost with all the choices offered to you. Just pick a local who is eating what looks like the most delicious food and copy whatever they order. Trust us, you can't go wrong with this. Anmok Beach. From the multitude of amazing beaches that Gangneung can offer, Anmok Beach is definitely worth a visit. It is here that you will find a popular Gangneung coffee street. Over 30 unique beachfront cafes let you drink perfectly brewed beverages while enjoying incredible sea views. Overall, in Gangneung, we mostly stayed at St. John's Hotel. Since it has fabulous conference rooms, which can accommodate 1,000 people, it has also hosted famous personalities like the President of South Korea, Moon Jae-in, and Ivanka Trump. Located right in front of the ocean, it provides you with a stunning view of the surroundings. The infinity pool on the rooftop was our favorite. The blue water from the sea merging with the water of the pool gives the illusion to be surrounded by the ocean. PyeongChang is today a world-famous county in Gangwon-do, as it hosted the Winter Olympics in 2018. With an honorable number of 17 medals and 5 gold, South Korea achieved its best performance in the history of the Winter Olympic Games. The official hotel of the Winter Olympics was the Alpensia Ski Resort, as it has the biggest conference rooms hosting 2,000 people. Today, it provides the perfect environment to enjoy leisure sports during all seasons. In winter, people come here mainly for skiing, but in summer, it creates a peaceful place to relax in nature and enjoy some outdoor activities. The resort also hosted some of the sports events in its stadiums, like ski jumping. You can go to the top of the Peninsula ski jumping center if you want to experience how the athletes felt before they jumped. Woljongsa Temple at Odensan Mountain. Situated on the beautiful Odensan Mountain, Woljongsa Temple is the place where you find peace and enlightenment in the solitude of nature. It is a spiritual healing experience where you will breathe the history and heritage of one of the main religions of South Korea. It is also a foreigner-friendly temple stay that breaks down the barriers of language and achieves mutual understanding among all humankind. Sky Ranch Hanulmokjang. Sky Ranch is a lovely sheep farm in South Korea. The ranch is so beautiful that it became a popular tourist attraction in Gangwon-do. These cute, lucky animals enjoy grazing in the vast fields and are used to interacting with humans. After hanging around with them, a tractor brought us to the top of the hill in style, surrounded by a multitude of windmills in perfect harmony with the beauty of nature. It offers a magical experience that we weren't prepared for. Finally, we finished our day with a lovely picnic in the middle of the river, enjoying their delicious, fresh, farm-made yogurt. Jonggangwon, Traditional Korean Food Cultural Experience Center. After enjoying tons of delicious food across the country, it is time for us to learn how to cook it. Jonggangwon provides traditional cooking programs where visitors can immerse a little bit more in Korean culture and learn the way their food is made. They even grow their own ingredients, which gives this place a lot of charm. I bet you've never seen a huge collection of pots right in front of a house. Yes, fermented paste and sauces like gochujang, the red pepper paste, or doenjang, the bean paste, are very important in Korean cuisine. Ari Hills. Now that you've taken some rest and enjoyed the beach, it is time for the fun part of the trip. Jongson is another beautiful place in Gangwon-do, but it is the outdoor activities that we enjoyed the most. Ari Hills Skywalk is a glass observation deck which provides you with an incredible view of the Donggang River. Bringing to mind the shape of the Korean Peninsula, this magical landscape is often called the Grand Canyon of South Korea. You will have the amazing feeling of walking on the clouds from the edge of the cliff. Ari Hills also has the longest zipwire in Asia. If you want to spice up your trip to Gangwon-do, this is the perfect opportunity. You will be flying like a bird between the valleys at 100 kilometers per hour, an experience you'll never forget. Once down on the ground, you will have the option to fully enjoy Donggang River by grabbing a paddle and riding a boat. The beauty of this place made it popular for rafting, with steep cliffs on one side and banks of pebbles on the other. The picturesque landscape will make you forget to paddle. We had a lot of fun jumping from the boat and letting the river bring us to the destination point, Samtan Art Mine. It is time to slow down a bit and visit an impressive Jongson creation, which highlights both the area's rich history of mining and fresh modern art. It used to be a very busy place, employing around 3,000 people due to the high demand for coal. After shutting its doors in 2001, local artists gave this place another life. It became the perfect playground for urban explorers and graffiti artists. Today, Samtan Art Mine is a stunning complex that would be scary to visit alone at night. Alpine Coaster. Haiwon Ski Resort is the biggest resort in Gangwon-do, with around 1,900 rooms and 43 conference rooms, which can host over 2,000 people. During summer, instead of ski slopes, this place is covered with thousands of flowers. It has plenty of activities to discover, like an open-air water park, so you don't have to go far to enjoy your day. But our favorite was the Alpine Coaster attraction, which makes you appreciate the daisy field through a completely different angle. This place is huge and surrounded by beautiful nature, so even when we weren't lucky with the weather, we had a lot of fun exploring the surroundings. Now you know about some of the best places in Gangwon-do, where you can enjoy the coastal area, mountains, and some fun activities. However, Gangwon-do is a huge province with lots of places to visit during different seasons of the year. We are looking forward to going back and letting you discover more about Gangwon-do. If you enjoyed this video, please like it, subscribe to our channel, and we'll see each other on the next one.
강원도 금강산 1만 2천 봉 8만 광자 유정사 법당 위에 칠성단 도두 오고 팔자에 없는 아들 딸 나달라고 석달열흘 녹음에 없는 아들 딸 나달라고 정성을 말고 당황객니 외로이
Clean highlands, 700 meters above sea level, the bearer of happiness. The positive energy found here engages all senses, giving life to the body from head to toe, bringing peace to the heart and soul. Quick and close, PyeongChang approaches. As we run to embrace PyeongChang, in this very moment right now. A snow-covered village, a 1,000-year-old forest, leads us to a new world in awe, leaving the secular world behind. Here, the meeting of a dramatically portrayed goblin as someone gains insight to understand the past, present, and the future. Buckwheat flowers that displayed freshness under the sun glows white with the delicate moonlight. At PyeongChang, where all seasons come in different colors, presenting the vastness that exists within scenery, every photo taken becomes memorable. Enjoy the scent therapy at PyeongChang. Satisfy your sense of smell, not just the vision. The clean highlands where warm sunlight meets becomes a heavenly garden full of flowers giving off a unique fragrance. In every breath, the fragrance of flowers covers your body, washing off the fatigue of city life, becoming a memory engraved in the mind. After feasting your senses of sight and smell, open your ears now and listen to the sound of PyeongChang. Beautiful snow scene of the sound of the wind that freely travels in and out of Baekdu-daegan. Following the footsteps of the sound of nature, listen to the magical harmony of the 80 wind chimes hanging from an octagonal 9-story stone pagoda in Uljeongsa. The sound of PyeongChang, a sound of clean nature and sincere life, a symphony of healing that rejuvenates the lost sensibilities. "700 meters above sea level, known to be the optimal height for an ideal biorhythm. Delicious food from ingredients grown in PyeongChang pleases the sense of taste. Hanwoo, premium Korean beef, comes from cattle relaxed and fed in an open field. Hwangtae, a dried pollock, gets tastier after freezing and thawing in the cold wind and snow. You can also find trout that live in cold and clean water, and vegetables grown in Odaesan with thick forests and pure and natural water. Pangadari yaksu that provides a taste of nature with a kick. The healthy, happy taste of PyeongChang comes from Baekdu-daegan and its clean and pure water, the source of the Han River. Giving rise to healing and happy foods that satisfies the appetites and contents the heart. If you are tired of a cold and heartless life, there is a journey of touch found only in PyeongChang, cozy and warm, just like a mother's embrace. At Snow Festival, a white blanket of snow covers the land, warming and comforting you as it wraps around the soul. At the Summer Hunter Festival, you will be reminded of your childhood splashing water in the creek. At the Trout Festival at the riverside in winter, under the thick ice, you will feel the vigor and life of the trouts. Odaesan Mountain Culture Festival, reflecting the Buddhist culture, will allow you to look into your heart and grow. Coming into contact with PyeongChang will serve you with gentle happiness that cannot be found in city life. PyeongChang, the cradle for skiing in Korea, becoming the mecca of winter sports worldwide since the hosting of the 2018 PyeongChang Winter Olympics. Even in seasons without snow, the healing of PyeongChang that shakes off the stress of everyday life continues on. Paragliding gives you the view of the world beneath.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Hello everyone.
에너지전환포럼의 임재민 사무처장입니다.
I am Im Jae-min and I am from the Energy Transition Forum Korea.
그럼 지금부터 2022년 평창
And without further ado, we will begin the 12th partner session of the PyeongChang Peace Forum on the theme of the climate crisis and the task of energy conversion on the Korean Peninsula. This session will cover topics that are connected closely to the sustainability on the Korean Peninsula. We have 3 presenters, and then we will have 2 panelists who represent the young advocates for environmental preservation. The first presenter will talk about the response in Northeast Asia on climate change and the ways of achieving sustainable development on the Korean Peninsula. And the speaker is Mr. Nam Sang-min, Deputy Head of East and Northeast Asia Office of UNESCO. And then we will have Dr. Hwang Jin-tae, who's a research fellow from Korea Institute for National Unification, who will talk about the Korean Peninsula energy transition and the ideas for a low-carbon peace community. And then we will have Ms. Kim Chun-hee, Executive Director of the Korea Federation of Environmental Movements, who will talk about the ecological and peace cooperation on the Korean Peninsula. And then we will enter into a panel discussion involving Dr. Park Jin-hee, Mr. Nam Sang-min, Mr. Hwang Jin-tae, and Kim Chun-hee, Kang Eun-bin, and Lee Eun-ho. And we will talk about ways in which we can address the climate issue and sustainability issue on the Korean Peninsula. So without further ado, I would like to ask Professor Park Jin-hee to moderate. Hello, welcome to our session. We are going to talk about the climate crisis and the task of energy conversion on the Korean Peninsula. Again, we have 3 presenters, and then we will enter into a panel discussion. I am the moderator. I am Park Jin-hee. As you know, the Korean Peninsula is, of course, not an exception to the climate crisis. It's a very urgent situation that we have on this peninsula. And climate crisis responses can also be linked to peace-building processes and also other ways of partnership between the 2 Koreas. We have 3 presenters who will enlighten us with ideas that can contribute to that sort of partnership. And we will also have representatives of the young generation who are active in the field of environmental conservation. So please stay with us till the end of the session and take part in the panel discussion that will follow after the presentation. Our first speaker is Mr. Nam Sang-min, Deputy Head of East and Northeast Asia Office of UNESCO. Each presenter will be given 15 minutes. Mr. Nam is connected online. Please, Mr. Nam.
Yes, I will begin. Hello, everyone. I am Nam Sang-min, working at UNESCO. Can you see my slide? Yes, very well. I am sorry that I could not be with you. The title is Measures for Sustainable Development on the Korean Peninsula, Responding to the Climate Crisis in Northeast Asia. But I'm going to focus on energy and measures of cooperation vis-à-vis the energy crisis. The East and Northeast Asia Office of UNESCAP covers the 6 countries, including China, Japan, Korea, Mongol, and it was formed several years ago. We have Korea and Russia, North Korea, but I am going to focus on Korea, China, and Japan. Looking at the greenhouse gas emissions in Northeast Asia, we see the graph in 2030, and to meet the carbon neutrality goal, the role of the Northeast Asian countries is very important. Right now, Northeast Asia emits 33% of the world emissions and 40% of the global CO2. But fortunately, Korea has been curbing the greenhouse gas emissions. But compared to 2018, in 2020, there was a 10% reduction. But is this a downward trend or is it just temporary? We have to wait and see. As for Japan, after the Fukushima incident, there was a slight increase in the emissions, but went down starting in 2013. And as for China, their target is to reach net zero by 2030. And the common challenges faced by these countries is they are relying heavily on fossil fuels in the power sector, as high as 60%. And when we look at China, during the last 10 years, the renewables have taken a larger portion. It includes hydropower. The renewables account for 30% of the energy mix, and Japan exceeds 20%. But in Korea, it's only 6%. In 2021, in China, renewables capacity exceeded 1,000, including solar, hydro, and wind. So China has lowered the renewables cost and has increased the share of renewables in its energy mix. After the Fukushima incident in Japan, the renewable sector grew in Japan. It's 70 gigawatts, but in Korea, the capacity for renewables is about 25. The change globally is significant, but we have to watch out for China. And looking at the installed capacity, it's 40%, and generated capacity, it's about 28%. And we should watch closely how fast this accelerates. And we now need to look at North Korea and Mongol. They are severely damaged due to climate change. And this graph shows the crop yield included in the DPRK VNR report 2021. In 2020, there was a huge typhoon, and I looked at the VNR report, and the word disaster is mentioned 70 times, and climate change is mentioned 25 times. And the usage of the climate change word is more frequent than farming. So because of climate change, the consequences are hard hit, and North Korea has set the agenda to resolve these issues. In Mongol, compared to the 1993 the temperature has changed. And every 4 to 5 years, livestock freeze to death, and this has an effect on the livestock farming households, and they migrate to the cities and they become the urban poor, and leading to air pollution. Weather extreme conditions, loss of livestock, urban poor, urban poverty, and air pollution, they form a vicious circle. And this shows the chain of reactions. And looking at carbon neutrality in Northeast Asia, not just Northeast Asia, but the Southeast Asian countries and the South Asian countries, except for Pakistan, have announced their carbon neutrality goals. The 3 countries in Northeast Asia upgraded their NDC 2030 targets, and this has an effect of additionally reducing 1.2 GTC CO2 per annum. And so we have to reduce carbon much faster and much more than the other countries. And one approach is the renewables-based interconnectedness in Northeast Asia. Korea, Japan, China, and many institutions have proposed this measure. There are several proposals, but they're in a similar context. On the far right in the corner, including TEPCO, many institutions have done feasibility tests for economic and technological performances, and 330 kilometers of the coast is connected already. The feasibility test shows that it is feasible technologically and economically. And last year, ADB completed this study. It's a 100 giga project interconnecting the various countries in the region. And in order to put these plans to action, there are relevant institutions. In Korea, there's KEPCO, and then there's a counterpart in China, and they formed the Northeast Asia Regional Power Interconnection and Cooperation Forum, and UNSCAP is overseeing the dialogue. And we do benchmark the situation in Europe. 35 countries are sharing the grid. Individual countries, more than 10% of the power consumption and supply are connected, and they're exported. And in North Sea, Norway and England is connected. This was completed last year. This is an undersea cable extending 720 kilometers. So we have a lot to benchmark from Europe, and we are increasing the share of renewables in Northeast Asia. There's the issue of curtailment, but in order to minimize curtailment, it is important to interconnect the power grid. 170 terawatt hour was proposed, and Korea's total production capacity, out of that, 30% was curtailed. And to minimize curtailment, we need regional interconnection. So in that sense, we need the participation of North Korea. This is written in the report that they published, that World Bank published. Electricity access is 34.6%, and other countries have low access, Papua New Guinea, but their access is in the 70% range. And compared to these countries who have low electricity supply, North Korea is even half of that with their very low 34.6%. And another area of cooperation is renewables. And in 2016, North Korea NDC is talking about the amount of renewables energy that they want to expand, and they're talking about the relevant cost. So they're making internal investment and they're refurbishing the relevant systems. And so improving the energy efficiency is a very important task. And we need North Korea to participate in the Northeast Asia Energy Interconnected Forum. North Korea is working with China in co-generating power. There are hydropower plants alongside the China-North Korea border. So it's a 50-50 power sharing. The 6 water dams produce about 1.8 giga. So if it has the will to participate in the Northeast Asia Energy Interconnected Forum, then I think it is feasible. And this graph is showing the GEI DCO proposal of how the Northeast Asian countries can cooperate. With this, I'd like to conclude. Thank you. Thank you very much. You talked about the possibility of energy conversion through renewables and interconnection. And in relation to that, you talked about potential energy cooperation on the Korean Peninsula, and you shared your experience with us. And next,
Our second presentation is also concerning the issue of energy, but it's a broader topic because the topic is energy transition in Korean Peninsula, low carbon peace community. So on that, Mr. Hwang Jin-tae will deliver his presentation. Hello, I am Hwang Jin-tae. I'm a research fellow at the Korea Institute for National Unification. This is the title of my presentation, Energy Transition in Korean Peninsula, Plan for Low Carbon Peace Community. Actually, I did not choose this particular title. The organizers have asked me to cover this topic, and I actually am very much interested in this proposed topic, so I was able to enjoy this process of preparing for this presentation. We are here in PyeongChang. It's a very nice place in terms of the quality of air, and it's nice natural surroundings. But it is also the venue of 2018 PyeongChang Winter Olympics. And as you can see in the picture here, during that Winter Olympics, there was this expectations of thawing of relationships, as you can see in this picture, where the two leaders were quite friendly. But I hope that this kind of prospects can return to us so that we can look forward to better relations on this peninsula. And the scholars and researchers who were studying the energy transition here in South Korea decided to look into the energy transition topic across the Korean Peninsula as they saw the thawing of relationship years back. So this particular book, which says Energy Transition on Korean Peninsula, this book was published. And today, I am very happy to be be able to introduce to you this very book because it covers a very important topic, and we also have the younger generation of people who are interested in this very topic. So this is an important publication that you can look into. Now, I don't have enough time to actually go into the details of the potential creation of an energy transition based on peaceful community building. So I would like to first touch upon just the three obstacles that undermine creative approaches to energy transition on the peninsula. So now here are three concepts. First is the state-oriented approach, and the second is the economy-oriented approach, and third is South Korea-oriented approach. So these are the three obstacles that undermine creative approaches to energy transition on the peninsula. So this is the nationalism or the state-oriented approach. Now, basically, if we are based on nationalism, we are focused on either South Korea or North Korea. And as I have written here, when we were looking at the Korean society, we always had in mind the idea of nationalism and ideologies. And we looked at the particular country of Korea as a space within the territory, and we just focus particularly on the country rather than looking at this from various levels, for example, from the regional level or from the global level, or going down to the city level. So as you can see in the billiards, there are these set of billiard balls here that are all marked in different colors, but there is a stratified way in which these balls are always situated, and I think this is the kind of way in which we looked at this problem. And we used to see the Korean Peninsula as having North Korea marked in red and South Korea marked in blue. And we also saw North Korea as being closer to Russia and China, while South Korea is closer to United States and Japan. And I think we need to move away and move above this kind of a perspective. And now this picture perhaps can invite us to do that. This is a picture taken by NASA. And I love this photo because it's a great inspiration. NASA, regarding this picture, said that Pyongyang is a small island. And it talked about the per capita power consumption gap between the two Koreas because you can't see in this picture the coastline of North Korea because of the lack of power. And so we often see the lights as indicators of the locations of cities. And you can see in North Korea, there is almost a black hole. And you can look at this from a planetary perspective and see this as an evidence of planetary urbanization, and North Korea can be situated within that context of planetary urbanization. And because of the economic sanctions, the exporting of resources is not as active as before, but North Korea used to export a lot of coal to China. And in fact, the lights that are located in the Shandong province of China were possible because a lot of coal was exported to China. So while you can see this black hole in North Korea, we could situate it in the context of the planetary urbanization. And we need to see from a transboundary perspective the situation of North Korea as we seek to create better approaches to energy transition on the peninsula. And secondly, the economy-oriented approach. We often place economy above other values like justice or the environment. So I just wanted to summarize that in the term economy-oriented approach. So from this approach, we often see North Korea as a rich reserve of natural resources. Even the more progressive papers like 한겨레 described North Korea as a place of rich natural resources, and they described North Korea as having Samsung and Hyundai underground. So that's the way in which we saw North Korea. And also there was a plan for building a peace power plant that was part of the plan created by the South Korean government to build such a power plant along the border area. And this is, fossil fuel based. And if we look at the North Korea's position on coal, actually there was a major Workers' Party Congress, and there it mentions that there should be further acceleration of exploration and speeding up of digging to expand the coal mines and use advanced mining, methodology. So basically, North Korea is looking to further the use of fossil fuels. So we have to think whether this peace power plant plan should be based on such fossil fuels. We should think about whether it is right to pursue it in that way. And I think we need to be able to think about that by overcoming the economy-oriented approach. UN SCOP published a report on the supergrid plan, as was mentioned by Mr. Nam just before, and SoftBank is a sponsor of that plan. Founder of SoftBank, Mr. Son, actually proposed this Asia supergrid plan, and the Moon Jae-in administration also participated in a meeting with Mr. Son to talk about the idea of supergrid plan. The Asia supergrid just before was mentioned that there is economic viability and feasibility, but again, there is a lack of understanding of the differences in the capitalist and socialist systems, and there is this preoccupation with economic growth, and there is this lack of consideration of alternative transition pathways, and there's this focus on just expanding the infrastructure. And so these are some of the limitations of the Asia Supergrid plan as was proposed and discussed in Korea. So we often think that we are the only ones that can design the plans for further development and that we should take the initiative. But I think that South Korea-oriented approach is very limiting. So I would like to throw out to you a couple of ideas for you to think about. And then I would like to hear a feedback from our panelists. So I have some concrete and also actionable imaginative visions. And my first idea is to maybe just leave the coal underground in North Korea. So maybe I will just touch upon the third bullet point here. So often we look at this picture and think that North Korea is just underdeveloped. And to have more lights on the North Korean territory is the better improvement. And that would mean expansion of peace and positive development. But there is the issue of Anthropocene and low carbon goals that we need to think of. And instead of trying to develop the fossil fuels in North Korea to boost economic growth, I think we should think about the environmental impact of maybe keeping the coal underground in North Korea. And that could actually gain greater legitimacy for the idea of creating a peace community on the Korean Peninsula. So we see these activities in other countries to keep fossil fuels in the ground. So I think we could potentially try to manage the fossil fuel reserves of North Korea as a commons. Now, my second idea is perhaps to encourage and support the decentralized energy transition in North Korea. Of course, North Korea talk about the energy transition in the broad sense, but it is not really taking place across North Korea. And because of sanctions and also underdevelopment, it was very difficult for North Korea to establish the necessary infrastructure. Whereas in Korea, there's KEPCO that is able to build a centralized infrastructure. This in turn means that decentralization of the energy transition is actually more possible in North Korea because there is no centralized infrastructure in place. So we need to think of this potential. If we look at some of the documentation in North Korea, there is the Renewable Energies Act that was instituted in 2013, and also newspapers like the Labor newspaper talk about the need to create an integrated power management framework. And since the 1990s, after the arduous march, according to Dr. Kang's research, individuals have been using energy in various ways to make up for the lack of energy provision by the government. And so South Korean government should think about how to help the decentralized energy transition in North Korea, taking into account the actual situation in North Korea. So we need to understand the real situation on the ground. So you can see the picture on right. They're actually carrying, barrels of propane gas. So we need to take into account these real situations and become real partners and supporters for a meaningful energy transition in North Korea. And in order to discuss energy transition on the Korean Peninsula, we need to move beyond the siloed approach of looking at individual energy sectors, but to have more multi-level view of the overall energy system and have transformative thinking to come up with new ideas. And we really need to see beyond the closed territories of the two Koreas, and we need spatial imagination to envision a new society on the peninsula while taking into consideration its connection and place in the broader Northeast Asian region. And also, we need to go beyond the assumptions of expected future based on past history toward a vision of the desirable future. We need to think about the ecological outcomes, and we need to think about the broader environment, and so that we can actually work towards a desirable future rather than an expected future. So there is the solar panel in the back in the picture. We, need to be inspired by these ideas for a better energy transition on the peninsula. Thank you very much for delivering very important messages in the short period of time that was just 15 minutes, he talked about the imaginative visions for energy transition. He has provided some food for thought that helped us think out of the box.
And the third speaker is Executive Director Kim Chun-ee of KFEM. She's going to talk about the preservation of the environment around the DMZ area. I am going to present a different topic from the earlier presenters, but I am going to talk about the preservation of the ecosystem. And I'm going to focus on the area near the civilian control line. You're familiar with the map of Korea. We are a divided nation, and there is the borderline. We have this 4-kilometer area of DMZ, and from Gyeonggi province to Gangwon province, we have this control line against citizen or the CCL or the CCZ, civilian controlled zone. Why is the region important? I'd like to focus on the western part of the CCL. As of now, the blue-colored area is the breeding range, and the red area is the wintering range. And we have the red-crowned crane, which is referred to usually as the crane. And we have the white-naped crane, which is the black-colored crane. And in North Korea, they call it the white crane instead of red-crowned crane. I think we need to come up with common terminologies for these animals. In Mongol, red-crowned and white-naped cranes breed, and from October to March, they fly down to CCL. Why do they migrate southward? Does anybody know the reason? Why don't they live up there and travel downward? I heard from a resident, not a scholar. There's a lot of snow, and the cranes cannot have food. And so they come south in search of food. And they come down to CCL, and they also fly to Japan. And looking at Paju and Yeoncheon, these are the pictures that I have taken. These are the paddy fields, and they're spread out very wide. Traditionally, we have these paddies intact, but these provide a lot of benefits to the people. The farmers in Paju have created a rice co-op, and they are engaged in organic farming. I met an old farmer, and I asked him, why do you engage in organic farming? Why don't you just use chemicals? And what he said was, if you engage in organic farming, then the products sell better, and they're also good for the soil, and it's much more sustainable. And the organic rice is much more expensive than the conventional rice. But is this beneficial only to the people? No, we have the crake, the tree frog, and white-naped crane and spoonbills. They are animals near extinction, and they live in the paddies of Paju. And the area is Chopyeong Island. No man has entered the island in 70 years. And if two Koreas unify, there could be a special demand for development. In Paju, Yeoncheon, these paddies have been, they are the owners of these paddies are sole citizens. What you're looking at is Yeoncheon. We used to drink Adley, and Adley grows in Yeoncheon, and what you see in the next picture is the cranes. They eat Adley for food. Globally, the crane scholars, when they come to Korea, they're surprised by the cranes eating Adley. It's a rare sight that the cranes eat Adley. So we need to protect, but we don't think about protecting these territories. We just think about how to develop them.
These fields of Adley actually help support the livelihood of the farmers extensively. There are 256 farming families that are farming these Adley, and a lot of Adley is being produced, but the quantity is actually declining over the years. In Yeoncheon, these cranes are feeding off of the Adley. And this area actually is populated by a lot of species that are at the risk of extinction. This is Cheolwon. Somebody said that after the two Koreas were divided, Kim Il-sung actually said that it would be great to have rice grown in Cheolwon and have them shipped to North Korea. And that's the extent to which farming is very actively done in Cheolwon. This is possible because of this streams of water. And actually, these streams of water are not frozen even during winter times. So this is a great place for wintering species to spend their winter. This is why a lot of wintering species, including the red-crowned cranes, fly to Cheolwon. Now, the farmers of Cheolwon are working to improve the situation there by engaging in organic farming, involving the leveraging of red-crowned cranes that winter there. So there is this rice wine that has been branded by the farmers of the Cheolwon area using their produce. Oh, excuse me. And this is not just beneficial for the rice paddies, are not just beneficial for the farmers. You can see these red-crowned cranes. So the rice paddies that you see now have already been harvested, and this is winter time, and you can see, a lot of cranes sitting there. Why are they there? The farmers actually leave 3% of the grains on the ground for the cranes to feed off of during the wintering season. So in Cheolwon area, as many as 7 different species of the red-crowned crane can be found in the Cheolwon area. So now, if you look here, there is this very narrow canal that's formed alongside of the farm. This is the water that flows comes from the hills nearby, and very cold water flows into the field. And they want to have this water, gain higher temperature before they flow into the paddy, so that the seeds of rice do not die off because of the cold. Now, can you see the differences between the pictures on the top? This field is right after the harvest. And the stacks of straws are there left for the. So on the right, we have the field that is just there, leaving the straws for the animals to feed off of. And on the left side, you have stacks of organized straws. And you see here how the paddies are filled with water by the farmers in order to help the cranes to rest and relax during winter time. Why do cranes prefer to rest in areas with a lot of water? Why do you think they do so? Because the sound of water can help them protect themselves from natural enemies, because they can hear the steps of other species that may attack them as they walk into the water. So this is why the cranes try to relax where there's a lot of water, and then after wintering, they leave the Cheolwon area in March. Now, on the right-hand side at the bottom, there is a picture of a natural canal that has been formed, and this helps the cranes to rest and survive the winter. In Yeoncheon, starting from April last year, the National Farmers Association and the farmers in the Yeoncheon County worked together to create rice paddies. And the rice produced from these new set of paddies originally were planned for delivery to North Koreans to support them, but the North Korean government said it's okay and they will not receive this rice. So now it's being used to support the people who are under economic stress. I do not know why the remainder of the presentation has disappeared. Actually, I have more slides. I actually had more slides. So we talk about conserving the DMZ, and to do so, we need to protect and preserve the CCL, and we have to protect and preserve the rice fields. That is very essential to any sort of preservation effort in the DMZ. We believe that this can provide a very good opportunity for exchange between North and South Koreas. The cranes, they have cranes in Japan. So there are wintering ranges for cranes in Japan and also along the CCL. But actually, the cranes that come to the Cheolwon area are true migratory birds, whereas in Japan, they have sort of made themselves settled in Japan. So in that sense, the cranes that have migrated during winter times to Cheolwon are very special in that regard. And also in Germany, after unification, they have created a special protected area along the borderline. And they actually are interested in understanding what the South Korean government's plan was to preserve the DMZ area. Because the South Korean government initially set aside a very slim zone of protection, but we have been working hard to push the government to expand that protected zone. along the DMZ, because previously the government was more focused on development of the land. Right now, we are unable to engage in active talks with our North Korean counterparts, so at least we would like to continue the discussion with the South Korean government. So we want to have a clearer vision set forth by the Korean government to preserve the area alongside the CCL and the broader DMZ. And we need to have a special act to make this possible. The National Ecological Institute conducted a research on the ownership of the land in this area, and it appears there are some very tricky issues that need to be dealt with. But anyway, the government should really take the initiative to preserve this area. I mean, there are a lot of state-owned land, so at least we could set those state-owned land as protection zones. And of course, there are privately owned land. As for those privately owned lands, I think the government should get involved and try to designate these areas as, areas for preservation of these different species and the environment. And we want to co-work with the government in this endeavor. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ms. Kim talked about why the rice paddies alongside the CCL need to be protected. And she talked about what recommendations Korean Federation of Environmental Movements have for the Korean government. So I think during the panel discussion, we could maybe come up with more ideas. Now, this concludes the presentations that we have for this session. We're going to start the panel discussion. We have two panelists. So from Youth Climate Energy Action, we have Ms. Kang Eun-bin, who is the co-executive director. So please, Ms. Kang, you can make comments or ask questions to the three presenters.
Hello, everyone. I am with Youth Climate Emergency Action. I am Kang Eun-bin. Nice to meet you all. Thank you for the presentations. I did read in advance, and I was able to listen to the presentations on the floor. Before, I was a climate activist. I wanted to focus on the national division, and I attended the Department of Political Science, but I became interested in the climate issues, and so that's why I am taking this action. And so these were the personal challenges that I had, and it's an honor for me to be able to share my thoughts with you during the forum. I do agree with what Mr. Hwang said.
Oftentimes, we do look at North Korea as purely a rich reserve of natural resources, or as a place that needs to be developed with ideas and initiatives from South Korea. And I really agreed with your criticism. Within our organization, we have certain projects where we actually have filed suit, and we began with our movement to address the issue of, extensive coal use and the lack of climate response. And we felt, exporting coal to other countries is not a just thing to do. So we should not be exporting coal to emerging economies or exporting coal power plant technology to other countries. Although the Korean people often think that while we should go low carbon in Korea, it's economically beneficial for Korea to export coal power plant technology to other countries. And actually 86% of the respondents actually agreed that this kind of exporting of coal power plant technology is very important. But then we are continuously seeing a decline in the number of people who are supporting this kind of idea just based on the national interest. We need to continue to be able to see environmental issues as a priority, perhaps over serving national interest. So, in terms of institutions, you talked about, managing the, resources in North Korea as commons, and I also think the idea of commons as a great strategy. So can you be more specific about managing this as commons? And Ms. Kim, you proposed a number of things toward the end of your presentation. Based on my understanding of the concept of commons, it's not really state-owned, and it's not owned by the market. But there are constituents in the society participate in the development and the use of and the preservation of the commons. So I think that is the essence of the commons movement. So in that regard, Ms. Kim Chun-hee, your focus was more on the state-driven approach to preserving the environment. But the Minister of Environment and the current Korean administration continue to carry out projects or condone projects that have environmental impact. So given this situation, do you think it is possible to have state-driven efforts to preserve the natural environment? Do you think by having new legislations and state-driven efforts, do you think these efforts are enough or sufficient to preserve the natural environment? Don't you think that perhaps we can come up with more imaginative and alternative ways of preserving our natural environments? So do you have any ideas that can be alternative to your suggestion of a more state-driven protection of the environment? And you also talked about how people who have ownership of the land in Paju, who are waiting for the development of that land for great economic gain. So can you also touch upon that a little bit more?
And I have a question for Mr. Nam Sang-min, the first speaker. The inter-Korean cooperation may be sensitive to political changes, and some people may be frustrated, why isn't this working? 4 years now, it seems like it was a past dream and no progress has been made. But the UN is an international organization which is neutral and could be independent from these changes in the atmosphere. So both Koreas are members to the Paris Convention. And do you think establishing the channels could promote cooperation, maybe not relying on the leadership, but having closer ties at the grassroots level? Maybe the UN could provide a channel between the youths, between the two Koreas, and is that a possible solution? Thank you. Thank you very much. Executive Director Kang has given questions to each speaker. We will listen to the responses first and then invite more questions from Chairperson Lee Eun-ho of the Green Party. Mr. Nam, would you like to answer the question? Please go ahead. Executive Director Kang, thank you for the question. And I also have a comment to make on Mr. Hwang's presentation. Going back to the question, in 2018,
우리가 많이 설렌 그런 기억을 갖고 있습니다.
we have some
유엔
memories,
같은 경우는 사실은 유엔이
but that
북한하고
vanished.
관련돼서 보면 크게
In relation
두
to
가지
North
측면이
Korea,
있습니다. 하나는
there are two things to consider from the UN perspective. There are the UN sanctions because the UN places sanctions on and enforces the sanctions on North Korea, and at the same time, it provides humanitarian aid.
조금 특별한 경험을 했는데
I did have
아마
a special
많은 분들이
experience,
북한
and many of
수강
you,
SDG 비엔날 국가 보고서를 보셨을
I'm
텐데요.
sure you
그
read the
보고서를 만드는
VNR
과정에
report.
직접 참여를 했습니다.
I was part
세 차례
of the process of writing that report.
실무팀들을 밖으로 초청해서
I invited the
보고서
working
작성
level
기법하고
people from North
여기에
Korea
대해서
3
교육
times,
훈련을 다른
and
국가들하고
there
공유하는
was experience sharing
그다음에
sessions and training sessions.
보고서 초안을
And
만들고
North
그
Korea
초안
provided
검토
us
작업을
with the
사실
first draft,
제가 직접
and
했었습니다.
I
그
was
공개
there
검토 작업,
for
그다음에
reviewing the
그
statistics.
보고서에 있는
And
보면
inside
복잡한
the report
그래프가 4개가 있는데
are
그거를
4
뭐
very
저희가
complicated
작성을
looking
해줬고요.
graphs, and we
그렇게
helped
됐는데 그래서
North Korea with
실제
that.
우리가 그 유엔 같은 경우에는 또
So,
저는 또 한국인으로서
as a Korean
북한의
and
그 중요한 보고서
as
작업에 직접
a
참여할
member
수가
of the UN,
있었는데
I was able to
그
directly
만드는
participate
과정에서
in the
저는
process of
느낌으로써
North Korea
저희가
writing up the
같이
VNR
작업했던
report.
팀은 북한
And
외무성
it was the
공개
Ministry of
북한
Interior, the
조선과학원
Statistics Office,
분들이었습니다.
the North
저는 그
Korean
분들의 그 지식하는
Academy
발전이
of
있고
Science,
그
and
지식하는 발전에 대한 절실함을 많이
I was
느꼈습니다.
able to
특히
feel how
기후변화 아까
serious they
말씀드렸던
were
대로
about
기후변화
sustainable
섹션은
development.
24번 나오는데요.
And
보고서에
climate change
재난,
appears
디자스터 섹션은
24
74번이나
times, and
나오는데
disaster appears
그
74 times
문제가
in the
얼마나
report.
절실한 문제인지도
So
많이
I could
얘기를
feel
했었고
that
특히
the problem was dire. And as for the Academy of Science in North Korea, I was feeling their
뭐 그래서 사실은
concern
후속
coming from
사업도
the
계속
scientists.
진행하는
And
걸로 논의하고 있고
they are
아쉬운 거는
talking about
코로나
follow-up
때문에
projects,
아무것도
but
뭐
because
사람들이
of
안 모이고
COVID-19,
하다 보니까
there is
중단이
no
됐는데
exchange of
원래는
people, so
2020년부터
it has been put on
재난,
hold.
환경,
But environmental
통계
destruction,
여러 영역에서
disaster
교육
statistics,
밖으로 해서
there have
진행하는
been
그
trainings
계획이 있습니다.
provided
그런 부분이
that were
보고가 됐고
planned for
또
North Korea, but that has been put on hold.
온실가스
And
인벤토리라든가 이렇게 재생
greenhouse
에너지
gas inventory,
이런
renewables.
부분이 있었습니다. 그래서
There
남북
was
관계가
demand for training in
개선되면
these areas
그런
from
부분들은
North
분명히
Korea. So
주요 의제가 될
when
수
the
있을
inter-Korean
거고, 이게
relations
남북
improve, I
양자
think
관계가
that could be
뭐 동북아
a
또는
very
아시아
productive
이
agenda,
다자틀
and it
속에서
does not have to
남북
be
정상들이
bilateral.
만나고
It could be
남북의
in a
측면들을
multilateral
만날 수 있는 그런
setting
기회가 저도
and
되길 간절히
have the
바랍니다.
stakeholders meet
그리고 제가
and share their
한국
experiences.
수사님께서 또
And
말씀하신 부분에 몇 가지
Mr.
첨언을 하자면요.
Huang has
저는
mentioned
이
some elements, and I would like to
유럽의
add to
경험을
that.
보면 35개 국가가
Looking at the
연계돼
European
있고,
experience,
그다음에
there are 35 countries, and by 2030, they are targeting 40% of renewables in their energy mix, and they are strengthening their systems. And looking at the European experience, they have the distributed energy, and it's not in conflict with centralized energy system. And I cannot go into details. And the second part is I am a part of the green movement, and the youth activists, I couldn't agree with you more. And we need to reduce the energy demand and increase energy efficiency. That is a must. But electricity usage is bound to increase because energy for transportation, for home use and industrial, most of the energy is in the form of electricity. We have 129 gigawatt, and it can only increase. So how can we convert that to renewables? So we should benchmark the European cases. And looking at the North Korean energy system, there's a lot of talk about the SDGs, but what I am frustrated about is North Korea is already seeking their way out. But it seems that South Korea is, intervening in what North Korea is trying to do. They are already on their way. Many options could be shown to North Korea because they may not be aware of all of them. And 36.4% of electricity access, that is such a low number. And I was so surprised. World Bank said 45%. And is this correct? Maybe they have some issues with their statistics methodology. And they're importing a lot of solar panels from China and have been installed in individual households, and that may not have been reflected in the statistics. So how to overcome these technical aspects? So not only Europe, but in Africa and Asia, we need to have the countries interconnected, but it seems that Korea is left out, North Korea is left out. The different systems may be a challenge, but if we could have interconnection, then we could build a stronger trust. The system had been severed between the two Koreas, but maybe we could tie them back together to gain more trust. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nam. So perhaps Dr. Hwang, can you respond to the questions? First, I would like to respond to the questions posed by Ms. Kang and also respond to Mr. Nam's comments. First of all, I agree with what was pointed out. And the preoccupation with national interest has driven our effort to export nuclear power plant technology and also the coal-fired power plant technology. And I think we need to redefine what really constitutes national interest. We have been sort of a developmental state, and I think that philosophy still remains with us in some sense. So sometimes we try to, migrate and export industries that we cannot really ethically pursue on the Korean Peninsula and have that prosper in other countries. But I think we really need to rethink what constitutes national interest. And with regards to the DMZ, the presentation about Ms. Kim Chun-hee and Ms. Kang asked about the commons concept. Well, we need to think about whether North Korea can really take the initiative in leading their energy transition. And I think there is an effort to look at the globe as an entirety. We often focus on the humanity. And I think there is a question that we need to ask about whether human beings are the only true agents on this globe. We should think about cranes and other species. Cranes should not be seen just as an opportunity for marketing the area or branding the area. Perhaps these cranes can really contribute to the promotion of peace on the peninsula. And I think that sort of an approach is possible when we look at the commons concept. So going beyond the concept or the focus on humans, we should really approach these issues from a commons perspective. And Mr. Nam made certain comments. Well, actually, I had to make very simplistic presentation in the interest of time. So perhaps that is why, there were certain issues that Mr. Nam pointed out. Well, in Europe, supergrid initiatives promoted by Europe, Morocco, for example, were excluded in the initiative, and the residents of Morocco were kicked out of the area. Of course, this cannot be overgeneralized, but we do need to look into the certain limitations or side effects of, supergrid. Instead of just saying supergrid is the only solution for this energy issue, we should look at certain limitations or consequences. And we need to take into consider, for example, on the Korean Peninsula, different possibilities. And I think we have the technology to encourage decentralized energy system in North Korea. So I think we should look into that because North Korean officials already have certain ideas for their energy transition. And so instead of just passing advice to North Korea as if we know everything, we really need to be humble and modest when we discuss these issues with North Korean counterparts. I mean, these are very important issues, and I think we need to be wise in our approach. And the VNR report, I know you participated in that, so you probably know this very well. But North Korea, when producing the VNR VNR report, I think this created a very good momentum for North Korea to really take the initiative in dealing with the energy transition issues.
Thank you, Ms. Kim. Yes. Thank you for the deep and profound questions from Mr. Huang.
그 학자가 공유제 비극을 이제 발견했잖아요. 그때 그 사람의 논문의 마지막 결론은 그거였어요.
I read a paper and we should avoid the tragedy of commons, so make it state-owned. But managing the commons has other options than privatization or state-owned. The citizens could manage and protect the commons, and there was a paper, and it was welcomed by the world over. So, in the beginning of 2000s, the US groups came and they were worried about future development of the land near CCL. And people were interested in purchasing the land for the gains to come from development, but we were concerned about the well-being of the farmers. How can we steal the property away from the farmers? We were just concerned, and we couldn't just act out. And who were these lands sold to? To the rich people living in Seoul. As you mentioned before, even if the land is not state-owned, the owners of the land, maybe they could sign up a pact together and not sell the land. That would enable the commons management, but they already sold their land. The farmers are farming their lands, but they're not owners of the land. And how can we preserve the cranes? It needs to become a reserve, and this needs to be managed by the Ministry of Environment, maybe the Ministry of Interior, Ministry of Defense, Ministry of other areas. They're not interested because they are not interested in the protection and preservation of the ecosystem. In order to protect these creatures, then we need the help of the Ministry of Unification. Then we could support the farmers engaged in crane farming. So we need to designate these areas as reserves. That is a priority. That's what we are talking about. And plus, in Paju and Yeonchan, buying property in these regions, some groups are purchasing the land, but they're financially strapped, so they're buying really small plots of land. And when there are rumors of the land being purchased, then the owner of the land raises the price again. So we are moving in very small parcels and plots of land. Maybe large corporates could purchase the land altogether and then sell it back to the government. This could be an idea. Thank you.
As I listen to the responses, it raises more questions that we need to cover. But since we have a second panelist, I would like to give the opportunity to Mr. Eun-ho Lee of the Green Party Korea's Climate Justice Committee to deliver his comments and questions. And then we will continue with the discussion. And depending on the time, we could perhaps cover some of the other points that rose up. Now I would like to begin my comments. As was introduced, I am the co-chairperson of the Climate Justice Committee of the Green Party Korea. My name is Lee Eun-ho. I think this was a great session and a very good discussion is taking place. I learned a lot. And I actually have some of my questions answered already. And I think the Peace Forum has taken a great step in talking about the climate change and energy transition on the Korean Peninsula. So based on what I heard from the presenters, I would like to raise some questions and maybe share some comments so that we can continue with the discussion. First of all, inter-Korean cooperation and inter-Korean issues often revolve around security issues. But we are now thinking about even ecological security, although this concept is not as familiar to everyone. Especially in the age of the climate crisis, we really need to overcome our past traumatic experience of a civil war and try to work together between the two Koreas to preserve the ecosystem on the peninsula and respond effectively to the climate change crisis. So I think that is the approach that we're taking at the Green Party. So from this ecological security perspective, we need to pursue energy transition, both in South and in the North. So it's not a simplistic energy transition that I'm talking about. As was mentioned by the presenters before, carbon, coal, and gas, fossil fuels, we've been extracting these resources and we've been depleting these resources. And by doing so, we've been supporting the carbon civilization. But in order to respond effectively to the climate crisis, we need to really change everything about our lifestyle, including our daily preferences. So my first question is this. Actually, maybe, I don't know how to put this, but maybe objective management or target management. So when the two Koreas do achieve unification, how can we manage our climate control goals effectively? And actually, North Korea proposed plans to build more coal-fired power plants, and South Korean side has proposed the peace power plant. In my case, I actually, participated in a hunger strike for 14 days in lieu of P4G. And there are 10 major power plants Actually, at least a lot of the power plants that are being constructed are almost completed in South Korea. But if we are to unify, we may actually need to work together with our counterparts in North to set better targets, to budget our carbon use better. So how can we effectively do this is one concern. And also, the model is another issue. I mean, there was the decentralized energy transition model that was talked about. And Kim Chun-hee talked about the grassroots approach. Well, although it's difficult to say a completely state-owned, approach, we do have the company KEPCO, and it is suffering a significant deficit. It's a centrally run corporation, and they provide compensation for the power plants and also the power producers, allowing the consumers of electricity to use power in a relatively affordable way. So in this context, how can we achieve better decentralization going forward? I mean, there are energy centers being built by the different local governments, and the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Energy provides some subsidies, but it's not enough. So we really need to think about better ways of decentralizing the energy system. And perhaps some people in this session could share some ideas. And my second question is about the issue of language and also the way we see North Korea. In South Korea, as a democratic state, there are a lot of conflicting views and different opinions about the renewable energy. So what sort of language can we use to address these issues? So some of the local residents are not really used to the idea of using renewable energies. And in the cities, they often see these transmission lines that they feel hurt their environment. So if we are to, promote something similar in North Korea, what sort of language can we use to, present these ideas? And also, as Ms. Kang suggested, how can we effectively interact with the youth in North Korea? President Moon at COP21 suggested that a global youth summit should be launched. And if such a summit is organized, will we be able to interact with young environmentalists from North Korea? Could we communicate effectively? Using what sort of language to discuss these issues? These are some things that I think about a lot. Now, my final question is about just transition and balanced regional development. When I say balanced regional development, oftentimes people, when they talk about regional balanced development, they think about building new airports or building a new power plant. But I don't want that sort of balanced regional development to take place in North Korea. So if we want to transition our energy mix towards renewables, what sort of profit sharing or benefit sharing can we have? So we need to work towards more just transition, and the benefits of the transition needs to be distributed in a more equitable way. So these are the three questions that I have for our presenters. Thank you very much. There were three large questions, and each presenter doesn't need to cover all 3 questions, but I think you can just address the questions that you feel are most relevant to your interests and concerns. So, Ms. Kim Chuni, perhaps you can take the first question. Well, you talked about goal management concerning climate response. So how can we better manage the climate response goals? And second was about interaction with the young advocates or environmentalists in North Korea. And thirdly, the question was about profit or benefit sharing and achieving a just transition. With regards to profit sharing, I think the German people, agree with the issue of climate change, and yet they also have a lot of negative reactions towards facilities that enter their community because they might hurt the landscape and cause a number of issues. So there are certain ways in which conflict is managed and addressed through dialogue. Now in Korea, I think we need to increase the opportunities for hearing the voices of the local residents, because the local residents have previously unheard voices, and we need to open up the space for the local residents to share their concerns and share their requirements and demands. And I think we need to create that space of dialogue, and that can actually help win the hearts of the local residents towards better renewables energy use. When coal-fired power plants and nuclear power plants were first being developed in certain regions in Korea, there was little resistance from the local residents because at the time, there was general support of the government by the local residents, thinking that citizens should not really oppose the government initiatives. But now the thinking has really changed, and local residents are more vocal. Especially when it comes to labor issues. I heard that in Germany, when there were large contracts with a German company, certain products can be paid for up to a certain year, but after that, if it's against the carbon neutrality goals, they will not be able to, do transactions about that product with the company. So there are these things that are happening at the in the labor sector. And North Koreans are not very different when it comes to the real issues that they face in their everyday lives. So I think interaction with the young people in North Korea is not infeasible. Maybe at the UN level, if a UN youth summit is organized, this could be a great opportunity for engaging with the North Korean youth. There have been opportunities for engagement between religious leaders, with farmers, but we have never really had an engagement with the North Korean youth leaders. So perhaps we need to work towards that. I would like to comment about the question of interaction with the youth. I mean, formerly, the university activists in South Korea had gone over to North Korea to engage with the students there. I mean, these things did happen in the past. But there are issues like the K-drama and their influence on the North Korean viewers, and the Labor Party in North Korea have less trust, and there is instability internally in North Korea, trying to gain support. and secure support for the government amongst the young generation in North Korea. So, given the situation, well, it is important for us to really interact with the young people in North Korea, but realistically speaking, it's very difficult to, meet face to face with the young people in North Korea. I hope that that day comes soon when we are able to talk with the young North Korean leaders.
Mr. Nam, yes. I did write down the 3 questions, but I think they're difficult questions. I have not given much thought to those issues. As to the global climate change, ammonia, hydrogen fuels, CCS, carbon capture and storage are topics of interest. But the meeting with the officials in charge has not been possible. And there's no telling when I'll be able to meet the officials in charge. But what I'd like to propose to Ms. Kang Eun-bin is we now started recently the Carbon Neutrality Pact in Northeast Asia. There has been no initiative taken multilaterally because of sensitive issues. So there was no initiative, but now all the 3 countries have come up with the carbon neutrality targets. So it was the first time that the government representatives got together last year. And in that sense, the youth could have a similar initiative. We have very active youth environmentalists in China. And maybe we could have the network amongst the youth in Northeast Asia, and that could be a potential idea. And SDG Forum is held every year in Northeast Asia, and North Korea participates. Because of COVID-19, it was an online forum, but in Vladivostok 2 years ago, 40 people came from South Korea, 5 people came from North Korea, and there were discussions that took place. Maybe the youth groups could use that Northeast Asia SDG Forum. They were not youth from North Korea, they were officials from North Korea. Maybe you could exchange ideas with them. Thank you. We dealt with a wide range of issues, but we were only given 90 minutes to this session. There could have been questions from the floor, but in the interest of time, we cannot entertain them. With this, I'd like to close the forum. Today, we've listened to the presentations and the panel discussion, and maybe you gained some ideas about how to protect the ecosystem and how to go about cooperating in energy transition. I think it was a session that gave us food for thought, and in that sense, we had the chance to raise fundamental issues. In energy transition, we had limited ourselves to just South Korea, but we need to think about energy transition in a bigger picture and what kind of collaboration will we need. I think we have to think about these issues further. I would like to thank the speakers and the panelists for your precious time, and I would like to also thank the attendees. With this, I'd like to end this session. Thank you.
Wow.
와.
Located in the northeast of South Korea, Gangwon-do is bounded by the ocean on one side and other Korean provinces on the other. This charming region, filled with the beauty of nature, offers both mountainous and sea landscapes for a multitude of activities during different seasons of the year. Today, we chose 3 cities to visit in Gangwon-do and can't wait to introduce them to you. Gyeongpo Beach. Gangneung is the largest coastal city in Gangwon province. During the summer, it is one of those places where everyone wants to enjoy some of the best beaches of the country. No matter if you walk north or south through gorgeous beaches one after another, you will be followed by the infinite white sands and emerald waters. Here, the stress and anxiety of everyday life leaves room for dreams and happiness, which makes everything possible. Gyeongpo Beach is probably the most popular beach at the east coast of South Korea. Here, people enjoy different outdoor activities, or just spend hours sunbathing on the beach. It is an especially appealing vacation spot as the beach is situated between the ocean and Gyeongpo Lake. If you feel like stretching your legs, you can rent a bike and enjoy the lovely bike path that surrounds the lake. It is a fun activity that we enjoyed until late. If you decide to stay in this area for several days, Lee Kai Sandpine Resort is situated a few pine trees away. A lot of people come to visit this place to relax and feel the flavor of the Hawaiian atmosphere. It is no coincidence that Lee Kai means shining ocean in Hawaiian. This resort is well known for its huge golf fields in the heart of Gangneung, and it has 12 conference rooms which can accommodate up to 800 people. Sagunjin Beach. Sagunjin Beach is the most romantic beach of the coastal area. I know we've said that you can't take it easy in Gangwon-do, but this is the moment where you can impress your loved one. Don't be lazy and get ready for your date by bringing some delicious snacks and renting some of the loveliest picnic sets in the nearby shops. You'll feel like the happiest couple on the planet with the memory that neither of you are ready to forget. Songgyeojang. After enjoying the coastal area, it is time to experience ancient Korea by visiting Songgyeojang House. It is a very well-preserved traditional Hanok house of noble family constructed 300 years ago. It is hard to believe that the descendants still live in this house to this day. Surrounded by pine trees, it remains intact in harmony with the beautiful natural environment. The wooden bridge, stretched out over the pond, used to be an inspirational location for poets. Today, it is one of the most popular attractions in Gangneung, Gangneung Market. There is no visit to Gangwon-do without testing its local food. Besides local restaurants, Gangneung Market is a great place to taste some food from Gangwon-do. For food lovers, it is a must-visit place. And as you probably already know, we love delicious food, especially while traveling. Don't worry if you feel lost with all the choices offered to you. Just pick a local who is eating what looks like the most delicious food and copy whatever they order. Trust us, you can't go wrong with this. Anmok Beach. From the multitude of amazing beaches that Gangneung can offer, Anmok Beach is definitely worth a visit. It is here that you will find a popular Gangneung coffee street. Over 30 unique beachfront cafes let you drink perfectly brewed beverages while enjoying incredible sea views. Overall, in Gangneung, we mostly stayed at St. John's Hotel. Since it has fabulous conference rooms, which can accommodate 1,000 people, it has also hosted famous personalities like the President of South Korea, Moon Jae-in, and Ivanka Trump. Located right in front of the ocean, it provides you with a stunning view of the surroundings. The infinity pool on the rooftop was our favorite. The blue water from the sea merging with the water of the pool gives the illusion to be surrounded by the ocean. PyeongChang is today a world-famous county in Gangwon-do, as it hosted the Winter Olympics in 2018. With an honorable number of 17 medals and 5 gold, South Korea achieved its best performance in the history of the Winter Olympic Games. The official hotel of the Winter Olympics was the Alpensia Ski Resort, as it has the biggest conference rooms hosting 2,000 people. Today, it provides the perfect environment to enjoy leisure sports during all seasons. In winter, people come here mainly for skiing, but in summer, it creates a peaceful place to relax in nature and enjoy some outdoor activities. The resort also hosted some of the sports events in its stadiums, like ski jumping. You can go to the top of the Peninsula ski jumping center if you want to experience how the athletes felt before they jumped. Woljongsa Temple at Odensan Mountain. Situated on the beautiful Odensan Mountain, Woljongsa Temple is the place where you find peace and enlightenment in the solitude of nature. It is a spiritual healing experience where you will breathe the history and heritage of one of the main religions of South Korea. It is also a foreigner-friendly temple stay that breaks down the barriers of language and achieves mutual understanding among all humankind. Sky Ranch Hanulmokjang. Sky Ranch is a lovely sheep farm in South Korea. The ranch is so beautiful that it became a popular tourist attraction in Gangwon-do. These cute, lucky animals enjoy grazing in the vast fields and are used to interacting with humans. After hanging around with them, a tractor brought us to the top of the hill in style, surrounded by a multitude of windmills in perfect harmony with the beauty of nature. It offers a magical experience that we weren't prepared for. Finally, we finished our day with a lovely picnic in the middle of the river, enjoying their delicious, fresh, farm-made yogurt. Jonggangwon, Traditional Korean Food Cultural Experience Center. After enjoying tons of delicious food across the country, it is time for us to learn how to cook it. Jonggangwon provides traditional cooking programs where visitors can immerse a little bit more in Korean culture and learn the way their food is made. They even grow their own ingredients, which gives this place a lot of charm. I bet you've never seen a huge collection of pots right in front of a house. Yes, fermented paste and sauces like gochujang, the red pepper paste, or doenjang, the bean paste, are very important in Korean cuisine. Ari Hills. Now that you've taken some rest and enjoyed the beach, it is time for the fun part of the trip. Jongson is another beautiful place in Gangwon-do, but it is the outdoor activities that we enjoyed the most. Ari Hills Skywalk is a glass observation deck which provides you with an incredible view of the Donggang River. Bringing to mind the shape of the Korean Peninsula, this magical landscape is often called the Grand Canyon of South Korea. You will have the amazing feeling of walking on the clouds from the edge of the cliff. Ari Hills also has the longest zipwire in Asia. If you want to spice up your trip to Gangwon-do, this is the perfect opportunity. You will be flying like a bird between the valleys at 100 kilometers per hour, an experience you'll never forget. Once down on the ground, you will have the option to fully enjoy Donggang River by grabbing a paddle and riding a boat. The beauty of this place made it popular for rafting, with steep cliffs on one side and banks of pebbles on the other. The picturesque landscape will make you forget to paddle. We had a lot of fun jumping from the boat and letting the river bring us to the destination point, Samtan Art Mine. It is time to slow down a bit and visit an impressive Jongson creation, which highlights both the area's rich history of mining and fresh modern art. It used to be a very busy place, employing around 3,000 people due to the high demand for coal. After shutting its doors in 2001, local artists gave this place another life. It became the perfect playground for urban explorers and graffiti artists. Today, Samtan Art Mine is a stunning complex that would be scary to visit alone at night. Alpine Coaster. Haiwon Ski Resort is the biggest resort in Gangwon-do, with around 1,900 rooms and 43 conference rooms, which can host over 2,000 people. During summer, instead of ski slopes, this place is covered with thousands of flowers. It has plenty of activities to discover, like an open-air water park, so you don't have to go far to enjoy your day. But our favorite was the Alpine Coaster attraction, which makes you appreciate the daisy field through a completely different angle. This place is huge and surrounded by beautiful nature, so even when we weren't lucky with the weather, we had a lot of fun exploring the surroundings. Now you know about some of the best places in Gangwon-do, where you can enjoy the coastal area, mountains, and some fun activities. However, Gangwon-do is a huge province with lots of places to visit during different seasons of the year. We are looking forward to going back and letting you discover more about Gangwon-do. If you enjoyed this video, please like it, subscribe to our channel, and we'll see each other on the next one.
강원도 금강산 1만 2천 봉 8만 광자 유점사 법당 뒤에 칠성난 도두 오고 팔자에 없는 아들 딸 나달라고 석달 열흘 녹음에 없는 아들 딸 나달라고 정성을 말고 다 관객니 외로이 난 사랑 괄세를 말아 정성을
Clean highlands, 700 meters above sea level, the bearer of happiness. The positive energy found here engages all senses, giving life to the body from head to toe, bringing peace to the heart and soul. Quick and close, PyeongChang approaches. As we run to embrace PyeongChang, in this very moment right now. A snow-covered village, a 1,000-year-old forest, leads us to a new world in awe, leaving the secular world behind. Here, the meeting of a dramatically portrayed goblin, as someone gains insight to understand the past, present, and the future. Buckwheat flowers that displayed freshness under the sun glows white with the delicate moonlight. At PyeongChang, where all seasons come in different colors, presenting the vastness that exists within scenery, every photo taken becomes memorable. Enjoy the scent therapy at PyeongChang. Satisfy your sense of smell, not just the vision. The clean highlands where warm sunlight meets becomes a heavenly garden full of flowers giving off a unique fragrance. In every breath, the fragrance of flowers covers your body, washing off the fatigue of city life, becoming a memory engraved in the mind. After feasting your senses of sight and smell, open your ears now and listen to the sound of PyeongChang. Beautiful snow scene of the sound of the wind that freely travels in and out of Baekdu-daegan. Following the footsteps of the sound of nature, listen to the magical harmony of the 80 wind chimes hanging from an octagonal 9-story stone pagoda in Uljeongsa. The sound of PyeongChang, a sound of clean nature and sincere life, a symphony of healing that rejuvenates the lost sensibilities. "700 meters above sea level, known to be the optimal height for an ideal biorhythm. Delicious food from ingredients grown in PyeongChang pleases the sense of taste. Hanwoo, premium Korean beef, comes from cattle relaxed and fed in an open field. Hwangtae, a dried pollock, gets tastier after freezing and thawing in the cold wind and snow. You can also find trout that live in cold and clean water, and vegetables grown in Odaesan with thick forests and pure and natural water. Pangadari yaksu that provides a taste of nature with a kick. The healthy, happy taste of PyeongChang comes from Baekdu-daegan and its clean and pure water, the source of the Han River. Giving rise to healing and happy foods that satisfies the appetites and contents the heart. If you are tired of a cold and heartless life, there is a journey of touch found only in PyeongChang, cozy and warm, just like a mother's embrace. At Snow Festival, a white blanket of snow covers the land, warming and comforting you as it wraps around the soul. At the Summer Hunter Festival, you will be reminded of your childhood splashing water in the creek. At the Trout Festival at the riverside in winter, under the thick ice, you will feel the vigor and life of the trouts. Odaesan Mountain Culture Festival, reflecting the Buddhist culture, will allow you to look into your heart and grow. Coming into contact with PyeongChang will serve you with gentle happiness that cannot be found in city life. PyeongChang, the cradle for skiing in Korea, becoming the mecca of winter sports worldwide since the hosting of the 2018 PyeongChang Winter Olympics. Even in seasons without snow, the healing of PyeongChang that shakes off the stress of everyday life continues on. Paragliding gives you the view of the world beneath your feet. Whitewater rafting and kayaking across rough currents invites you to experience primitive nature. Exciting exploration of the fantastical limestone caves. And enjoying the view of the beautiful watercourses of Dong River through zip lines can invigorate and rejuvenate. Spend the night with your families and friends, with the forest and rivers that preserve the clean, primitive ecology. The moon and the stars shine throughout the night as guardians, sending a message of comfort. The wooden paths in the quiet temples of the mountain helps us find who we are. A journey of healing in PyeongChang restores the forgotten passion for our lives. PyeongChang is where peace began. Going through the frozen past and the heated present, we are taking a new step towards the future that will make hearts glow. PyeongChang will present new energy and peace in the lives of those who step upon it.
Bonjour, moi relais Sébastien. Moi gagné 10 ans ma vivre en Haïti. Moi lever à 7 heures chaque matin pour moi aller à l'école. Pour moi aller à l'école chaque matin, moi marcher environ 1 heure de temps. Moi ta remè vini un bon médecin.
통일국민협약 한반도 평화통일에 관한
Welcome to the session, National Social Pact on Unification, a model for social agreement on peace and unification on the Korean Peninsula. We have 4 professors, experts who are attending the session. From as far as Germany and the UK, the 2 professors have joined us. I would like to thank them once again, and I would like to briefly introduce the speakers and the panelists. First speaker, we have Professor Lee Dong-gi from Gangwon University. Could you wave your hand? Thank you. And from KIPA, Dr. Eun Jae-ho, who's the research director of public leadership, and Professor Kirsten Paul from Germany. Could you raise your hand? Thank you. And from Newcastle University, Professor Stephen Elstubb. Thank you. Professor Lee Dong-gi and Dr. Eun Jae-ho will speak for 20 minutes each. And Professor Elstubb and Professor Paul, you're given 15 minutes for your comments. And in the remaining time, we will have a Q&A. Without further ado, I would like to ask Professor Lee to deliver your presentation. Hello everyone, nice to meet you. I am not feeling very well, and so my voice may not sound as good. I would like to present my paper. The title is The Usefulness and Uselessness of Buttelsbach Consensus for the National Consensus on Unification. In Chuncheon, in the province of Gangwon-do, 3 months ago, there was a social dialogue held among the Chuncheon citizens and university students about peace and unification. The national consensus on unification is being tried at the local level. I will skip this part in the interest of time. And I will go right into section 2 and read my paper. Starting from 2017, the scholars and the leaders of civic societies and experts have paid attention to Buttelsbach consensus. The tripartite social partnership in Austria and the Netherlands, the National Economic Commission of Finland, and the Civil Council of Ireland, they have been reviewed along with the Buttelsbach consensus of Germany. The agents behind the National Consensus on Unification did not have an exact understanding of Buttelsbach consensus, but they knew that it was consensus about how to teach so the methodology of political education compared to the other consensus models, it seems that Beutelsbach consensus influenced the national consensus on unification on two fronts. It was a consensus amongst the progressives, the conservatives, and the centrists, and there was continuous influence of social acceptance. And I think we need to factor in two things about consensus. In 1973-6, the German political education scholars focused on consensus and discussed Beutelsbach in a very productive way. Mr. Siegfried Schuell said that we should avoid confrontational conversations about the ideology or content, but we should ask the participants how consensus could be possible. And second, this may sound like a paradox, but it was consensus which was not a consensus. In the strictest sense, it was not consensus. It is translated as Beutelsbach consensus in Korean, but in German, the word was consens. So it should be actually agreement or, not an actual pact or a convention. So it is consensus, but not consensus. And during the discussions for Beutelsbach, it was not that consensus was formed about the direction or the content of political education. The deliverables of the discussions came out as a book, and when it was published, no one raised objections. So that was equal to reaching a consensus. It was not legally binding or putting any political pressure. It was just the result of a democratic discussion about people who are engaged in political education. So people continued to criticize and discuss the Beutelsbach consensus. It was not to be blindly accepted or to be recognized by the people. And on the other hand, in the Korean National Consensus on Unification, when the project was conducted from the very beginning, the target was to reach a consensus. It was based on the social contract model. There was the theory and experience of deliberative democracy and governance that they were interested in. And so they wanted to mobilize this consensus-based political process to guarantee the civic participation. So it was not consensus-based like Beutelsbach, but actually confrontational. And moving on to section 3, the achievement and influence of national consensus on unification. Considering the confrontational political culture in Korea, it was very difficult to form social consensus on unification policy in Korea. But nonetheless, in 4 years, the social dialogue produced national consensus on unification. And that was because the approach was different from Beutelsbach consensus. It was based on the citizens' participations, not just the experts' discussions. There were many players from diverse backgrounds. And it was not a simple meetings by the civic organization leaders, but the people who are behind the national consensus on unification had tried to coordinate their interests, and they knew from the very beginning that it would be difficult to form consensus. So it was not a coordination of different interests, but it was sort of a national contract type to invite participation from different citizens. And the deliverable was made into a non-official legal norm. And as to how this can be utilized and what influence it will have, we need to wait and see. So it's too early to tell the significance and meaning of national consensus on unification. And the agents behind the consensus say that the social dialogue focus more on the common traits than differences. So looking at the wording and the phrases in the national consensus, the sentences are less controversial, and this took a lot of time and effort and patience to coordinate. And through this, they want to utilize this in actual practice and politics. And this is the difference between the National Consensus on Unification in Korea and the Beutelsbach Consensus. The Beutelsbach Consensus in Germany was not an end to the controversy over political education. It was actually a starting point to invite more discussion. And through the Beutelsbach consensus, there was more productive discussions that took place. And as for national consensus on unification, it would be desirable for more citizens and experts to criticize and to supplement and revise this. It should be a living document. Just by confirming the actual phrases in the national consensus on unification and systemizing it should not prevent critical discussions and evaluations. Beutelsbach consensus has a life to its own and has this power to spread, and it did not just end with that. It invites more discussions and controversies. So it's not the wording that goes in the consensus that is important. It's actually the democratic discussion process, the culture that is important. So the national consensus on unification arrived at the destination that's different from the path taken by Beutelsbach consensus. And to raise its influence, it should be open to criticism and controversy. And we should propose to the people that it should be used as what should be discussed during social dialogues. And that could be a way to enhance the significance and meaning of national consensus on unification. So this was formed differently from Beutelsbach consensus. In order for the national consensus on unification to have life and lasting impact, we should leave the national consensus on unification open to criticism and further discussions. And moving on to section 4 of my study, Beutelsbach consensus was minimum consensus. It's not talking about the content of education. It was setting the principles of how to teach. So it built a bridge in the methodology between the two conflicting political sides. There was this difference in what should be taught in political education, but there was agreement made on how it should be taught. And there was a testimonial by a teacher from the East German region. The teacher said, through Beutelsbach consensus, we learned what not to do, but we never figured out what to do. And I think that's the core of Beutelsbach consensus. Minimum agreement actually leaves open all possibilities for actual practice and orientation. It just lays out the fundamental norms and principles. And the national consensus on unification is far from minimum agreement. The agents had in mind what was more than minimum agreement. They were very highly motivated and willing, and they didn't want to settle for minimum agreement. They knew that this was not a social contract per se, but they were influenced by deliberative democracy. So they tried to find as much common denominator as possible in the unification policies. And so they had a very comprehensive direction for the unification policies and the practical measures. And they had this destination in mind, and they tried to form consensus about the methodology and the process for unification. So, coordinating between the conflicts and mediating is not at all about finding more commonalities and similarities, but the national consensus on unification was approached in that manner. I'm not saying that finding commonalities is a bad thing, but as for denuclearization, THAAD, declaring end of war, peace regime, the federation, the unification process, it's very difficult to have complete agreement. So they could not achieve maximum agreement, but they tried to go beyond minimum agreement. And so what the national consensus on unification turned out to be was just a series of beautiful phrases and sentences that pleases everyone. And the national consensus on unification includes 2 chapters, and the first is the desirable future of the Korean Peninsula. But if you talk too much on the norms, then it's difficult to constructively have a critical view. And actually, the future of the Korean Peninsula limits freer and creative discussions about the possible future of the Korean Peninsula because the end conclusion was already set. And there was not much talk about the ecosystem protection or feminism or the rights of the migrants or cultural diversity. The discussion scope was quite narrow, so the sentences that are included in the national consensus on unification are radically lukewarm. So, I'm sort of using these provocative expressions to invite more discussion during the panel. And so this was sort of a radical centrism-based consensus. It's not actually compromise or concession between the progressives and the conservatives, and it's not actually creative discovery or invention through compromise. Of course, I'm not saying that minimum agreement is king, but the national consensus on unification was not more than just words that please the ears. So instead of just these nice sounding sentences, we could have had more specific content about the consensus and the compromises. Then it could actually have a bigger impact in coordinating different interests and conflicts. So the national consensus on unification focused more on the bright future and on the commonalities. So they just covered up the actual thorny issues. So instead, I think we should lay the principle for contention to invite more pluralist and diverse ideas. And moving on to the last section, many people are putting on hold the idea of unification. So in this sentiment, what significance does national consensus on unification have? Looking at the people's response to the unification policies of the Korean government, depending on how things turn out, the national consensus on unification may become useless, or it could be used as a means to pressure the conservative or the far-right political figures who try to intervene in the reconciliation process between the 2 Koreas. But as long as there's hostility and isolation between the 2 Koreas, then unification may be put off even further. then national consensus on unification may be irrelevant. The people are paying less and less attention to the issue of national unification. And interestingly enough, there was a lot of citizen participation that went into national consensus on unification. But it's not the less level of interest was reflected on the national consensus on unification because the discussions started with the imperative of unification in mind. So it was not an open-ended discussion, but the ending was already written, and people had worked toward this national consensus on unification, thinking that unification was a prerequisite. So in that sense, it should not have talked about the end, but it should have talked about the process. So even if the external conditions change, then the national consensus on unification will act as a backbone. It will provide us with the ways of how to approach it. Because some people may not look forward to unification and they may put it on hold. And some people may be skeptical and cynical about unification. And the national consensus on unification should not be an end to put an end to all the contentions and confrontations, but it should serve as a new beginning. The national consensus on unification should not be used as a measure to suppress criticism or to force uniform ideas onto the people. It should be open-ended. It should be used as a potential tool to put a check on the government and apply pressure if needed. At the end of November, when there was the social dialogue that took place in Chuncheon, the participants answered in the survey that yes, unification will be beneficial, but not many people said that they look forward to unification or that it will happen in the near future. So we need to revisit Beutelsbach consensus and how this is still valid because it had focused on minimum agreement. So I think it would have been better if the national consensus on unification did not focus too much on the long-term plans or policies. I think it should have laid down the simple and basic principles about peaceful politics. So it's not so much about finding commonalities through dialogue. I think agonism or agonistic peace is much more important if we're talking about unification policies or politics in peace. Well, unfortunately, national unification consensus did not take that path, but it's too early to say that we made an error in forming the national consensus on unification in that manner. But we should be aware of what is missing in the national consensus on unification. And of course, we should focus on both the strengths and the weaknesses of the consensus and look at opportunities and some shortcomings. So that is the perspective I have on national consensus on unification. Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. You talked about the national consensus on unification, and it had gone through the process of deliberative democracy. And Professor Yi talked about the minimum agreement, the agonistic peace and agonism, and you spoke about the national consensus on unification in a critical perspective. And moving on to the next speaker.
We have with us Mr. Eun Jae-ho, who can use maybe 20 to 25 minutes for his presentation. So please, Mr. Eun. Can you see my slides now? Now, I would like to talk about the contributions and the limitations of the social dialogue on peace and unification of the Korean Peninsula. I have 7 sections in my presentation. First, I would like to talk about the background in terms of the goal, objectives of the national consensus activity, and I would like to talk about the overall project overview and the process and the procedure, what achievements were made. And I would like to talk about the implications and also the limitations of public deliberation. First of all, let me emphasize the geopolitical situation in Korea. One of the key reasons for launching this national consensus deliberation on unification is to resolve the conflicts between the two Koreas. And we were a victim of the geopolitical power struggle that existed in the region. So on the one hand, we had China and Russia, and on the other hand, Japan and the US. And we were at the intersection. The Korean Peninsula was at the geopolitical intersection. And so there are the maritime powers and the continental powers competing against each other, and we were victimized in that struggle. And we have been divided for several decades, and we have mixed views and conflict over how to view North Korea and how to understand North Korea. And so this is an important conflict that needs to be resolved, and this was the motivation behind the process of reaching national consensus on unification. There are other policy measures, of course, but national consensus on unification is really based on the deliberative democracy. And so I would like to talk about the social context in which this was pursued. This is actually from one of my research projects. In the past 20 years, communication has become an important topic in Korea. Conflicts, whether it's internal within South Korea or whether it's an international conflict, it is important for us to change the framework or the perspective in order to reach a resolution of the conflict. There are many issues that arose in the Korean society, and we've looked at whether the perception of fairness affects the perception of social conflict. In fact, the higher the perception of unfairness, the higher the perception of conflict. And we looked at 2 variables of private communication and public communication. Private communication means communication between friends or family members, and public communication takes place between the citizens and the public entities like the government. And we looked at the mediating effects of communication on the conflict perception, and we found that when there is increased perception of unfairness, the private and public communication are strengthened, and in particular, private communication is stronger than public communication in reducing is more impactful than public communication. So the government, policymakers, should actually get involved in private communication and not just remain in public communication. But it is very difficult for the government to intervene or get involved in private communication because Korea is no longer an autocratic country. And in order to do so, we need to have a public deliberation process where citizens engage in open discussions. So a small group of citizens can engage in a dialogue. Of course, in the process itself, the government would not intervene, but the results or the outcomes of the deliberation can be something that the government can take into account in improving its communication or improving its policies. So public deliberation helps. My second question was whether public deliberation actually helps improve or enhance the support for government policies. And there are also determinants of policy preference that we need to look into. For example, one's self-interest and
은재호 교수님.
Dr. Un.
다른 분들은 다 들으세요? 지금 은재호 교수님이 안 되시는 건가요?
I think is the problem on Dr. Eun's side?
네.
All right.
은재호 교수님 통신 상태가 좋지
I think the network. There's a network issue on Dr. Eun's side. Oh, so can you hear me now? Yes, we can. Apologies. At our lab, I think there was some trouble with the network. Let me share my screen again.
지금 다시 그런데요.
I think you froze again, Dr. Eun.
다시 전화를 한번 드려보세요.
Can you hear me now? You can hear me now, right? Oh, my sincere apologies. So you've heard what I said on this slide. Yes, I do get this message saying that the network is unstable. Anyway, did you all hear my explanation about the moderating effects of public deliberation on policy support? So there are determinants of policy preferences that are mentioned in the previous literature, such as materialistic selfishness, symbolic attitude, and social-oriented perception. And these determinants have an impact on support for policies. And my question is whether public deliberation, including information provision and deliberative discussion, can such public deliberation moderate the effects of these determinants of policy preference on the people's support for government policies? So public deliberation involving the citizens in breakout sessions and group sessions could have a moderating effect, especially this materialistic selfishness. many participants, we could find that many participants in public deliberation would oftentimes sort of let go of their materialistic selfishness. So this implies that most people could regain their identity as a member of the public sphere when they engage in public deliberation. So we saw some potential for public deliberation having positive impact on reaching a consensus on unification. And so the objective, of course, is to prevent conflict and build consensus. And we did not focus on the democratic profile, but we actually focused on the political orientation of the participants. So there are the conservatives, there are the liberals, there are the center, and also there are leaders in the different religious sects. So 4 groups of people representing conservatives, progressives, centrists, and religious sector were invited to participate in the public deliberation. We felt that if the representatives from these different groups are unable to meaningfully participate in the public deliberation, it would be really difficult to try out our thesis. So in 2018, a civic committee on national consensus and unification was created to carry out this social dialogue. So in 2018, there was the pilot scale dialogue. There were 200 people who got involved. And a pilot scale consensus draft was created in 2019, which was adopted in 2020, and this was submitted to the National Assembly. But the National Assembly did not approve of this. So we were not able to actually establish this as a full-fledged national consensus or contract because there was no support from the National Assembly. But anyway, let me talk about some of the achievements. I think the most visible achievement is that we found the actual impact of public deliberation on perspective taking. And perspective taking is the important first step towards achieving a consensus. So instead of sticking with one's existing perspective, some people may be willing to take the perspective of the other person and work towards a consensus. So we wanted to look at the impact of public deliberation on perspective taking. And we found that the more favorable the participants' evaluation of information provided, the higher the degree of perspective taking. And also, the more favorable the evaluation of the group discussion, the more likely that perspective taking will take place. And also, there are some demographic attributes that may have an impact. So, of course, this could include political orientation, gender, age, and so forth. But I would like to skip to the next slide. So we found that the public deliberation process helped significantly enhance mutual understanding between the different groups of people who have had different perspective and resolve hostility among them. And so we sort of forced the conservatives and the progressives to sit down together and deliberate. And we found that this helped reduce the impact of echo chamber phenomenon. And by being able to learn and to share ideas, it was possible to alleviate confirmation bias. And there was an enhanced sense of empathy and understanding for the other side. And this is a significant interview. He said, in the early days of the social dialogue, our focus on competing with each other to win the debate. But as time progressed, what became important for us was that different perspectives can coexist, and we could find ways to coexist peacefully. And so this was probably the biggest achievement of our effort to conduct public deliberation. So how about the citizens who participated? More than 90% of the participants, who were just lay people, just citizens, believe in the possibility of resolving issues of peace and unification through dialogue. So they have learned to believe in this possibility thanks to the public dialogue and deliberation process. And they were willing to accept a consensus view that they previously did not agree to if they were reached through this public deliberation process. So I would like to touch upon some implications. So what is the greatest significance of the national consensus on unification? So in the past, many people remained in their echo chambers, and they often resorted to very extreme political views. But the social dialogue allowed for people to come out of their echo chambers and to face each other and talk with each other. Actually, echo chamber and the rational ignorance and confirmation bias do happen in real life, and oftentimes people like to withdraw support for any issues that they feel are against their views. But by providing information and by giving the opportunity for communication, such rational ignorance or cognitive errors, such like the confirmation bias, can be overcome. And by having this social dialogue, the government actually provided, bore the cost of engaging in this communication, allowing for many people to actively participate. And this helped reduce confirmation bias and the echo chamber effect. So going forward, what must we do? I think there is great lessons that can be learned from the Beutelsbach agreement. For example, we need to, on a personal level, improve our skills for engaging in dialogues and to engage in reflection. And at the collective level, we need to provide a better environment for participation of members of the society in such discussions and to foster deliberative discussion. I think there is a network issue again. So when we have a sound public sphere, we will be able to engage in a healthier political activities and dialogue. So the national consensus on unification allowed for us to really delve into the conflicts that divided the conservatives and the progressives and allow them to jointly seek resolutions. And also, when a government unilaterally makes decisions, oftentimes there are starkly divided views on whether to support it or be against it. But with such public deliberation, people were able to share their views, and with this, they are more willing to maybe accept some of the policy suggestions made by the government. And also an improvement in the communication skills and strategies of the participants was another benefit of the public deliberation. And I also think there are some limitations on a more micro level. Actually, this process is more advantageous for the elite, people in the elite class. And also, there was the potential for manipulation of the public sphere on either side of the political spectrum. The Korean Ministry of Unification set as principle not to intervene, and in fact, they stuck to that principle very well, and I think that helped to achieve success through the public deliberation. So whether it's the observers or the facilitators or the organizers of the public deliberation, there was a risk of some sort of manipulation, but I think everyone involved were able to not engage in manipulation, and therefore there was some success. And also, there is the issue of not being able to guarantee responsiveness from the public agencies. In fact, the National Assembly failed to support the national consensus draft. And also, there is certain rules to achieve a limited consensus, and there may be differing views as to the 80% rule. Once again, apologies for the network disconnection that happened during the presentation. There were some pauses in his presentation. Despite that, I think we heard enough of the presentation to really get the gist. And Dr. Eun got involved in the design of the public deliberation process for the national consensus unification, so we were able to learn from his insights. So maybe Professor Paul, can you deliver your comments?
Sorry, I was muted. Can you see my presentation?
Okay.
Yes, we can see. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, just a second. Okay, now thank you very much for your invitation to comment on Professor Lee's lecture on the National Consensus of Unification from the perspective of a German political education scholar. The goal of the Beutelsbach meeting, as Professor Lee has already stated, was to identify principles for civic education that would be accepted by all political education scholars, regardless of their ideas about specific goals and content of civic education. As Professor Lee has argued, it only focused on educational methods and processes, not on educational ideology, content, goals, or vision. The consensus, as Professor Lee has also explained, was not a contract, and it did not claim to be binding. The now famous wording of the three principles merely come from a conference report written afterwards by Hans-Georg Wehling, and he had been previously commissioned by Sigrid Schiede to look for the points of consensus in the controversial discussion and to report them afterwards. The ideological dispute over the content and concrete aims of political education between left-wing and conservative political education scholars was not ended by the conference either. And it took a full 10 years before the term Beutelsbach consensus, as we know it today, first appeared. The Beutelsbach consensus includes 3 principles that are widely accepted in Germany today. The prohibition of indoctrination, the requirement for controversy, the empowerment of the students to perceive and represent their own interests. The prohibition of indoctrination is specific to political education as a principle of teachers' behavior towards their students. They must not overwhelm them with their own positions and utilize the students' dependency on their teachers by imposing their own positions on them. Here, I do not see any connection to the discussion process about the Korean national consensus on unification, because in the socio-political debate about this agreement, not students and teachers, but equal discussion partners are facing each other. The most widely received principle in Korea is the second one, the principle of controversy. It says that what is controversial in science and politics must also appear controversial in the classroom. The principle has been discussed in Korea, as far as I know, mainly in the context of the rising criticism of the mandatory political neutrality of teachers and the exclusion of political controversies in schools. What role can this principle play in a socio-political discussion about a consensus in a policy field such as unification or peace policy? Controversy is, first of all, the opposite of consensus. However, the principle of controversy assumes that a basic consensus is needed in order to be able to practice controversy in a pluralistic society. How broad this basic or minimum consensus must be has been discussed extensively in Germany in recent years with regard to political education. In most cases, 3 democratic norms are regarded as inevitable: human dignity, the principle of democracy, and the principle of the rule of law. For political education, this means that positions that do not accept these basic values must be rejected with normative arguments in political education processes. Extremist positions, conspiracy theories, fake news, and other undemocratic positions are to be discussed in class, but are not to be accepted as equally legitimate. Positions of different democratic parties, on the other hand, are considered equally legitimate, and the principle of controversy demands that different democratic positions must be presented by the teachers on each topic so that the students can form their own judgments. Since the principle of controversy of the Beutelsbach consensus is only about political education and not about socio-political discussions, it seems to me that maybe Ernst Frankel's theory of neopluralism might be more relevant than the Beutelsbach consensus when it comes to the question of how far a social consensus can and must go in a pluralistic society. Frankel distinguishes between an overlapping consensus and a field of dissent, which are both necessary for pluralistic societies. So dissent is not negative. It's not only the outcome of materialistic selfishness Professor Yoon talked about, but of different values, political orientations, position in society, and so on. The overlapping consensus only includes widely accepted fundamental and human rights and fundamental rules for political processes, as well as basic rules of dispute in a state and a society. Besides this overlapping consensus, there is a field of dissent, which is equally necessary for a democratic society, where dissent can prevail and where one can and even should argue about political issues. In contrast, the national consensus on unification, with all due respect to the outcome of the social dialogue, seems to strive for a very far-reaching consensus in terms of substance, which runs the risk of pushing back the field of dissent in a way that is questionable for a pluralistic society. Since the basic rules of dispute constitute the core of Frankel's concept of an overlapping consensus, his theory also connects well with what Professor Lee said at the end of his lecture. It might be wiser to create a minimum conflict rules to encourage productive debate and inevitable competition rather than identifying commonalities and agreements through dialogue. Finally, a brief comment on the third principle of the Beutelsbach consensus. Empowering people to recognize and represent their interests is an important goal of civic education. Behind this is the concept of human beings as politically responsible citizens. It is also based on an understanding of democracy that depends on legitimation by participation and on deliberative processes, or as Professor Oon stated, communication beyond echo chambers. The intensive participation of numerous civic players in the social dialogue on peace and unification and the numerous deliberative processes show that the idea of the social dialogue is based on similar conception of human beings and understanding of democracy as the third principle of the Beutelsbach consensus. I'm done, and I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Paul.
Professor Paul talked about the presentation by Professor Lee on National Consensus on Unification. And moving on,
I would like to invite Dr. Stephen Elstrup to deliver his comments.
Thanks so much. Can you see my screen okay?
Yes, we can.
Fantastic. So firstly, thank you so much for inviting me to contribute today. We're very pleased to be here. Now, have expertise on deliberative democracy, not on Korean politics, but I'm learning a lot from this session, but my comments will be focusing on the deliberative democracy element primarily. However, what I see happening in Korea with the social dialogue, it looks like a very ambitious, important and impressive processes for public engagement. I would like to comment about two broad points. Firstly, what actually happens within the social dialogue, but also the role of the social dialogue in Korean politics more generally. And the first point I want to raise is about the use of the term social dialogue, because for me, dialogue is something different to deliberation. It's exploratory. It's about trying to understand people's differences, but it's not about trying to resolve those differences, to find common ground, consensus, as we've been talking about a lot, and to decide what is to be done. So deliberative democracy is different. So I'd urge for explicit focus on deliberative democracy rather than social dialogue. At the moment, it seems the terms are being used interchangeably. And like I said, I think we need to withhold a distinction between deliberation and dialogue. So what for me then is deliberative democracy? Well, the key principles of it are that it's a decision-making process where people provide reasons for what they want to happen. They remain open-minded as to what should happen. Therefore, they're willing to listen to the reasons and arguments put forward by others without entering the conversation, having already made up their mind. That's part of being respectful then, is that they're willing to listen, but they're also willing to sort of seriously engage with the reasons and the suggestions from others. That it's inclusive, that everybody gets a say, and that it's consequential, that the deliberation actually leads and contributes to the decision that's going to be made. And it's thought that this is a good approach to democracy because it's either fair, or people say it leads to better decisions through pooling all our information, our reasons, we lead to more informed preferences, we lead to more informed decisions. Also a focus on the common good. It's hard to justify selfish interests to everybody else. You have to look for common ground, reasons that everyone might be willing to accept. Next, then, citizens' assemblies or mini publics, which relates then to the Korean social dialogue. But the first thing is that I would say is that this isn't deliberative democracy per se. This is just one way of approaching deliberative democracy in practice, and it should not be equated with being the same as deliberative democracy. But I think what's happened within the Korean social dialogue is you have many key features that we see in citizens' assemblies. There's balanced information being provided to the participants. The discussions are being facilitated to promote deliberative norms, the ones that I've just been highlighting, and that they are resulting in some recommendations of what should be done. But I think that there's a couple of elements that could be going further, and this is ensuring that the participants are representative of the population at whole. I know some sampling has been occurring, but it's about as well lowering the barriers to participation. There's a picture of lottery balls there, because it's really important to the legitimacy of these processes that everybody had an equal chance to be selected. It's really important that we remove the barriers to political participation that prevent many people from participating. So quite often in processes in the UK and in Europe and elsewhere, there's financial incentives to participate. Childcare is provided, all travel and everything like this is provided. So I wasn't sure if these sort of arrangements are in place in the Korean processes, so I'd like to hear more about that, but I think it's really important to do so. In fact, I'll go further and actually suggest that we should look for the over-representation of the most marginalised in these processes, as they are the ones who so seldom get heard, but also decisions tend to affect the most. And so perhaps their over-representation could be justified. And this then, I think, can lead to a more accurate sample of the population, which is kind of what citizen assemblies and mini publics are relying on there. So you've got a picture of a chef there tasting his soup or his sauce, because public opinion research has shown us that we don't need to ask the whole population what they think to understand, that we could just use a sample if that sample is robust and generally representative of the population. So when a chef is making a soup or a sauce and deciding whether it needs more seasoning, they don't need to eat the whole lot and then decide, oh, actually, we just needed a bit more salt. They just need to take a sample to know whether it's seasoned correctly. And this is what we're trying to get to with the citizens' assembly approach. And this is because then the reason why, like I said, I don't want to equate citizen assemblies, mini publics with deliberative democracy per se, but they do provide important democratic values that perhaps we don't get elsewhere if done correctly, because normally political participation is democratically skewed. We get the usual suspects, the same type of people, the most interested, most mobilized, who participate in politics. If we don't, then sometimes if we look to the least active, through an opinion poll or something like that, then we get uninformed public opinion. You ask somebody what they think about an issue, they'll tell you just simply because you've asked them. It may be an issue on which they know very little and which they've given very little consideration. Also, the most politically active tend to be closed-minded. They come with their interests, they come with their mind made up. And we're trying to get processes where people are willing to be open-minded and listen to the other side. So mini publics, citizens' assemblies can overcome some of these problems, but it is really, really crucial to get that diversity in the sample in the first place and to lower the barriers of political participation in order to achieve that. Another theme about inside the citizen assembly, within the mini public, is I think for it to be more legitimate, the participants can be given more say. Deliberative democracy is meant to be an emancipatory ideal that through deliberative democracy, people can gain autonomy over their lives. If in a mini public or citizens' assembly and everything's been decided for them, and they're just sort of like taken through this process of which they have very little control, it's hard to see how emancipatory that's going to be. And so my research has suggested that the participants, if supported properly, can have a say about what the remit of the Citizens' Assembly should be. There's a danger here that they can take it too far away from what policymakers are looking for. So it could be like a two-way general process in which, you know, policymakers say, look, we're interested in knowing what the public think about this topic. You have your social dialogue or your Citizens' Assembly, your mini public, and they then are able to narrow and refine that remit to something more specific. In then deciding how to address that remit, they should be empowered to decide what types of evidence they need to answer it, the types of people they need to hear from to provide that evidence, and how they should actually come to reaching a decision. There's been a lot of talk about consensus making processes, but how do we make that final decision? There's different ways of doing it. And again, the participants should have some input into that. So that's what happens inside the process. Now, the role of social dialogue within the Korean political system more generally. And I think we need to think about it, deliberative democracy, on a systems level. So rather than just a forum of just some people coming together to deliberate, we want to try and get these norms of deliberative democracy that I outlined at the beginning of my talk across the political system as a whole. What we're looking for is a deliberative democracy, not instances of democratic deliberation. And it's not enough just to then have mini publics. It's not enough to have citizens' assemblies, even a series of them like we've had in Korea, because ultimately it's still a small number of people. So we have to look at how that mini public relates to other institutions, which I'll come to. But ideas around the deliberative system then is we want to scale up deliberation beyond the forum, beyond a few people, to a system as a whole. In doing so, then we need a division of labour. Not any one institution is going to be able to achieve all the norms of deliberative democracy that I outlined all the time. Some will be able to promote reason giving, others will be able, more likely, to arenas for open-mindedness. Other places can be more inclusive than others. And we need to then combine these different institutions to get all those norms across the system as a whole. And as a result, then we have a continuum of deliberative standards where we're not expecting each institution to achieve the same deliberative standards. So in taking this more systems idea, we can think about then how the mini public relates to government, its relationship to government. So what's the best way to ensure that the mini public is actually going to have influence on government and parliament? What's its relationship to parliament going to be? How can it feed in and influence debate within parliament? How can civil society feed into the mini public, but how can they respond to the recommendations that come to the mini public? And how can the media report about the mini public so that it's not just the participants in the mini public that are joining in on this conversation, but the public as a whole? So we need to start thinking more about the relationships mini publics have with these different other parts of the system within Korea. And I think I was impressed by Xiaowen's talk, because I think he's moving in that direction already. I would encourage him to continue further in that direction. You know, the media is very important here. One of the findings from my own research from the UK is that unless the public as a whole know about the mini public and what their recommendations are, the government doesn't necessarily feel a compunction to actually implement the recommendations. Similarly, though, the media won't necessarily report upon the mini public in a big way unless the government acts on the mini public's recommendations. Otherwise, it's just deemed not to be newsworthy. So it is a real challenge for a mini public to have impact. There's like a double lock. It needs to influence the public in order to influence government, but it can only influence the public if it influences the government. So it's a significant challenge, but it's only through thinking in these sort of system terms that we can start seeing these relationships and thinking about these relationships and analysing these relationships. So just to conclude then, I would say that firstly, be explicit about deliberative democracy rather than social dialogue, but try and make sure that the most marginalised are included in these processes, give those participants more control over the processes, think about how that they relate to other parts of the political system. And Xiaowen was talking about the end of his talk about institutionalizing mini publics, and I think that's the next step, and that's the direction that we need to head in. He mentioned the Belgian model from Belgium, which I think is an excellent example. It's also very early, it's also a very new process, so we can still learn lessons from that. But the key thing is to think about then scaling up deliberative democracy for the Korean political system as a whole, and not just the social dialogue elements of it. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Dr. Elstub mentioned mini publics, and I listened with great interest his discussion about the mini public and its relationship with the other elements of the system. So I learned a lot from the panel discussion. We have about 20 minutes remaining. So I have questions for each presenters, and I will listen to the responses, and then we will enter into a more comprehensive Q&A. First, I'd like to ask a question to Dr. Eun. Well, creating the public sphere, I think, has some philosophical aspects, and deliberation is seen often. Many people expect deliberation to result in consensus, but that's very optimistic view. And I think it's not necessarily the case. So what sort of approaches can we take to overcome the limitations of the public deliberation? And also, are there certain side effects that might result in negative outcomes, and I think, can you touch upon some of the potential side effects of this process of public deliberation?
I have a question for Professor Paul. We have this fundamental issue. When we are dealing with unification, we are not involving the North Korean residents. It's a one-sided dialogue and one-sided consensus building. In Germany, when you are setting the agenda for political education, if we are to discuss unification without North Korea, is this feasible? I am interested in what you think about this. And I have another question for Professor Lee. As for the national consensus on unification, the opposition party was excluded because the ruling party, in order to distort the party politics, they are using this national consensus on unification. The opposition party was very critical of this process and the result. So in that sense, did this process exclude the party politics? Do you agree with this opinion from the opposition party?
Finally, to Dr. Elstup, I'd like to ask about the mini publics. Well, there are identity politics being played out globally. And so on the one hand, we have the identity politics, and then, is there a conflict between identity politics and scaling the mini public? Because identity politics has created a lot of conflict across the globe. But does it not perhaps conflict with the idea that the mini public can expand automatically? Dr. Lee, thank you very much for very relevant questions. And each question, I think, was very, very important. And the 4 questions are linked with each other. And I am very impressed with the questions that you have asked. So I'm going to just respond to the particular question you addressed to me. And the public deliberation, of course, has philosophical significance. So how are we going to translate the term public opinion into English, the Korean word for public opinion into English? Habermas uses public opinion, but the Korean word for public opinion may have slightly different connotations, and I think it's closer to true opinion. Plato used a similar concept, and in Asia, we have this concept of true opinion politics. So this public opinion forming has philosophical significances. So is there actually a truth that we can arrive at? And I think that question is also involved in the concept of true opinion as we see and understand in Asia. So an important question related to this is this: can we really achieve consensus through, deliberation and through discussion? And I think that was Dr. Lee's question. And I think the answer is yes. But the immediate outcome of discussion is that we first recognize the differences we have amongst us. And the discussion allows us to recognize the differences first. And the recognition of difference can be a stepping stone to reaching a consensus, because without being fully knowledgeable and understanding of what differences there exist, it's really difficult to achieve meaningful consensus. So if we look at the deliberative processes in Korea, only about 10% or even under 10% of the participants actually change sides. Sometimes under 5% of the participants actually change sides. But the percentage of participants who say, I finally understand my own views, is quite high. So perhaps the deliberation process helps participants understand their own views and really define their own views. And the more you understand the views you hold and also the views of the other person, you can engage in perspective taking, and this can help the group reach a consensus. So in that sense, deliberation has the potential to create consensus, and it is in line with the principles of democracy. So what is truth? How can we reach truth was the question, the philosophical question that I raised before. But if we start to fight about what truth is, we will never be able to achieve consensus. But the Beutelsbach consensus shows that if people can agree on the procedure for pursuing consensus, it is possible to achieve some sort of a consensus. And I think this is why deliberation can be an important cornerstone of democracy. And also, you talked about negative side effects of the public opinion formation or deliberation. Well, there are certain negative effects or side effects that can occur in the Korean context because we are not used to this sort of deliberative process. And even with regards to mini publics, there are a lot of controversies or mixed views, even in Europe. And as social consensus is formed about mini publics and their role, I think we will be able to achieve better outcomes.
Professor Paul, please.
Yeah, thank you very much for your question. I don't really know if I got you right, but if I got you right, I would answer that to take into consideration the North Korean position is just not possible at the moment. Therefore, the legitimacy of the consensus is limited in any case. I think there's currently no possibility of a joint dialogue between North and South Koreans. And therefore, I would suggest to increase the legitimacy of the dialogue or the deliberative process through the measures that Dr. Elstop suggested, and I think that are very important. So involve the marginalized groups and have a more open discussion. Also on the goal of the deliberation. I know that unification is prescribed in the Korean constitution, but I think there should be a discussion about the goal of unification and whether it would be better to talk about peace policy than about unification policy.
Thank you very much for the response. And now moving on to Professor Lee. Professor Lee, you asked me a very good question, but before answering your question, I'd like to make a comment about deliberative democracy. Deliberative democracy itself is organized citizens or organized institutions become personalized, and the personal opinions are shared in that sphere of deliberative democracy. And in producing the national consensus on unification, this was started with hostile confrontation in the people of South Korea. So was deliberative democracy a proper tool? Of course, we had this visible outcome, but for national consensus on unification to grow further, should we limit ourselves to deliberative democracy? I think that we should move beyond deliberative democracy. And this connects to your question, Mr. Moderator. The opposition party looked at the national consensus on unification and criticized this as distorting the party politics. And I know where they're coming from, I think. I know why they're criticizing that. A lot of the things done through party politics could be invaded by and be overridden by other policies made from deliberative democracy or other measures. But it could be another party that can raise this objection. It could be the Green Party or it could be the Justice Party, not that strong opposition political party, because their voices could be overridden by this deliberative democracy per se, and they may feel discomfort about the process itself. And so to answer your question, I don't think it's just a problem up to the opposition party feeling marginalized and alienated, raising questions about the legitimacy of the process. I think they're all legitimate objections. But I think this comes up because we try to squeeze in too much into this deliberative democracy. Unification and peace policies are grand subjects. I think we could have made some structure about, what we should not do in peace policies and unification policies. Even the progressives should have come up with some principles that were self-reflective, then I think the level of acceptance from the opposition party would have been higher. So yes, there is a need to be open to all types of criticism. The conservatives have the right to criticize. This is a very special form of process, and it will invite different types of criticism. And we need not limit ourselves to deliberative democracy. We can rely on other measures. We can try out new systems and measures. And as I mentioned before, the national consensus on unification should be the starting point of inviting more discussions and criticisms, and not be the end result of the discussions. So as we have more discussions, then we'll be able to accept constructive criticism and evolve this further. But if this is excessive, unconstructive political propaganda, then we should be able to fend that away and have the right structure for social dialogue. Thank you.
Dr. Elstad, would you like to respond to the question?
Thank you. Yeah, it's a good question. Identity politics is causing a lot of conflict, but that's why we need deliberation. Is because people are different and people want different things, and we need to try and resolve those differences and come to some agreement on the way forward. So deliberation is crucial in that process, and many publics are crucial then in promoting that deliberation, and they have worked in deeply divided societies in Northern Ireland, for example. One of my colleagues here at Newcastle University organised a deliberative poll that brought together Catholics and Protestants to discuss, education policy. And actually, all of the many publics I've been involved in and seen, they are addressing sort of controversial issues, and yet people routinely discuss those issues in a respectful way. So despite those differences being there, they are willing to engage with each other. There are, of course, limits on then scaling up the mini public sort of process. I'd absolutely agree with that, and that's kind of what I was trying to get at with my talk as well, by saying let's not just think about mini publics, but let's think about the political system as a whole and how we can have more deliberation across the whole system, not just relying on mini publics to promote deliberative democracy.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Thank you for obliging me with good answers. We don't have much time, but do we have any questions from the floor?
Hello, I am Do Hee-yoon. Thank you very much for your presentation. I actually have a question for Dr. Eun, because I think you were the most deeply involved in this process, so you probably know the details of the process. In my memory, during Park Geun-hye administration, there was another organization that pursued this public deliberation to form consensus on unification, but it failed, and this process began again with the initiatives of a different organization. But I think there were many messages within this draft document that could be agreed to by both conservative and progressive, and I wonder why it ultimately failed. So going forward, in order for this consensus to be finally result in some sort of a meaningful contract, what sort of efforts do we need? And regardless of which party wins the next presidential election, is there a way in which we can achieve success in achieving this national social consensus and unification? So what sort of recommendations do you have? Thank you very much for that question. In order for the national consensus on unification to succeed, the answer is actually in Dr. Elf's presentation. So there needs to be some support from the representative bodies like the government and the parliament, and the National Assembly or the parliament should be able to accept the recommendations from the citizen assembly. But we did not involve the parliament in the process. We didn't intentionally exclude them, but they were not willing to participate in the early processes of the public deliberation. So in that slide about mini publics, there's the government, media, and the parliament, and they need to be, in a way, engaged in the public deliberation process in some ways. And Professor Paul talked about the three principles of the Beutelsbach consensus.
Prevention of indoctrination, principle of controversy, and empowering the participants to understand and represent their interests.
These three principles are not different from the principles of deliberation, and if we are able to respect those principles, we will be able to achieve a consensus on unification based on deliberative processes. Thank you very much. There is a question from YouTube. There is this question. Although there is this national consensus on unification, but there is declining interest in the unification agenda, and there's a declining interest about North Korea. So what can we do? Well, I think we need to try to raise greater interest in this very topic in order to be able to successfully continue with the public deliberation on unification issues. So we need to raise awareness as part of making this deliberative process more successful. So I think this is something we can all agree on. So thank you very much, the four professors, for your presentations and your panel discussion. The Moon Jae-in administration has worked really hard to promote the potential for unification, and I don't know whether this can continue in the next administration. I think it will, whichever party wins the election. Once again, I would like to thank our international speakers from Germany and UK for joining us so early in the morning and giving us such insights and great advice. Thank you very much. And I would like to thank all of you for joining us today. And also, I would like to thank the PyeongChang County and the organizer of the PyeongChang Peace Forum for your efforts. Thank you.
수고하셨습니다.